Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Had a Quirk That Broke the Laws of Physics? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. The Boy That Broke the Balance. In a world where extraordinary powers known as quirks were the norm, 80% of the population possessed incredible abilities, leaving the remaining 20% without such gifts. It was in this world that the tale of a remarkable boy's journey began. Within the warm embrace of a cozy hospital room, excitement filled the air as a woman prepared to bring new life into the world. The father, Hisashi Midoriya, anxiously awaited the arrival of his child. The nurse reassured him, but he couldn't shake his worry. In the presence of the doctor, joy erupted as he announced the birth of a baby boy. Hisashi Midoriya held his son with awe in his eyes, already envisioning a bright future for him. Inko, the mother, awoke and extended her arms, overwhelmed with love for her newborn son. As she looked into his eyes, she noticed something peculiar. They were a mesmerizing shade of blue, like the sparkling view of the sky. His eyes held an unparalleled beauty that seemed to defy the world's ordinary expectations. As time passed, Izuku, the young boy, grew curious and lively. However, unlike his peers, he had yet to manifest any quirk of his own. At the age of 4, everyone around him had already discovered their unique abilities, leaving him feeling a little left behind. Concerned for her son, Inko decided to seek the advice of a quirk doctor. In the doctor's office, Inko watched intently as the doctor used his quirk on Izuku. After a moment of observation, the doctor turned to her with intriguing news. He explained that Izuku possessed an unusual quirk, the ability to control his own mass. He could change his weight without altering his shape, allowing him to be as heavy or light as he desired. Inko's heart swelled with love for her son, quirks aside. Despite the initial worry and questions about his abilities, she cherished him just the same. Izuku's journey had only just begun, and with a mother's love and support, he was destined for greatness. As the world of quirks continued to unfold around him, Izuku's path was set to be one of courage, determination, and a determination to become the hero he aspired to be. Comment. Chapter 2. The Awakening. In a world where extraordinary abilities known as quirks were the norm, two childhood friends, Izuku and Bakugo, found themselves on divergent paths. Bakugo, who had recently acquired his own quirk, couldn't resist the temptation to taunt Izuku about his still undiscovered power point. One day, Bakugo seized the opportunity to mock his friend over his lack of a quirk. Izuku, Bakugo jeered, "What is your quirk?" Izuku replied, his voice tinged with a mix of pride and vulnerability. "The doctor said that my quirk allows me to change my mass, making me heavy or light." Bakugo's laughter reverberated through the air like a harsh echo. That's a useless quirk." Feeling the weight of Bakugo's scorn, Izuku bristled, determined to defend his unique ability. "No, it is not," he retorted. Bakugo, undeterred, persisted in his attempt to belittle Izuku's quirk. "Yes, it is." Their argument spiraled into a heated exchange, with Izuku desperately trying to prove his worth while Bakugo dismissed him with cruel laughter. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, but he refused to let them fall. The tension between the two friends reached its breaking point, and Bakugo decided to escalate matters with a physical attack. Fear gnawed at Izuku's heart as he closed his eyes tightly, repeating to himself, "I don't want to be hurt." The clash of their paths, one brimming with power and the other with hidden potential, had ignited a confrontation that would set the course for their futures in a world where quirks defined destinies. But something incredible happened. As Bakugo lunged at Izuku, he passed right through him, much to his surprise. He attempted to grab Izuku repeatedly, but each time, his hands met empty air. Izuku's newfound ability perplexed Bakugo, who eventually gave up his futile assault. Upon returning home, Izuku faced yet another bewildering experience as he walked right through his own front door. His mother, Inko, witnessed this phenomenon in shock. Inko exclaimed in shock, "Izuku, how did you pass through the door?" I thought the doctor said your quirk was to control mass. With tears in his eyes, Izuku recounted Bakugo's attack, and Inko was both angered by the aggression and relieved that her son was unharmed. Inko wasted no time and took Izuku back to the quirk doctor, hoping to find answers and a way to reverse the strange state he was in. The doctor was intrigued but initially saw no problem. However, after attempting to touch Izuku and failing, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Doc said, "I think your son made his mass zero." Inko sought a clear explanation, which prompted the doctor to delve into the intricacies of mass and its connection to existence. The doctor theorized that Izuku's peculiar state might be a result of subconscious fear during Bakugo's attack, causing him to disappear temporarily. He advised Izuku to relax and ease his mind to return to his normal state. As time passed, Izuku found himself under a bridge, facing the slime villain. The villain aimed to make Izuku his hostage, but to his surprise, Izuku couldn't help but burst into laughter that Izuku said with amusement, "Ha, what's truly amusing is you attempting to take me hostage." The bewildered villain couldn't fathom the situation, and as he tried to capture Izuku, he found himself passing right through him. Just when the slime villain was left in bafflement, a familiar, booming voice echoed, "Fear not, for I am here." All Might, the symbol of peace, materialized before the astonished villain. All Might's arrival inspired awe and fear in equal measure, and he swiftly dealt with the slime villain. Izuku stood still, unperturbed by the events unfolding around him. As the dust settled, Izuku's world began to change. Embracing his unique quirk and newfound invulnerability, he discovered a newfound confidence. Izuku's path had ignited, and he was ready to embark on a journey toward becoming the hero he had always dreamed of becoming. By the way, in this fanfic Deku is arrogant, for now, but in the official start he will be prideful but not arrogant. But he is also lazy. If you have something that you absolute have to do, then he will do it, but if it not, he will not put any effort in that. He became like this after he got his quirk because he was invincible. Nobody could hit him, nobody could do anything to him. Comment 3. Chapter 3, The Exam. Standing in front of the gates of UA, I take a moment to observe the grandeur of Japan's most prestigious school. This is UA, the most prestigious school of Japan. Let's see how this goes, I mutter to myself with a mix of excitement and nervousness. As I enter the school, I find myself in a room filled with other applicants, listening as Mike explains everything. In the observation stands, Iida voices his dissatisfaction. "Sir, this is unacceptable for UA to forget to mention the fourth robot," he protests. "Ah yes, kiddo. That's the 0-pointer. It's there to add an extra challenge to your path," Mike responds. "Thank you for clarifying, sir," Iida acknowledges. After completing the written exam, I move on to the practical test. The written exam was a bit challenging, not too easy or too hard. Now, let's see what UA's physical exam has in store. "I hope it can push me to use my full strength," I say with a smirk as I approach the gate. As the gate opens, Mike urges us to start. Everyone rushes in, and I join the fray. I increase my mass, using the equation force mass times acceleration to my advantage. With this power, even my slightest movements pack the punch of a heavyweight boxer. I easily take down the robot, smirking at the lack of challenge. "This is easy. They aren't even a challenge. Yui is a disappointment," I comment. In the observation room, Midnight points out my fighting style. "Hey, look at this boy. He fights like you did, All Might," she remarks. All Might glances at the monitor. "Yeah, he has a physical type quirk, so it's natural he'd fight like me," he responds. Aizawa directs their attention to something unusual. On the monitor, the robot phases through me. "Let's check his quirk information," Aizawa suggests, picking up a paper with my details. The word non-existent catches their attention. Non-existent? What does that even mean? Aizawa questions. All Might shares his doubts. "Are you sure there wasn't a mistake in the printing?" "No, there wasn't," Nizu confirms confidently, diverting the focus away from me. He presses a button to continue the test. Back on the exam site, the ground trembles as the 0-pointer emerges. "Let's have some fun," I grin, approaching it. Adjusting my mass, I strengthen my body's density, safeguarding against harm. As I land strikes, my fortified body remains unscathed. Increasing my mass, I notice small objects heading my way. As the zero-pointer teeters, I target its leg, destabilizing it. The robot falls and I strike its vulnerable neck area, obliterating it. Another letdown, I sigh. The zero-pointer didn't live up to the hype. Still, UA is the best hero academy. Despite the disappointments, I have to join. It's still better than other schools. I mutter as I walk away, my determination unshaken, eager to pursue my hero aspirations. One comment. Chapter 4. The first day at UA. Letter that day. In the Midoriya household. I return home, greeted by my mother Inko's eager question, Izuku, how did the exam go? There's nothing that can harm me. Thanks to my ability to manipulate mass and become heavy, the robot didn't stand a chance. I ended up destroying it, I say, sinking into the couch to unwind. If you say so, dear. Mom, could you make something to eat? I'm pretty hungry, I ask with a smile. Sure thing. A week later, my mom excitedly calls, Izuku, your letter's here. Bursting with confidence, I respond, Mom, they're bound to accept me after witnessing my fight. Taking the letter, I retreat to my room to read it. All Might's words greet me, young Midoriya, you've scored a remarkable total of 100 villain points. I formally welcome you to your hero academia. Of course you'd accept me, All Might. After all, I'm the future #1, I proudly declare. On the first day of school, standing before the massive UA door, I ponder aloud, who really went all out with this giant door? Makes me wonder if someone with a giant quirk could be here. As I enter, the sounds of Bakugo and a blue-haired boy arguing greet my ears. I'm barely inside when Bakugo's gaze zeroes in on me, silencing him and the blue-haired boy. Ignoring Bakugo, I walk past him and take a seat beside Momo. Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya. And you're quite stunning, I say playfully. Momo blushes, stammering, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Just call me Izuku, and can I call you Momo? I ask with youthful enthusiasm. Caught off guard, Momo manages to say, oh okay. All right Momo it is, I laugh. Before Momo can reply, the door swings open, revealing a yellow sleeping bag-like entity. It took you guys 5 minutes to stop talking. I'm Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. Aizawa-sensei instructed everyone to put on their gym clothes and head to the training ground. Once we were at the training ground, he informed everyone, we're going to do a quirk assessment test. What? A quirk assessment test? We all exclaimed. But the orientation? We're going to miss it, someone protested. If you truly want to succeed in the hero world, you can't waste time on unnecessary ceremonies. Here at UA, we don't cling to traditions. This means I have the freedom to conduct my class as I see fit. You've spent most of your lives taking standardized tests. However, you've never had the chance to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country still tries to maintain the illusion of equality by suppressing those with the most powerful quirks. It's irrational. Someday, the Ministry of Education will come to understand, Aizawa-sensei explained between breaths. This sounds like fun. This is what I've been talking about, using our quirks to the fullest, someone in the group exclaimed. So you find this exciting, huh? You have 3 years to become heroes here. Do you think it's all going to be fun and games? You're mistaken. Today, you'll participate in 8 physical tests to measure your potential. The person who comes in last shows they have none and will be expelled immediately, Aizawa-sensei stated with annoyance. Echoed the collective exclamation. Like I said, I have the authority to shape the course of this class. Clear? Aizawa-sensei asked. You can't just send one of us home. I mean, we just arrived. Even if it wasn't the first day, it wouldn't be fair, Mina argued. And do you think natural disasters are fair? Or power-hungry villains? Or catastrophic accidents that decimate entire cities? No, the world is brimming with unfairness. It's a hero's duty to confront that injustice. If you aspire to be a pro, you'll need to push yourself to your limits. Over the next 3 years, UA will throw countless challenges your way. So go beyond the plus ultra way. Demonstrate that it's no accident that you're here, Aizawa-sensei emphasized. We are gonna focus on Deku only, okay? The speed test was underway. This is a 50-meter dash test, Aizawa announced. Deku stepped forward, ready for his turn. As he prepared himself, he thought, since this is a simple dash race, I should be able to handle it. Hopefully, it doesn't involve any complicated maneuvers. He focused, increasing his mass to build up momentum. With a burst of energy, he sprinted forward. However, as he reached the midpoint, he noticed his speed decreasing. Determined, he came to a stop and then dashed forward again, managing to complete the dash in just 5 seconds. Wow, Deku thought, my quirk is truly incredible, but it lacks speed. Being as heavy as a building definitely has its drawbacks. I need to work on improving that aspect. He walked away from the testing area, his mind already strategizing about how to address this weakness. Moving on to the great strength test, Deku faced the challenge head-on. Increasing his mass once more, he pulled his hand back, channeling a tremendous amount of force into the machine before him. The machine strained against the pressure, and with a sharp sound, it finally broke, succumbing to Deku's enhanced strength. Deku couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, but he also recognized the areas where he needed improvement. He was determined to harness his quirk's potential to the fullest and become the hero he aspired to be. Time skip to the last test. Everybody has done their test. Deku is the last one to do. This is going to be easy. I just need to throw, Deku thought as he approached the task with a sense of calm. As he executed the throw, the ball left his hand and traveled only 10 meters away. What? Deku exclaimed, his surprise. Turned, I'm gonna see it, okay? You should have chosen a better costume. This shows too much, and I have the decency to not look. But you want me to turn and look, huh? My words came out sharper than I had intended, frustration getting the better of me. I was angry not at her, but at the awkwardness of the situation. Momo's expression softened, and she lowered her gaze. Sorry. I have to dress like this if I want to use my quirk in fighting, she explained apologetically. I'll think of some other costume. You're right, I shouldn't wear this. I instantly felt a pang of guilt. Momo wasn't being unreasonable, she was just making the best choice for her abilities. I hadn't meant to make her feel bad about it. No, Momo, I'm sorry, I said, my tone gentler now. I didn't mean to sound upset. It's just a little awkward for me. She looked up at me, her eyes still slightly downcast. You would do that? Thank you, she said softly, her gratitude apparent. Yeah, I replied, finally looking at her, though I still felt a hint of awkwardness. I want to support you as a friend. Let's figure something out. Momo's smile returned, and the tension in the air seemed to dissipate. I appreciate it, Izuku. You're a true friend. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training, All Might announced, his voice carrying its customary air of authority. Sir, this is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean that we'll be conducting urban battles again? Iida inquired, his curiosity evident. Not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors, All Might explained, his tone both instructive and engaging. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. All Might elaborated, the strategic nature of the exercise apparent. Isn't this a little advanced? The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now. Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? Uraraka inquired, seeking clarification. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Someone piped up, voicing a concern that had likely been circulating in others' minds. Will you be splitting us up based on chance or comparative skill? Isn't this cape trace chic? Iida questioned, showcasing his signature hand gestures. All Might growled in response. I wasn't finished talking, he asserted, bringing the students' attention back to his instructions. Listen up. A script. Momo's inquiry hung in the air, a hint of curiosity lacing her words. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. All Might detailed, outlining the challenge at hand. Deku chimed in, offering his perspective. Sounds like a classic action movie setup. Time's limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. All Might announced, the anticipation in the room palpable. Isn't there a better way, sir? Iida interjected, his concern for fairness coming through in his query. Think about it. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot, so maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here, someone else pointed out, saving All Might from having to explain further. Right, this is why we are doing it, All Might agreed, a hint of relief in his tone. He muttered under his breath, oh, he saved me there. Yes, I see. Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness. No sweat, Iida conceded, accepting the rationale behind the method. Let's draw. All Might declared, igniting a sense of excitement. Wow, what are the chances? We're a team. Momo exclaimed, her joy evident. What are the chances? Sweet, Deku added, his grin reflecting the positive outcome. I declare that the first teams to fight will be these guys. Team A will be the heroes, Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch. All Might announced, his voice carrying a sense of finality. Yes, sir, the students replied in unison, their energy clearly building. Bad guys, you can go on in and get set up. In 5 minutes, the good guys will be let loose, and the battle will start. All Might instructed, the countdown to action commencing. Yes, sir. Both teams responded promptly, their determination visible. Young XXXX. Young XXXXX. The key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Think from the perspective of an evildoer, All Might advised. Got it. The individuals addressed responded in unison. If things go too far, I'll step in, All Might reassured, emphasizing his role as the overseer. Understood. The students acknowledged, their readiness evident in their voices. Creator's thoughts. Earthly reader. For some reason I can't put pics, so here is it in comments. Like it? Add to library. Comment. 6 comment. Chapter 7. Before the fight. Hey, who's Bakugo talking to? I'm not hearing anything. Can we get any sound with this video? Kirishima voiced his confusion, glancing around as if expecting an answer from the environment itself. All Might turned his attention towards Kirishima and provided an explanation. He's got a radio in his ear so he can talk to his partner. I gave it to him before the match started. Along with a map of the building, All Might clarified, shedding light on Bakugo's means of communication. Also this. All Might's voice broke the silence after a momentary pause. A roll of capture tape. Wrapping this around your opponent means you've apprehended them, and they're out for the rest of the game. His words carried an air of authority as he revealed another key element of the training exercise. Among the gathered students, Ashido chimed in with a question, her curiosity evident. So, there's a 15-minute time limit, and the good guys have no idea what floor the nuclear weapon is hidden on, right? Correct. All Might confirmed, his response concise. Then the heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. A big one. Real pros have to outwit villains on a daily basis. That's life. Even when the odds aren't in our favor, we fight. All Might's words carried a powerful resonance, causing a collective gasp of realization from the students. In their minds, they processed the truth in his words. The essence of being a hero was to persevere even when facing overwhelming challenges. The concept of fighting for the greater good, regardless of the odds, ignited a palpable excitement among them. As the students absorbed the wisdom imparted by All Might, they embraced the forthcoming battle with renewed determination. The room was charged with anticipation and an eagerness to prove themselves in the face of adversity. Katsuki's voice cut through the air, drawing my attention. "Hey, Four Eyes," he called out to Iida, who turned his gaze towards Bakugo. "Yes, Katsuki," Iida replied, his response respectful but cautious. It was clear that Bakugo's brash demeanor didn't sit well with Iida, yet he was willing to engage in conversation. Bakugo's expression tightened, a mixture of reluctance and determination. He knew what he was about to share wasn't easy for him to admit. "Izuku is strong," Bakugo began, his tone slightly begrudging. "He's the only one that has beat me in fighting ever since we were young. No one has been able to beat me except Izuku. And you saw what he can do in the test, didn't you?" Iida's thoughtful expression mirrored my own curiosity as he nodded in acknowledgement. "So, what is his quirk?" Iida inquired, his curiosity leading the conversation into new territory. Bakugo emitted a gruff sound before responding. "It's very simple, you know mass, right?" Iida nodded once again, prompting Bakugo to continue. "You see, he can change it in any way he wants. Not change shape, but increase or decrease his mass. It's a very simple quirk. It doesn't seem that powerful," Iida mused aloud, his voice carrying a hint of skepticism. He was hearkening back to our experiences in the entrance exam, where Izuku's quirk had managed to impress despite its apparent simplicity. Bakugo's grunting response hinted at his growing impatience, but he carried on, explaining the intricacies of Izuku's ability. "Yes, you know, but his quirk defies physics. You know, when someone has less mass, they decrease in size. But his quirk makes it that he stays the same size, so he can be light as a feather 1 second and heavy as a mountain the next. You haven't seen him fight, but I have. I have fought him countless times and lost." As Bakugo's words lingered in the air, his conviction palpable, Iida waited for the simmering tension to subside. "Yes, you are the expert in this, as you have battled him before. So, what should we do?" Iida's question was pragmatic, seeking Bakugo's insight. Bakugo's pause was telling, a sign that he was calculating his response. "I know Izuku. He's going to go straight to the top," Bakugo began, outlining his plan. "So, I say we hide it on the ground floor. You stay guard and hide with it while I will come from above, making it seem like the bomb is at the top. In reality, it's in the bottom. I don't know about the other girl, but he will definitely go to the top. And to make sure the other girl doesn't suspect us, I will go and pretend to be captured. When I go silent after I say my location, you come and free me. Okay?" Iida's contemplative expression shifted into one of agreement. "It's a great plan. Let's do that." His decisive response solidified our course of action, and we prepared to execute Bakugo's strategic maneuver, all while keeping an eye on the larger training exercise at hand. In this one, Izuku is not the one that suppressed Bakugo is, and so the role our reversed Bakugo is the one that thinks outside the box, while Izuku is like Bakugo in this, as he has excellent battle int but not over-the-top planning like in the anime. Now with Izuku. "Hey Momo, do you have any plans?" I asked Momo, a touch of urgency in my voice. Momo's eyes held a focused intensity as she responded, "Yes, so it's like this. We'll head to the building and most likely they've put it on the top floor to hinder us." "But Katsuki is the one who's our opponent," I interjected, my mind racing as I considered our options. "He always thinks outside the box. He's taken me by surprise many times. If I didn't have the non-existent state, I would have been defeated multiple times already." Momo's gaze remained fixed on me as she nodded in understanding. After a brief moment of thoughtful silence, she spoke up again. "Okay, let's see. Since you can go into a non-existent state, that means you can become light. Right?" "That's right," I confirmed, my mind churning with possibilities. "Here's the plan then. I'll throw you to the top of the building and from there, you'll descend and search," Momo suggested, her strategy taking shape after careful consideration. "Let's go," I replied, determination coloring my words. What Bakugo didn't expect was that Izuku saw him as his rival. He had never underestimated him, recognizing that he was the only one with even a slight chance of defeating me. This fact was not lost on Bakugo. He knew the significance of our dynamic. He would call him Deku, A name that held a tinge of bitterness, a constant reminder of their shared history and his own discontent. And for a little bit of background, Izuku is not that good as in anime, as he was more focused on his strength, so Bakugo helps him study, saying that his mom forced him to. He just doesn't want to see his rival plummet in study, as it will be disappointing. Zero comment. Chapter 8, Fight. I found myself standing a few steps back as Momo took a step forward and began to undo her clothing. My face turned beet red as I quickly averted my gaze, my heart pounding loudly in my chest. It wasn't every day you found yourself in such an unexpected situation. Izuku, can you shrink down to about 10 grams? Momo's voice pulled me back to reality, and I nodded, trying to act as normal as possible. I concentrated, focusing on reducing my mass as she had asked. Once I had achieved the desired weight, Momo loaded me into what looked like a massive slingshot. "All right," I stammered, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. With a sudden release, I was catapulted upward, the wind whistling past me as the ground rushed away. The world around me turned into a blur of colors and sensations until I finally landed with a light thud on the top of the building. I had to admit that was quite the ride. As I tried to catch my breath, I saw Momo stepping into the building not too far away, making her way through the entrance. It seemed she had her own plans in motion. My attention was quickly diverted as I spotted Iida hiding in a corner nearby. His usually composed demeanor seemed to be replaced by a sense of unease. Meanwhile, down on the floor, Bakugo was making his way down the stairs, his expression determined. My heart raced as I watched Bakugo's eyes lock onto Momo, who was positioned on the second floor. He muttered something under his breath, his tone low and intense. The tension in the air grew palpable as the two of them exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Suddenly, without warning, the air erupted with explosive sounds and flashing lights as Bakugo launched an attack. Momo, however, was prepared, her quick reflexes allowing her to dodge and counter with her own techniques. The clash of their powers echoed through the building as the battle unfolded. Despite Bakugo's outward confidence, it became clear that things weren't as one-sided as they appeared. His explosions were met with Momo's resourcefulness and strategic thinking, causing the fight to reach a stalemate of sorts. The sweat on Bakugo's brow and the intensity in his eyes betrayed the effort he was exerting. As the fight raged on, it was evident that Bakugo wasn't quite losing as much as he might have seemed. Both combatants were pushing their limits, their determination shining through. The sound of their clashes reverberated through the space, a testament to their fierce rivalry. In that moment, it struck me how extraordinary these individuals were. Each one had their unique strengths, and their battles were a constant reminder of the challenges we faced as aspiring heroes. As I continued to watch, I couldn't help but admire the unwavering spirit that fueled them, propelling them forward in their quest to become the best they could be. In the Kamar room, "She's holding her own, and she has Bakugo captured," Siro observed, his eyes fixed on the intense battle unfolding before him. The clash of powers and strategy between Momo and Bakugo was a spectacle that had everyone's attention. "This is surprising. I never thought that young Bakugo would lose this easily," commented All Might, his deep voice carrying a hint of curiosity. "He's always been pretty good at taking action in crisis situations. So, what happened this time?" Meanwhile, on the scene, Bakugo's frustration was palpable as he found himself captured by Momo's clever maneuvers. He knew that he needed to think quickly to turn the situation to his advantage, especially with the possibility of Iida's interference. "Now you capture me and you can go," Bakugo stated tersely, a mix of annoyance and concern in his voice. He was wary that Iida might be on his way, and he wanted to be prepared for any unexpected developments. Momo regarded Bakugo with a measured look, her mind working rapidly. "Yeah, I was just about to do that," she responded, her thoughts calculating her next move. Her strategic thinking had already led her to anticipate Bakugo's actions. As Momo left the scene, her steps echoing through the building, a silent revelation unfolded within her mind. "Yes, I knew that the explosion would originate from the top floor, just as Bakugo himself did. But it was kind of easy to defeat him," she mused quietly, analyzing the situation. The memory of Izuku's assessment of Bakugo's power played at the edge of her thoughts, leaving her pondering how he had been taken down so swiftly. Just as Momo continued her ascent, Iida burst onto the scene, tearing away the tape that had bound Bakugo. The sudden turn of events caught the attention of those around them, sparking discussions and comments. "Hey, isn't that cheating? He was already captured," Kaminari protested, voicing the sentiment that many were likely thinking. However, All Might's response was swift and instructive. "It's not," All Might retorted, his voice carrying a tone of wisdom. "As you see, in a real-life situation, once a villain is captured, they won't just wait around for the hero to finish their job. They'll do everything in their power to escape. This simple mistake might end up being your demise, young man." Bakugo, now free from his restraints, stood his ground at the bottom floor, waiting for the opportune moment. The tension in the air was palpable, and the stakes were high as the battle continued to unfold, revealing the complexities of heroism, strategy, and the unpredictable nature of combat. On the 4th floor, Momo and I met. She asked me, "Did you find any bomb on the upper floor?" I replied, "No, did you find Bakugo and his teammate?" I questioned her. She responded, "Yes, I did meet Bakugo on the 2nd floor, but not his partner." I thought for a moment and then said, "If I knew Bakugo, where would I put the bomb, knowing my previous overconfidence?" "Nah, it's obvious it's on the bottom floor." It suddenly dawned on me. I then informed her, "But he's out, I captured him." She seemed concerned and pointed out, "But it's not against the rules if your partner frees you." I reminded her, as I mentioned, "Don't underestimate Bakugo. He can think outside the box." Her expression changed as she realized, I got outplayed. As they talk, 5-minute left hero, says the speaker on the wall. "Dang, we need to hurry," I exclaimed. Channeling my power, I increased my mass and slammed my fist into the ground, creating a hole leading down to the bottom floor. "Let's go down," I urged, leaping into the opening with Momo right behind me. Upon reaching the bottom floor, Bakugo and Iida were waiting. Finally, both Momo and I arrived, although we did spend about a minute getting down here. The tension in the air was palpable as we locked eyes. Bakugo then said, "Iida, you go for her," and I countered with, "Momo, you go for him." We exchanged smirks, fully aware of the showdown that was about to take place. With determination in our eyes, we declared, "Let's go." Bakugo blasts off the ground, hurtling towards me with a determined look on his face. His explosive power surges around him as he closes the gap between us. I brace myself for impact, but before his attack connects, something strange happens. I feel myself fading, as if I'm becoming non-existent, and in that fleeting moment, I manage to dodge his point-blank blast. As I reappear, I concentrate, my body growing denser and heavier. I can feel the weight of my increased mass as I launch a powerful punch right at Bakugo. But to my surprise, he's not caught off guard. With a skillful move, he adjusts the force of my blow, allowing him to duck and blast the ground beneath him, propelling himself away from danger. However, our clash doesn't go unnoticed. Iida, ever watchful, sees an opening in the chaos of our battle. He lunges at me, his kick aimed with precision. But Bakugo intervenes just in time, deflecting Ida's attack away from me. A sharp pain fills the air, and I realize that Ida's kick has landed, but it's not me who's hurt, it's his own legs that bear the brunt of the impact. Bakugo's voice cuts through the turmoil. When he increases mass, so does his density, I hear him say. And when his density increases, he becomes nearly impregnable, too solid to harm. His words strike a chord within me as I prepare to leave the scene. I don't usually go for direct attacks on Izuku, Bakugo continues, because he's impregnable, but not blast-resistant. I can't deny it. Sadly, it's true, I admit, acknowledging my vulnerability to certain types of attacks. As I start to walk away, Bakugo's voice brings me back. "Focus on that girl. I'll handle him," he asserts, and with a renewed sense of determination, both of us dive back into the fray, our rivalry pushing us to give our all once again. "Did the test end?" I asked in disbelief, drenched in sweat. Bakugo chimed in, "Yeah, right. You lost." I retorted, but I always win 1v1s. Bakugo conceded the point, yet he added, yeah, but the world isn't always about 1v1. His words struck me silent, and I admitted, yeah, you're right. With that, I turned and walked away. Then, Almighty's voice cut through the tension, announcing, the villain team wins. He continued, you kids still have a lot to learn, but I'll help you hero up. It was a follow-up to his previous statement, and it carried a message that resonated deeply. Zero comment. Chapter 9. The Way of Power. Inside the mind of Izuku. The academic year progressed at UA High. I found myself surrounded by an array of extraordinary classmates in Class 1A. Each member brought their own unique abilities and quirks to the table, and it was fascinating to witness their growth and development alongside my own, but I've always known I had something special going on within me, something that set me apart from the rest. My quirk, this incredible ability to change my mass without changing my shape, gave me a power that most people could only dream of. And boy, did it make life smooth sailing for me. As I settled into my new life as a student at UA High. Among the friends of Class 1A, I found myself drawn to Momo Yaoyorozu and her impressive intelligence and grace. Our interactions often consisted of playful banter and light-hearted teasing, creating a fun dynamic within the class. While our flirtatious exchanges may have been entertaining for our classmates, it's crucial to remember that our focus remained on our hero training and preparing ourselves for future challenges. During this time, our friend Tenya Iida stood as a steadfast ally, embodying his unwavering dedication to justice. Despite being caught in the middle of our playful exchanges, he remained focused and driven, reminding us all of the importance of staying grounded and focused on our goals. As the class prepared for the upcoming test, personal matters took a backseat, and our attention turned toward mental and physical preparation. The impending trials reminded us of the seriousness of the hero work we were training for, and the need to be ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. I couldn't help but feel a sense of confidence. With my exceptional quirk, there was not a challenge that could truly test me, except for that explosive Bakugo, who just couldn't resist trying to one-up me at every opportunity. But who can blame them? I'm Izuku Midoriya, the one with the charm, the swagger, and a smile that could make anyone weak in the knees. Being at the top of the class just comes naturally to me, effortlessly outperforming my peers in hero training sessions and class activities. It's all a part of the package. However, deep down, there's a voice that doubts if my incredible quirk is enough to make me a true hero. Sure, everyone looks up to me and admires my abilities, but am I really proving myself? Am I really pushing the boundaries, or am I just coasting on this wave of power that's been given to me? I can't deny that I yearn for something more. I want to prove myself in other aspects, not just rely on my, dare I say, godlike quirk. Being a hero is about more than just brute strength and agility. It's about being well-rounded, adaptable, and having a personality that captivates the world, thinks Izuku as he goes around his school life and preparing for the test. One comment. Chapter 10. Finding Balance. To address these gnawing doubts, I've decided to join various extracurricular activities alongside my hero training. The journalism club seemed like a perfect fit. I mean, who wouldn't want to read articles about the future #1 hero's exploits? Plus, it's a chance to hone my charisma and communication skills. It'll also prove that there's a brain to match the brawn. After all, being a hero is about using my head too, not just my impressive quirk. I must admit, as I dived into these extracurricular activities, I faced challenges I hadn't expected. Excelling in academics and other areas requires more effort than simply flexing my quirk muscles. I learned all that, and I wouldn't have usually focused on those problems, but as Momo put all those in front of me, I couldn't just put them away. I had to face it, and at that point I realized I need to increase academic skill, and thankfully there was Momo to help me with all that. It was a humbling experience, but one that taught me the value of hard work and dedication. I realized that being a hero is about more than just being the strongest or the flashiest. It's about being a well-rounded individual. I needed to put in the work and push myself beyond the limits that my quirk had set for me. And in all honesty, it felt amazing to overcome these obstacles and prove my mettle. Through these experiences, I've truly come to appreciate the wide-ranging education and training that UA offers. It's not just about having a flashy quirk, it's about being knowledgeable, adaptable, and compassionate. I've learned that being a well-rounded hero is about more than just power, it's about using that power wisely, in the service of others. As I continue my hero training, I'm now striving for a balance. I want to hone my quirk while also developing the crucial skills that will make me a hero for the ages. And let's not forget that my dazzling personality and playful charm, those are going to be my secret weapons in capturing the hearts of people, thinks Izuku as he turns and goes home to prepare for tomorrow's test. Zero comment. Chapter 11. The Unforeseen Threat. The morning sun cast a golden glow over the training grounds of the Unforeseen simulation joint, where the students of UA gathered, nervous to face the test. Among them was Izuku, his heart pounding with nervousness. Today, they were going to see how much they had learned about using their quirks to save lives, and he couldn't wait to prove himself. Yes, the class already had rescue exercises and they are going to the USJ 2 months after they haven't been in school. Before they arrived, the Pro Hero 13 said, "Hello, everyone, I've been waiting for you," which is immediately followed by Achiko saying, "It's the Space Hero, 13. As 13 continues, saying, "I am the Pro Rescue Hero 13. Listen carefully, I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk called Black Hole. My quirk could also very easily be used to kill. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly, even if you're trying to do something virtuous like rescuing someone. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And because of All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against other people. Carry those lessons over to this class. Today, you're going to learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about, ensuring the safety of others." All the students nod as they remember Izuku destroying the building with ease. 13 finishes saying, "That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening. Now let's go inside." Just then Kirishima said, "Holy see, it looks like some kind of amusement park." Just as the students were talking among themselves, the teachers were talking about All Might not being there as he used all of his time in hero work. Just then, as 13 opened the door, a black fog appeared in the middle of the training ground as the villain appeared. Seeing the villain appear, Aizawa said, "Stay together and don't move," as he jumped into action. Meanwhile, on the villain's side, a fog guy says, "The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead." Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from you, All Might should be here as well. As the guy with hands says, "Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who are eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace." As all that happened, 13 says, "Who among you is the fastest?" Someone among the students says, "Iida." As 13 says, "Then I have a job for you. Run to the school and tell the faculty what's going on here. The alarms aren't sounding, and our phones and radios are useless right now. One of these villains must be to blame." As all that was happening, Aizawa jumps in the middle of all the villains and starts taking them down. Aizawa says, "A villain like you is only dangerous if you can reach me. Good thing. I've taken measures to make sure that never happens. Now, which one of you gutter punks is next?" In contrast, the handman replies, "There he goes, trying to intimidate us. He is strong, and since he's hiding behind those goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. He's making it hard for us to work together or rely on each other's powers. How annoying. The worst thing about dealing with pros is when they live up to all their hype." Aizawa was fighting, Iida was preparing to run when a black portal appeared in front of them as the fog guy says, "There is no escape for you." I blinked, and the guy who seems like the most trouble got away. "It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, Isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Well, in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. As it happened, at the same time, he teleported Aizawa and started to fight the villains, so the fog guy missed Aizawa. As the villains appeared in front of them, 13 opened up his quirk but got injured himself. Meanwhile, the Kurogiri teleported some of the students. While he was doing that, Iida took the opportunity and ran to the door. Kurogiri was busy teleporting the students, and he couldn't catch Iida. Zero comment. Chapter 12. An interesting situation. As Iida stood outside, the fog-covered figure finished teleporting the students out of the entrance just as Bakugo and Kirishima leaped onto the fog-covered foe. At the earthquake zone, all the villains converged within the area. Just as they were about to strike, a black portal appeared in the air. Emerging from it were Izuku and Momo. The portal closed behind them, leaving them surrounded by a sea of villains. What the hell? Izuku exclaimed as he found Momo atop him. Momo, can you please get up? He asked, noticing the tense surroundings. Yes. Right away. Momo's swift response resonated through the chaos as she sprang to her feet. A flash, she leaped upwards, her lithe form momentarily defying the turmoil. But in the midst of her rise, a villain lunged, driven by desperation. Look out! Izuku shouted, and Momo reacted with a fluid grace, her body elegantly ducking beneath the incoming assailant's grasp. The villain, now off balance, hurtled straight toward Izuku. Seizing the opening with instinctual speed, I tapped into the precision my quirk afforded me. My focus sharpened as I adjusted the density of my body, creating a controlled, targeted shift in my mass. My fist connected with the villain's chest, the impact deliberate yet calibrated. They crumpled, incapacitated by the calculated force of my strike. A charged energy pulsed through the air, the first villain's defeat seemingly acting as a catalyst. The rest of the villains intensified their assault, their attacks intensifying in unison. Amidst the chaos, most began targeting Momo, leaving only a handful focused on Izuku. Utilizing his quirk, Izuku shifted between 0 mass and 100 kilogram mass, using the variations to deliver powerful punches. Observing the situation, he realized that the villains attacking him were diminishing in number. Scanning the scene, he noticed that the majority were converging on Momo. Despite her efforts to fend them off with her equipment, she was struggling. Their coordinated assault testing her limits. Her struggle was palpable, each move weighted with determination. Unable to bear this imbalance, I called out, seeking to redirect their focus. Hey, you jackasses! Come and fight me, not the girl. Are any of you even men? My voice, edged with defiance, cut through the chaos, a challenge meant to provoke. My taunts weren't in vain. Some villains redirected their attacks, their anger fueled by my words. Yet, the more strategic among them clung to their course, their intentions shifting to using Momo as leverage against me. They were banking on exploiting my logic-defying quirk's limitations, and I couldn't allow that. With resolve renewed, I decided to take a more direct approach that I charged into the fray. My legs propelled me with augmented strength. I unleashed a potent kick that sent a villain hurtling towards the assembly of foes encircling Momo. And I soon followed after, and just as I was going to collide thin Momo, my momentum was suddenly halted, bringing him to a standstill. The peculiar situation unfolded as I collided with the suspended villain, both frozen in place. Urgency propelled me. Are you okay, Momo? My concern surged forth, urgency lacing my words. Yes, hopefully I am. And thanks for the help. Momo's gratitude was palpable, a connection formed in the midst of chaos. The dire circumstances necessitated innovation. Hey, Momo, can you create something that can handle a large crowd at once? I'm better at one-on-one combat and facing smaller groups, not at dealing with large numbers, I proposed as I lunged back into the battle. Momo's gaze sharpened with determination as she spun to face me. After some time, I've got it, Momo declared. She spun around to face Izuku. Izuku, protect me, okay? Momo's plea resonated with a need that mirrored my own. Sure thing, I affirmed, my focus shifting back to the battle. Momo shed a portion of her attire, conjuring a cannon fitted with a sophisticated fishing net mechanism. As we synced our efforts, a newfound rhythm took hold. Izuku, make sure you're out of the cannon's line of fire, Momo's cautionary words echoed in the midst of our coordinated dance. Don't worry, I can go zero mass anytime, so fire away, my reassurance was accompanied by a determined grin. Together, we surged ahead, our strategies converging seamlessly. Momo's cannon released its payload, ensnaring groups of villains in its web. My own efforts remained steadfast, as I engaged in hand-to-hand combat, efficiently neutralizing the captured foes. Exhaustion mixed with triumph as Momo's exclamation echoed. Izuku, we did it! Of course we did, Izuku grinned, his fatigue barely masking his satisfaction. Momo, you should rest too. You seem quite worn out. It's nothing. Now, let's head towards the entrance, Momo suggested. As they moved, they found themselves walking remarkably close to each other, their shoulders almost touching. Engrossed in conversation and laughter, they continued towards the exit, nearly oblivious to the unique phenomenon of their proximity. If the mass is heavy enough he can create too much force, and because this shape is same his bone density muscle density are increased so to support his mass as dm/voh and Izuku can't walk in zero mass as the is essentially energy or light depending on the situation as emc:2. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 13. The Strongest. Momo and I were on our way out when we spotted Aizawa-sensei in a perilous situation. A Nomu was attacking him, and things took a horrifying turn when the Nomu grabbed Aizawa-sensei's head under Shigaraki's orders. The command came, "Nomu, crush his skull now." I didn't hesitate, I sprang into action. In an instant, I changed my mass to a whopping 10,000 kilograms and launched myself off the ground, creating a shockwave that cleared the area. I closed in on the Nomu, calculating my moves meticulously. Upon impact, the Nomu went soaring through the air, a result of my precise strategy. As I reverted my mass to normal, I steeled myself for what lay ahead. Shigaraki said, "What's going on? How did the Nomu get thrown like that? It's supposed to be an unbeatable opponent, designed to take down All Might." Amidst the chaos, I kept Aizawa-sensei in my sight, his injured form etched into my mind, as I stands catching Aizawa-sensei. Standing tall and protecting Aizawa-sensei, I assured him, "Sensei, you can rest now. I'll take down that thing and ensure everyone's safety, even if it's my last act." Aizawa-sensei's consciousness wavered, and he barely managed to say, "Problem child, it's not your duty or time to shoulder this burden. It's my Joe." His voice faded, his consciousness slipping away. Firm in my resolve, I leaped away from the center of USA with Aizawa-sensei in my arms towards Momo, urgently calling out, "Momo, take sensei away and keep him safe. I'll solve this." Momo expressed concern. "Izuku, even Aizawa-sensei, a pro hero, can't do anything to that thing. What can we hero in training, a child, even do?" I listened carefully, contemplating my response. I replied with unwavering determination, "What can I do if I, the strongest in class, don't do anything? That thing is going to go on a rampage, killing all the students. If I, who has a chance, don't do anything, am I even worthy of this quick?" Momo's eyes glistened with worry and tears, and I felt warmth in my heart at her concern. Momo, listening to this, says, "Baka, even if you're the strongest in the class, it doesn't mean you need to shoulder the weight all on your own. You're still a child, not a pro hero. Can't you see that I am worried about you? What if you ended up like Aizawa-sensei?" Momo says this as she ends up crying. Izuku, seeing this, starts to smile and says, "Thanks for worrying about me, but I will make sure not to end up like Aizawa-sensei, okay?" Momo looks up and says, "Promise?" "Promise. Now take Aizawa-sensei away, okay?" says Izuku as he walks away. He thinks Momo was cute, but he can't entertain this thought right now, as he is now supposed to fight. Momo's gaze lingered on his back, a mix of emotions in her eyes. She seemed to be wondering why she became so emotional, even shedding tears in front of Izuku. As she held onto Aizawa-sensei, She resolved to come back and help him after ensuring Sensei's safety. Facing the Nomu before me and standing opposite Shigaraki, I felt a surge of determination. Shigaraki commanded, "You got lucky, kid. Nomu, go and take out that brat." The Nomu charged at me, and I met its approach with resolute determination. I held my ground, increasing my mass to 5,098.07 kilograms. I stood firm as the Nomu closed in, my heart racing from the sheer force it possessed. With a touch of jest, I remarked, "That packed quite a punch, didn't it?" My own nervousness was concealed, but I could feel it beneath the surface. I wondered, how did Aizawa-sensei manage to withstand this level of force? It would be enough to crush a normal man. However, what Izuku wasn't aware of was that Nomu had only used minimal strength against Aizawa to conserve its power for all might. Shigaraki had instructed Nomu to hold back against Aizawa, while against him, Shigaraki had commanded Nomu to knock out, so it used its full strength. My actions unfolded quickly. Swiftly calculating my next move, I quickly changed my mass to 10,000 kilograms and unleash a powerful blow on Nomu. To my astonishment, Nomu remains unfazed, staring back at me. He then lunges to grab my head. This is the first time someone has endured my punch with such force. Normally, this level of force would incapacitate or even kill an opponent. But before I can fully absorb this shock, Nomu's massive hand rockets toward me. Instinct kicks in, and I adjust my mass to 0, causing me to evade Nomu's incoming attack. His hand passes through the space I occupied, and in an instant, I restore my mass to its original state. With Nomu's next strike in mind, I react swiftly, manipulating my mass again to catch his hand in midair. Capitalizing on the moment, I hurl Nomu into a different part of the city, zone where he crashes into a wall. The Nomu emerged from the impact unharmed, leaping back at me. My instincts kicked in, shifting my mass to evade its incoming attack. The Nomu walks out unscathed and leaps towards me. I quickly start increasing my mass again, then I run and jump at the Nomu. Just before our collision, I prepare my hand to strike the Nomu's head, even as its hand aims for mine. In a swift motion, I use my free hand to catch its hand and then deliver a powerful punch that propels the Nomu flying into the USJ area. After the crash, the Nomu stands seemingly unharmed. I feel the gravity of the situation sink in. However, I fail to notice that the Nomu has closed the gap between us with remarkable speed. Now we're locked in close combat. I push myself to change my mass like never before. But the Nomu's shock absorption ability mitigates most of the impact from my punches. Still, I persistently alter my mass, pushing the limits of its shock absorption. The exchange of blows between the Nomu and me intensifies, generating a swirling dust storm around us. The battle's intensity continues to rise as we trade blow after blow. Yes, everyone witnesses this incredible display of strength. The combatants on both sides pause their fighting. The villains become mesmerized, their initial bravado turning into fear as they witness a semblance of a second all might in me. Meanwhile, the aspiring heroes in training are left in utter shock. To see me going toe-to-toe with the very being that had overcome Aizawa-sensei leaves them awestruck and speechless. Amidst the swirling dust storm, the Nomu begins to show signs of faltering. Its punches start to miss their target, and simultaneously, I'm feeling the strain on my stamina as my accuracy wanes. Realizing that the decisive moment has arrived, I make the choice, now or never. I increase my mass to an unprecedented level and relentlessly pummel the Nomu. With each punch, its resistance weakens, and finally, the Nomu collapses onto the ground, motionless. Suddenly, amidst the tension, Shigaraki's furious voice cuts through the chaos, shouting, "Get up, Nomu. You have to kill him." The Nomu's finger twitches in response, and anxiety courses through me. I wonder if I should have started with 101,936 kilograms. Fortunately, the Nomu remains incapacitated, its body seemingly shut down while only its head functions. Shigaraki's frustration is palpable as he yells, "This can't be. Nomu was supposed to kill All Might. It can't be defeated like this." He charges toward me, but just as he's about to reach me, the USJ doors burst open. All Might enters, carrying another hero in his arms. Simultaneously, the gun hero takes aim and shoots at the ground near Shigaraki's feet, halting his advance. Then, with unwavering resolve, All Might's voice rings out, "I am here." Witnessing this, Kurogiri teleports away with Shigaraki, disappearing from the scene. I exhale a sigh of relief as I see the tension dissolve. Automatically, my mind releases its grip on my quirk, and I revert to my normal state. Seeing this, Momo rushed to me, her voice tinged with pride and joy. "You did it, Izuku! You saved everyone!" A smile formed on my lips, and I began to respond, "Hey, I sure did. I told you I wow." My words are abruptly cut off as I cough up blood. Concern flashing in her eyes, Momo hastens her pace. However, her gaze shifts behind me, and her expression twists with alarm as she spots a broken pole hurtling towards me. She urgently warns, "Izuku, look out!" But her warning comes too late, and the pole strikes Izuku's head. Izuku crumpled to the ground, and Momo's heart tightens in fear. Swiftly, she rushes to Izuku's side, her worry evident as she assesses Izuku's condition. Finding that he is just unconscious but still breathing, relief washes over her, and she scolds, "Idiot, don't make me worry like this. Again, okay?" Sitting down, she gently cradles his head in her lap, her fingers tenderly running through his hair. A smile plays on her lips as she looks down at Izuku, a mixture of emotions in her eyes. "Oh, and you might be wondering where that pole came from. Well, during the Nomu fight, it broke and landed on the ground. Since Izuku was increasing his mass, he essentially created a gravitational field around him. This gravitational pull caused the pole to be drawn towards him." Creator's thoughts. Earthly Reader. I will update weekly on Saturday starting from March 2nd. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 14. The Aftermath. As I woke up, I found myself lying in bed, staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. "Where am I?" was my initial thought, and I couldn't help but voice it out loud. "You're in the medical ward, young man," came the response from the recovery girl. I turned my head to see her approaching me, leaning on a cane. "You've got quite a resilient body there. Judging by the injuries I'm looking at, you haven't been that badly hurt. Though the report of your fight suggests something else. Still, your body was hanging on by a thread, so when I used my quirk, it pushed your already exhausted stamina even further. You'll need a good day's rest at the very least." "Clear?" she explained. "Yes, ma'am," I responded. "All right, I've already given your parents the heads up that you're awake. They should be heading here soon," she added. "Ah, okay," I replied, my nerves kicking in as I started to think about how to reassure my mom. After a few hours, the door to the medical ward was ajar, revealing Izuku's mother, Inko, standing there with worry etched across her face. From the moment the USJ attack had concluded and Izuku had been placed in the medical ward, she had received a phone call from Nizu. He had informed her that her son had been involved in a villain attack, assuring her of his safety while also explaining that he was currently in the medical ward. Despite Nizu's words, Inko's mind had frozen. His message about Izuku being in danger due to the attack didn't quite process. By the time she had arrived at the medical ward, the clock had already struck 6 p.m. Gazing at her son, who lay on the hospital bed, worry evident in her eyes and tears threatening to escape, Inko approached him and gently clasped his hand, whispering, "Baby, your mom is here. Wake up." There was no response, only an unsettling silence. She had never anticipated a day like today, believing that even if his opponent was more powerful, Izuku's quirk, his ability to reduce his mass to 0, would always ensure his safety. She thought he would return home unscathed, just as he had after first discovering his quirk years ago. Overwhelmed, Inko held onto Izuku's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped hers. "Don't worry, Auntie. Izuku's okay." The recovery girl said he's just exhausted from using her quirk. "You don't need to cry. Izuku is strong," reassured Bakugo. Inko managed a nod through her tears, replying, "I know, Bakugo, but to see him lying here, helpless before me. Why did he feel the need to fight? He could have just run away from danger." Inko's voice quivered, tears welling up in her eyes once more. At that moment, A voice chimed in from behind her. He fought to protect all of us. Izuku risked his life to shield us. He once said, if I, the one with the power to become the strongest, can't protect everyone, then what's the use of my quirk? It was Momo who spoke, her comforting words wrapping around Inko's heart. Turning around, Inko was met with the sight of Class 1A, both inside and outside the ward, standing together in support. Witnessing this united display, Inko's tears began to subside, replaced by a grateful smile. You're absolutely right, she replied softly, her heart swelling with pride for her amazing son. Now in the present. Izuku, my baby, are you all right? My mom asks as she walks over to me. Yes, Mom, I'm okay, I reply. Oh good. I'm relieved, she says. Seeing her reaction leaves me a bit puzzled, but it's also a relief to know that I don't need to do anything to reassure her. Izuku, promise me you won't do anything like this again. If you ever come face to face with a villain, you need to run and find a pro-hero, okay? Mom's voice is filled with concern, and I nod in response. With my agreement understood, she continues, I've said what I needed to say. Now, I think your friends would like to talk to you. She looks back, and I notice my entire class gathered there. Izuku, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Did you get hurt? My friends barrage me with questions about my well-being. After their inquiries, they start to disperse, except for one. As the others leave, one person comes back, and it's Momo. You said you wouldn't be hurt, like Aizawa-sensei. I believed you were fine, but then you coughed up blood and passed out, Momo says, her tone heavy with concern. Okay, I get it. But my injuries weren't as bad as Aizawa-sensei's. Recovery girl said they were minimal, and something hit my head, which made me lose consciousness, I explain. You were hit by a pole. I'm just wondering how that pole ended up there, Momo muses. As I think back, I can't figure out how that pole got to me. There weren't any villains around who could have thrown it. Both Momo and I find ourselves pondering. Just as I'm about to give up, Momo proposes, Izuku, your quirk lets you change your mass, right? Yes, I confirm. How high did you increase your mass? Momo asks. I'm not sure. I kept increasing my mass while I was trying to take on the Nomu's punches, I answer. Ah, that's it. You must have reached a mass where you generated your own gravitational field. The pole would have been drawn to you, Momo explains. I can do that? Huh, I had no idea, I exclaim in surprise. Yes, theoretically, using the formula FGX, M1XM2/D2, you could create your own gravitational field, Momo informs me. Now I'm really curious about what else I can do, I wonder aloud. Let me research that for now. Right now, you need to rest, Momo suggests as she heads out of the room. As I settle back into bed, I drift off to sleep, my mind buzzing with newfound possibilities. In a school setting, a concerned parent engaged in a discussion with a representative from the institution regarding the aftermath of the USJ attack, which had directly impacted their son. The parent voiced their anxieties about their child's safety in the wake of the incident and sought assurance about the proposed security measures. Attentively, the school representative listened, acknowledging the parents' concerns. They detailed the school's plan to construct a protective dome around the premises, supplemented by the presence of pro-heroes as guards, in order to enhance security. The parent inquired about potential implications for the students' education and daily life, wondering if they would be confined within the dome. The school representative empathetically assured them that while certain outdoor activities might be restricted, the dome was designed to provide a safe yet enriching environment, ensuring quality education and extracurricular engagements. Seeking further clarity, the parent questioned the possibility of parental visits to the dome. The representative affirmed their commitment to transparency, disclosing plans for regular parent visits, thus allowing them to observe security measures and interact with the guarding pro-heroes. The parent expressed gratitude for the school's responsiveness and underscored their paramount concern for their child's safety. In turn, the representative reiterated the institution's dedication to security and a supportive learning atmosphere. With appreciation and a sense of relief, the parent thanked the representative for their time and understanding, acknowledging the school's endeavor to prioritize safety and education harmoniously. This Sean repeated until for all the students. Essentially, their conversation unfolded as follows. Parent, excuse me, I wanted to talk to you about the recent incident involving the USJ attack. My son was there during the attack, and I'm concerned about his safety moving forward. School representative, of course, I understand your concern. The USJ attack was a troubling incident, and we are taking steps to ensure the safety of all students. We're planning to build a protective dome around the school premises, and we'll have pro-heroes stationed as guards to enhance security. Parent, I appreciate your efforts to increase security, but I'm still worried about my son's safety. How can I be assured that he'll be protected within this dome? School representative, I completely understand your concern. The protective dome will be equipped with advanced security measures, such as surveillance systems, reinforced barriers, and anti-intrusion technology. The presence of pro-heroes as guards will also provide an additional layer of protection. We are working closely with experienced pro-heroes to develop strategies to respond quickly to any potential threats. Parent, that's reassuring to hear, but I'm also concerned about how this might affect the students' education and overall experience. Will they be confined within the dome at all times? School representative, we understand the importance of maintaining a balanced and enriching environment for our students. The protective dome is designed to prioritize safety without compromising on the quality of education and student life. While there might be some restrictions in terms of outdoor activities, we are committed to providing engaging classes, training, and extracurricular activities within the dome. We want to ensure that students can continue their studies and personal growth without feeling overly restricted. Parent, I'm glad to hear that you're considering both safety and the students' well-being. Will there be any opportunities for parents to visit and see the conditions within the dome? School representative, absolutely, we believe in transparency and keeping parents informed. We're planning to organize regular parent visits within the dome so that you can see the security measures and conditions for yourselves. This will also be a chance for you to interact with the pro-heroes who are safeguarding the school. Parent, that's a relief to hear. Thank you for addressing my concerns. I just want to ensure my son's safety while allowing him to continue his education without disruptions. School representative, we completely understand your concerns as a parent, and we're here to support both you and your son. If you have any further questions or suggestions, please don't hesitate to let us know. We are committed to creating a secure and nurturing environment for all our students. Parent, thank you for taking the time to address my concerns. I appreciate your efforts and dedication to keeping our children safe. Zero comment. Chapter 15, The New Start. In an unknown home on a TV reporter, this is a follow-up report on yesterday's incident at the UA Rescue Training Facility, where Hero Corps students were attacked by villains. According to the police investigation, the criminals identify themselves as the League of Villains and have been plotting to target All Might, who has been a teacher at UA since this spring. Despite the arrest of 72 villains, the whereabouts of their ringleader remain unknown. Tsukachi gazed at the television screen, absorbing the report's information. The room was dimly lit, the glow of the screen casting flickers of light on his focused expression. He contemplated the situation before him. All Might glanced at Tsukachi, inquiring, "What's on your mind, Tsukachi?" Tsukachi met All Might's gaze and responded, "The police have delved into the group identifying themselves as the League of Villains. There's no record of anyone in their 20s or 30s named Shigaraki with a disintegration quirk. The same applies to the individual known as Kurogiri with the Warp Gate ability. It's likely that they're not using their real names and might not even be registered citizens. Essentially, they're individuals from the darker corners of society with unregistered quirks." With a concerned look, Tsukachi questioned, "But what's the significance of that? Why did they launch such a brazen attack? It's something most regular folks wouldn't even consider attempting." And the way that Manchild rambled on. He boasted about Nomu's quirk, even though he didn't divulge his own. And when things didn't go his way, he couldn't hide his frustration. Though I believe he aimed to manipulate the quirk situation, he recklessly abandoned the advantage of using unknown quirks against heroes. He spouted immature, nonsensical claims with unwavering confidence. He flaunted his possessions. It's as if he believed everything should simply fall into place. When I consider this, along with my observations during the attack, I envision Shigaraki as someone who hasn't outgrown his juvenile sense of invincibility. A grown man acting like a child. Listening attentively, All Might responded, "Well, that's an interesting assessment. But the real issue lies in the 72 villains apprehended at USJ. They were all low-level criminals hiding in the shadows. The concerning part is their alignment with this man-child's ideology and leadership. In a world flooded with heroes, individuals harboring villainous inclinations might be drawn to such a simplistic form of evil." Tsukachi nodded in agreement, adding, "You're right. Many people struggle to find their place with their quirks. The situation is indeed alarming. Thankfully, we can focus on our investigative efforts thanks to the pro-heroes. We'll expand our search network and continue supporting the capture of these perpetrators." As the conversation continued, All Might's thoughts drifted inward, contemplating the situation at hand. He silently mused, a man-child. In a peculiar way, he's not so different from our students. There's still room for growth. But if there's someone manipulating him, cultivating his malevolence, I shudder to think of the potential consequences. The day following the League of Villains attack on USJ, the school temporarily closed its doors. Yet, relaxation proved elusive. With the school reopening, everything felt familiar again as I entered Class 1A. The air was alive with whispers, and in the midst of the anticipation, Shiro and Kaminari were sharing secrets in hushed tones. Shiro barely whispered, "Did you catch the news last night?" Kaminari nodded, responding just as quietly, "Yeah." Leaning in, Shiro grinned like he was sharing a big secret. "Did you notice everyone from our class appearing on screen for a second?" Realization spread across Kaminari's face. "I didn't really stand out, huh?" Shiro chuckled softly, "You've got a point." Kaminari smirked playfully, "Guess it's hard to stand out when you look like me, right?" Shiro's laughter was muffled, but seriously, the way the channels hyped it up was unexpected. Meanwhile, my thoughts were focused on the upcoming UA Sports Festival. Almost as if she could read my mind, Mina exclaimed with excitement, "The Sports Festival! It's such a normal school event." Momo, being practical as always, voiced her concerns, cutting through the excitement. "Wait, is it really safe to have a sports festival so soon after the villains attacked the school? What if they come after us again during the event?" Iida, ever responsible, answered her, "The school administration sees it as a chance to demonstrate our crisis management system's strength. They're increasing security by 5 times compared to previous years. And besides, the sports festival is a significant opportunity. We can't just cancel it because of a few villains." As the discussion continued, Achiko voiced her worries. "Don't you all feel even a little scared? What if they attack us again during the festival? It could be really dangerous." Mina responded empathetically, "It's understandable, though, right? The hero course itself was targeted, and if the teachers hadn't acted quickly, it could have been a disaster." In the midst of this conversation, Kirishima couldn't resist teasing Shiro. "Cut it out, Shiro." Shiro's nerves got the better of him. "I can't help it. Just thinking about it." Kirishima's firm tone silenced him. "Enough. Keep it down." Amidst the uncertainty, admiration for my heroics came through. Mina's voice carried a hint of awe. But seriously, Izuku was incredible, taking on those overwhelmingly strong villains. Before the anticipation could escalate further, Momo's authoritative voice took over. "All right, everyone. Morning homeroom is about to start. Quiet down and take your seats." Shiro joked with a wry smile. "We're already seated." Kirishima retorted quickly, "You're the only one standing." Tsuyu's curious croak joined in. "Rip it, who's our teacher today?" Kirishima answered with a touch of uncertainty. "Well, Mr. Aizawa should still be recovering at the hospital." Tsuyu's persistent amphibian curiosity continued. "Ribbit?" Breaking the silence, Momo greeted our returning teacher. "Good morning." Her voice held surprise and respect as she noted Mr. Aizawa's early return. "Mr. Aizawa, you're back sooner than we expected. You're the definition of a pro." Iida's concern was palpable. "So, Mr. Aizawa, how are you feeling?" Aizawa's response carried weight. "Can you really call this feeling better? But how I'm doing personally isn't the focus. What's important is that the battle isn't over." As realization sank in, Kirishima's voice tinged with disbelief. "Wait, are you saying the villains are still a threat?" Aizawa's answer was solemn. "Yes, they are. The UA Sports Festival is approaching." Momo's tone shifted to one of familiarity and nostalgia. "Ah, the sports festival. It's such a typical school event." Mina agreed, her voice echoing the sentiment. "Absolutely, just a normal school event." Momo's uncertainty cut through. "But, is it really wise to proceed with the sports festival so soon after the villains attack? What if they strike again during the event?" Iida's logical explanation followed. "The school administration sees it as an opportunity to showcase our resilience and the effectiveness of our crisis management system. Security measures are being escalated to levels 5 times higher than previous years. And beyond all that, the sports festival is a grand opportunity for us." Minetta's apprehension resurfaced. "Seriously? Aren't you guys even a bit worried? What if they attack us again during the festival? It's incredibly risky." Mina's response held understanding. "Well, we can't really blame them. The hero course, where future pros are being trained, was under attack. Without the teacher's prompt intervention, the outcome could have been dire." Aizawa mentioned, "Our sports festival is a huge chance. We can't cancel an event of this scale because of a few villains. The UA Sports Festival has taken on the role of what the Olympics used to be for Japan. After graduation, many of you will likely join a pro agency as sidekicks. However, some might miss the chance to become independent and end up as eternal sidekicks. If you're aiming to go pro, this event is your path to the future. You only get one chance a year. Just 3 chances in total." Achiko added with excitement, "Even with everything that's happened, I'm really looking forward to it. If we give an outstanding performance and stand out, we'll take the first step toward becoming pros. Coming to you, it was worth it." Someone chimed in, "We have limited opportunities. We can't afford to let this one slip." BTW, if you are confused, all the conversation are happening from different group. All the conversation are from diff part of class. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 16. The Sports Festival starts. As Aizawa-sensei finished the announcement, our class resumed as intended, and then the break came as we were leaving. Just as we were about to exit, one of our classmates opened the door, asking, "W, what's going on?" Another classmate, seeing this, inquired, "What business do you have with Class A?" From the midst of the crowd, someone observed, "Scouting out the enemy, small fry." Iida chimed in with concern, "We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack. They probably want to check us out for the sports festival." I walked to the front of the class and asserted, "All of you move out. I don't care if you're here to observe or whatever, you don't have the right to block our path like this. So, clear the way." Amidst all this, a guy with purple hair stepped forward from the crowd and remarked, "I came to see what the famous Class A was like, but you all seem pretty arrogant. Are all the students in the hero course like this? Your attitude is quite disillusioning. There are many who didn't make it into the hero course and ended up in general studies or other programs. Did you know that? The school has given us a chance. Depending on the sports festival results, they might consider transferring us into the hero course. They might even transfer students out." He continued, "Scouting out the enemy? Well, I'm here to declare that even if you're in the hero course, if you let your arrogance get the best of you, I won't hesitate to knock you down. Consider this a declaration of war." Listening to his words, I couldn't help but respond, "You can go ahead and declare war, but for a war, both sides need to be evenly matched. I don't see you and me as equals." A voice from the crowd added, "This guy's got some nerve." I smirked and replied, "Yes, I am bold because my boldness is backed by power. There's a reason I was ranked number 1. I earned that rank by proving myself, unlike all of you who couldn't even make it here on your first attempt and now act like you're all superior on your second try." Ignoring the rest of the students, I headed towards the cafeteria. On my way, Momo came up to me and said, Izuku, why did you have to say all those things? None of it was necessary. I listened to Momo's words and admitted, yes, it was unnecessary, but their behavior, acting all high and mighty while blocking our path, just irritated me. I let my emotions get the best of me. Momo sighed and advised, Izuku, you need to control your emotions. At USJ, you were composed and acted like a true hero. Now, you're letting yourself get worked up like a child. Hearing this, I chuckled and responded, yeah, you're right. We continued to chat and went about our day. On the day of the UA Sports Festival, the excitement was palpable. The crowd was buzzing with anticipation as Present Mic's energetic voice filled the air. Hey, pay attention, audience. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. The UA Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Course, Class 1A, right? There are so many people. Will they be able to give their best performance being watched by so many people? Present Mic continued with his excitement, hyping up the crowd and building the anticipation. They haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Hero Course, Class 1B. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. Support Course, Classes F, G, and H are here too. And Business Course, Classes I, J, and K. All of UA's first years are here now. Present Mic introduced the various first-year classes, highlighting the diversity of talents present. Time for the player pledge. This year's chief umpire for the first years is the R-rated hero Midnight. Present Mic announced with a questioning tone. Quiet, everyone. Representing the students is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Midnight's authoritative voice cut through the buzz of the crowd. That guy did finish first in the entrance exam. In the hero course, remarked someone from the first year of UA. Hello, everybody. I hope you all have a nice day, but this sports festival is going to be boring as I will get first place. So, all of you sit back and relax, watching who will get second, okay? And as for all the students who came to try and get second, well, good luck, Izuku said, a proud smile on his face and his eyes radiating confidence. His words left a strong impression on the audience. As Izuku finished his speech, a wave of astonishment and protest swept through the students. Voices cried out in disbelief, "What the heck? Stop messing around. Don't be so full of yourselves, class. You sludge BSRD. Why are you doing something so disgraceful? At least become a nice bouncy step for me to jump off of," quipped the purple-haired guy. How overconfident can you get? Every year, many drink their tears here. Now, here is the fateful first game. This year's an obstacle course race. All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is freedom. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now, take your places, everyone. Present Mic announced the details of the upcoming event, further fueling the crowd's excitement. Okay, here's the play-by-play. Are you ready to do the commentary, mummy man? Present Mic chuckled. You're the one who forced me to come, Aizawa replied, his expression unamused, as he prepared for the event ahead. Standing before me is a narrow, elongated tunnel. Students surround me, pushing forward to secure the first position. Yet I observe, taking in the determined rush of activity. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we have an unconventional participant in this race. While most rush headlong into the tunnel, this individual has adopted a more contemplative approach, allowing peers to take the lead, announces Present Mic. Amidst the commotion, Momo gazes at me with curiosity in her eyes. Why aren't you running? She asks. My response is calm and deliberate. I'm giving them a chance. Now you should go as well. I watch as Momo ponders my words, but her contemplation is interrupted as Todoroki freezes the ground. It's time to act. I suppose I should get ready, I remark casually, brushing imaginary dirt off my shoulder. Momo Yaoyorozu, one of the top students in the class, seems baffled by Izuku's choice. Why are you here and not running? She seems to inquire, her expression reflecting the questions we all must be asking, says Present Mike. Turning my attention back to Momo, I beckon her over. Come here, Momo, I say, extending my hand. She hesitates for a moment before deciding to take my hand. Hold on tight, okay? With a slight shift in my body's mass, I launch into a sprint, shattering the ice created by Todoroki. Spotting an open path, I pick up speed, shifting my mass again as I bound forward, leaving the competition behind. And just look at that, folks. A collaboration between Izuku and Momo Yaoyorozu. An unexpected pairing, yet a powerful one. Their unity is a testament to the bonds formed in the heat of competition, exclaims Present Mike. Suddenly, I encounter a group of students struggling against the 0-pointers. Without hesitation, I leap onto one of the robots, delivering a powerful blow that takes out its head. Glancing back at the other students, I offer a parting quip, "See you all." And just like that, I'm off again, their astonished gazes tracing my every move, particularly the unfamiliar girl on my back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing a fascinating display of control and adaptability here. Izuku Midoriya is using his unique abilities to effortlessly tackle the obstacles that come his way. His mass manipulation is proving to be quite the game changer. Present Mike remarks. Hold your breath, everyone. Izuku Midoriya is approaching the high rope obstacle. Now, what is he going to do? Says Present Mike. Approaching the next challenge, the high rope, I direct my attention to Momo. Hold on to me tightly, it might get rough, I advise her. Edging toward the precipice, I propel myself off the edge, manipulating my mass to achieve the perfect balance between lightness and momentum. Repeating the process, I navigate the obstacle with unprecedented speed, leaving the other students amazed. I approach an ice-covered field, quickly instructing Momo to create ice skates. With this new advantage, I glide effortlessly across the ice. This pattern continues through each challenge, making them seem effortless. Time flies as I conquer one obstacle after another. Finally, I face the last challenge, where Bakugo and Todoroki are entrenched. I greet them with a lighthearted tone. Hey, guys, how's it going? Bakugo, drenched in sweat, retorts, as you can see, jackass, his frustration evident. Todoroki remains silent, his demeanor inscrutable. Without further ado, I leap into action, surmounting the obstacle with ease and crossing the finish line, securing the first position. Momo follows closely behind, claiming second place. Ladies and gentlemen, what a remarkable performance. Izuku Midoriya emerges as the victor, defying convention and inspiring us all. His journey through this obstacle course showcases the power of determination, teamwork, and thinking outside the box. In a competition that seemed like a clash of raw strength and speed, Izuku Midoriya's brilliance has left an indelible mark. His actions remind us that heroism isn't just about physical prowess, but about the heart, the mind, and the connections we forge along the way, says Present Mike. Amidst the crowd's excitement, Present Mike's voice rings out, capturing the surprising turn of events. What a turn of events! The last starting student was the first to finish. Zero comment. Chapter 17. The second round. Woo-woo, this is the end of the first year's first round. Let's look at the results. In first place, we have Izuku Midoriya. In second place, we have Momo Yaoyorozu, and in third place, we have Shoto Todoroki, announces Midnight as she proceeds through the rankings. She continues until she reaches the 42nd spot, and then states, the top 42 have made it into the next round. For those who didn't make it, we have something else prepared for you. Now, let's move on to the second round, says Midnight as she spins the wheel. The next round is the cavalry battle, she adds. Now, let me explain. The participants are going to form groups of up to it's basically the same as the real thing, but there's one difference. Based on the scores from the previous rounds, we will assign points. The 42nd place will receive 5 points, the 41st place will receive 10 points, And the first place will receive a whopping 10 million points, Midnight elaborates. As soon as Midnight Sensei finished talking, I knew I would be the #1 target. Since it was a team game, the first person that came to my mind was Momo, so I acted on it. Momo, do you want to partner with me? I asked, and Momo nodded. So, you and I are in a team. You can stand in the front, but with me at your back, it will be difficult. Let's search for the third member, Momo suggested. I agreed. When I think about versatility, the first person that comes to mind is you, and the second is Tokoyami. Momo explained her plan. Yes, his quirk is very good. I can sit on his shoulder, and his quirk, Dark Shadow, can watch all sides. You can watch the front, and I can make a stick so that whoever comes near gets imbalanced and falls. I nodded in agreement. Yes, this is a good plan. We approached Tokoyami and asked if he wanted to team up with us, and he agreed. With our team formed, we found ourselves on the battlefield. Most everyone was coming after me, except Bakugo, who went after Todoroki since he knew going after me would be foolish. As all eyes were on me, I stood my ground and increased my mass, becoming immovable. In this formation, the front person couldn't snatch the ribbon unless they were in range. Since I stood in front, most of them couldn't get to it, but a few managed to slip past me or approach from the sides. However, Dark Shadow handled those, and the remaining ones were taken care of by Momo. Her strikes unbalanced them, causing them to fall and miss grabbing the ribbon. This pattern continued until halftime, and by then, most teams were busy fighting each other instead of us. They really are scared of us, aren't they? Momo commented. I chuckled and replied, yes, think about it. When they face a mountain, a shadow, and just when they think they've overcome all obstacles, a stick comes flying at them, shattering their hopes. As all of this unfolded, Tokoyami remained silent. Time's up. In first place, we have the team of Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Fumikage Tokoyami, announced Midnight as she revealed the rankings. Creator's thoughts. Earthly reader. I know this is short. Sir, don't worry, I am working on a 20k word long chapter. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 18, the third round. Ladies and gentlemen, heroes and heroines, we stand here at the brink of an electrifying third round. The waves of competition have ushered us to this juncture, and now, the remaining students shall collide in a crucible of intellect, strategy, and unwavering will. I can practically taste the tension in the air, a tangible excitement for the exceptional clashes poised to unravel. These youthful champions have already bared their souls in the preceding rounds, unveiling their unique quirks and resolute determination. But in this chapter of the contest, they must plunge even deeper, transcending their boundaries to seize triumph. To those contenders standing prepared, remember that this is your instance to radiate. Within this Colosseum, beneath the moon's watchful eye and amid the roars of the crowd, you possess the opportunity to etch your name into the scrolls of heroic chronicles. So, embrace the shadows, welcome the trial, and allow the brilliance of your quirk to illuminate the night. Without further delay, let the third round of the UA Sports Festival commence. Feel at liberty to incorporate your personal flourishes and cadence as you embody the essence of Midnight. Revel in channeling her charismatic dynamism and captivating aura, proclaims Midnight. As I step out of my door, I listen to Midnight's voice announcing my arrival with a touch of dramatic flair. The first match is Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinso, and now we welcome Izuku Midoriya. Her words echo through the arena. Walking onto the stage, I feel the spotlight on me as I take in the crowd's energy. Then, Midnight's voice takes the spotlight again, introducing my opponent, and in opposition, we have Hitoshi Shinso. He makes his entrance onto the stage. Our eyes lock, a tension building between us. You're the boy with the inflated ego, aren't you? Shinso's voice breaks the silence. That's not ego, those are straight facts, cold hard truth, I retort, my confidence unwavering. Midnight watches us closely, her anticipation evident. With her command, fight, the battle begins. You know I'm not a fan of you, Shinso mutters, trying to provoke a reaction. Who said you had to be one? I reply, my focus solely on the challenge ahead. A smirk tugs at the corner of Shinso's lips as he taunts me further. Got you, and now walk out. I feel a strange force trying to immobilize me, but instead of succumbing to his expectations, I counteract the effect by fading out of existence momentarily. Shinso's expression shifts from confidence to shock, his words stumbling. What? Why are you not going out? Now free from whatever manipulation he attempted, I solidify once more and explain, I don't know what you tried to pull off, but unlike other quirks, mine has a failsafe. If something goes wrong with my brain or body, my quirk automatically pulls me out of existence. So, whatever your quirk is, it won't work on me. With determination, I increase my mass, declaring, let's finish this. Swiftly, I charge towards him. His eyes widen in realization of his impending defeat as I close the distance, delivering a powerful blow that sends him flying and out of bounds. The crowd erupts into cheers as Midnight declares, Izuku Midoriya wins this fight, her voice resounding triumphantly. As the adrenaline fades, I descend from the heightened energy of the battle, the victory sinking in. All the battle goes as shown in the anime. Now I'm stepping out once more as the call of Midnight echoes my name. Now for the second round, we have Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. Now we have Izuku Midoriya stepping onto the stage. As I ascend the platform, memories of my conversation with Endeavor resurface. Hey boy, you with a quirk similar to All Might's, I want you to make Shoto use his fire. He was made to defeat All Might, Endeavor tells me. Responding, I assert, sure, I'll make him use his fire, but not for you. From the way you talk, you're the worst father. I stride away, pausing briefly to turn back and declare, don't expect your creation to defeat me, okay? Unconcerned with Endeavor's expression, I proceed onto the stage where Todoroki awaits. Upon meeting him, I state, Todoroki, if you want to win this, or even stand a chance against me, you'll need to use your fire. Todoroki hesitates and then utters, I will never use his fire, as the fight commences. In an instant, I phase out of existence as Todoroki sends an ice attack my way. Its impact proves futile as I reshape the ice to fit my form and burst out, positioned in front of Todoroki. Repeating the process, I once again become intangible as he launches another ice attack. This cycle continues until he tires out. Midoriya interjects, his voice filled with conviction. Todoroki, the fire you possess is uniquely yours, not a creation of Endeavor's influence. Picture a day when your fire burns so brilliantly that Endeavor can only marvel at your achievements. It's when you can confidently declare that this fire is truly yours, not just a product of his legacy. Imagine the moment when you stand as the number 2 hero, and he looks at you, expecting validation, but you tell him, this is not yours, you failed to shape me into this. And then, you turn your back on him, not caring for his acknowledgement, making him finally realize that he never meant anything to you, what he thought he created wasn't meant to be. So, Todoroki, you should focus on string your fire. Todoroki's eyes widened as he envisioned a future where he finally stood his ground against his father, a triumphant smile forming as he imagined the shock on Endeavor's face when reality hit him. With a self-assured smirk, Todoroki replied, You're absolutely right, Midoriya. That could be quite intriguing. Standing tall, Todoroki vaporizes the ice surrounding him. I phase out of existence once again as he propels his flames toward me. Initially, I regard the flames without concern, but as they make contact, a burning sensation engulfs my arm, akin to a part of me fading away. Instinctively, I increase my mass, and the feeling recedes. Addressing Todoroki, I remark, Color me surprised. You actually managed to harm me. With determination, I leap towards him, delivering a punch that sends him out of bounds, quipping, Let's envision your future with this newfound fire, shall we? I then exit the stage confidently. As I approach the abundance of seats, Momo approaches me and warmly exclaims, Congratulations on securing your second victory, Izuku. Her words initiate a conversation, and amidst our chat, I curiously inquire, Come to think of it, when I was in that state of non-existence, Todoroki managed to actually inflict harm on me, which shouldn't be possible. Together, Momo and I engage in theorizing, although she predominantly leads the discussion due to my limited analytical abilities. Momo offers her insight, suggesting, I think it's because in that non-existent state, you're either composed of light or energy. According to the equation EMC(2) from Einstein's theory of relativity, you should exist in either of those states. Just as she explains this concept, her name is called, signaling her turn to participate. Regrettably, our conversation is cut short as she departs to take her place. Creator's thoughts. Earthly Reader. The 20K word chapter will only come out after the sports festival ends. So 5 chapter remaining. 0 comment. Chapter 19, Momo Yayorozu. In the 6th match of the finals at the UA Sports Festival, Fumikage Tokoyami faced off against Momo Yayorozu. Present Mike introduced them to the crowd, creating a palpable sense of anticipation regarding the unfolding battle. Bakugo, known for his keen insight, emphasized the crucial role of timing in this matchup. Momo, renowned for her strategic thinking, meticulously planned her approach as she contemplated Fumikage's formidable abilities. However, the match began abruptly, catching Momo off guard. Fumikage wasted no time and commanded his quirk, Dark Shadow, to attack. Momo swiftly defended herself by acting a shield, but Dark Shadow circled back with remarkable speed and struck her shield before she could fully unleash her quirk. Dark Shadow continued its relentless assault, closing in ominously. In response, Momo reacted with lightning speed, extending her arm to form a protective shield. The Dark Shadow collided powerfully with her improvised defense. Using the force of this collision, she executed a graceful spin, her determination unwavering. During her rotation, she crafted a makeshift weapon, poised to strike at the elusive Dark Shadow. Nevertheless, Dark Shadow exhibited remarkable agility, bending and contorting its body to narrowly evade her attack. Momo soon realized that attempting to strike Dark Shadow directly was a futile endeavor, given its nimbleness, making it nearly impossible to land a blow. Instead, she shifted her focus to Tokoyami, who was observing the situation intently. Momo initiated a relentless pursuit of him, compelling Tokoyami to dodge her advances, inadvertently dragging Dark Shadow along with him. Momo persisted in her pursuit, displaying remarkable skill to stay just out of Tokoyami's reach. Tokoyami hesitated to strike her directly, fully aware of the pain it could cause. Consequently, he continually evaded her attacks, creating a mesmerizing dance of evasion and pursuit. After a prolonged exchange, Tokoyami grew weary of this game of cat and mouse. With unwavering determination, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Momo. Reacting swiftly, Momo ducked beneath the attack, but Dark Shadow seized the opportunity to strike. Dark Shadow struck Momo with considerable force, disrupting her balance and sending her flying out of her attack zone. Stumbling slightly, she found herself on the defensive. Tokoyami seized this opportunity to switch to the offensive, and Dark Shadow launched a relentless assault. Determined not to let Momo escape as she had before, Tokoyami cornered her in a tight circle. Whenever she attempted to flee, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were there to block her path, preventing her from evading their combined efforts. Unbeknownst to Momo, this relentless strategy pushed her closer and closer to the edge of the battle arena. In her concentrated efforts to outmaneuver Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, she failed to notice that she had been gradually pushed out of bounds, inching closer to defeat with each passing moment. The surprising turn of events left Momo defeated, and Midnight announced Fumikage as the winner. Fumikage, displaying respect, bowed to Momo before leaving the stage. Present Mike noted that it was another swift and overwhelming victory in the tournament. Momo, disappointed by her loss, regretted not being able to showcase her talents. Izuku realized that Fumikage's strategy was to focus his attacks on Momo's shield to avoid causing her harm, demonstrating his strategic prowess and strength. As I stood there, waiting for Momo, a strange sense of unease settled over me. She was late, and that was unusual. I couldn't help but wonder where she might be. The anticipation gnawed at me until I decided to go in search of her. With each step I took, the hallways of the school seemed to stretch into an endless labyrinth. But eventually, I stumbled upon a quiet corridor, nestled close to classroom A. There, in that forgotten space, I found her, Momo Yaoyorozu. Few minutes before, Momo Yaoyorozu sat alone in the dimly lit hallway outside the waiting room, her normally composed expression replaced by one of sullen introspection. The echoes of the crowd's cheers still rang in her ears, a painful reminder of her recent defeat in the third round of the sports festival. Tears streamed down her face, and her expression was one of pure distress. It was clear that something had deeply troubled her. How did I let this happen? She lamented, her head resting against the cold wall. I've trained so hard for this moment, and I fell short. Her quirk, the power to create objects from her own body fat, had always been her pride, but it had failed her when she needed it the most. The disappointment gnawed at her, and her thoughts became a whirlwind of self-criticism. I should have been faster, smarter, she berated herself. I should have anticipated his moves and countered them. Momo knew that she had the potential to excel, but her performance in the battle had left her feeling inadequate and sullen. She had let herself down, and the weight of that realization was heavy on her shoulders. I'm supposed to be a leader, she mumbled to herself, her voice barely audible in the empty hallway. But I couldn't even lead myself to victory. As she wallowed in her thoughts, the soft sound of footsteps approached. Momo glanced up and saw Izuku, a concerned and empathetic look in his eyes. She hadn't expected anyone to venture down this seemingly deserted hallway so soon. Tears streamed down her face, and her expression was one of pure distress. It was clear that something had deeply troubled her. I approached cautiously, and as I took that first step, the echo of my footfall shattered the silence. Momo jumped in shock, her eyes widening with disbelief. She hadn't expected anyone to venture down this seemingly deserted hallway so soon. "Hey, Izuku, what are you doing here?" Momo asked, hastily wiping her tears away. "You idiot," I replied, my concern for her overriding any other emotion. "I'm all alone in the classroom. Besides you, I don't talk to any of the other students." As I watched her, the realization of her isolation settled in, and she spoke softly, "Why do you associate with me and not the others?" "At first," I began, "I saw a appealing girl and thought, I need to talk to you. But as I got to know you, I started to enjoy being around you. All the other students are so dull. I'm pretty sure most of them are really scared of me and would rather avoid me." Momo nodded slowly, absorbing my words. "Who wouldn't want to be near you? You're the most powerful student in the class, and you're fun to be around with." I couldn't help but smile at her compliment, but I knew I had to be honest. "But that's what you think. To them, I'm anything but a classmate who has the strength to go up against All Might. I haven't even talked to the others at all. I come to school and then I spend the whole day talking to you. If you've noticed, because of me, you've made almost no friends." Momo's eyes widened in realization. "What? You're right. From the start, you and I have been together all the time." Our conversation continued, and I noticed that it was centered around me, while Momo mostly responded. I decided to steer it in a different direction. "Momo, I came here to console you, not to have a talk about me," I interjected gently. "But I'm fine," Momo replied, her gaze fixed on me. "No, you're not. The Momo I know would at least give me her input and not just talk about me. She would be responsible and guide me," I said, my voice filled with concern. "You think too highly of me," Momo said, her voice trembling slightly. "I think highly of you because you're the smartest student in the school with an amazing quirk," I reassured her. Momo's self-doubt crept in as she admitted, "What amazing quirk? I lost and didn't even get to show my full potential. I was just there, running around. I bet I looked like a fool." I couldn't bear to see her in such distress. I pulled her into a comforting hug and whispered, "You did not look like a clown. You gave it your all out there, and that takes incredible courage. It's okay to feel disappointed, but remember, it doesn't define your worth." Momo's tears flowed freely and she confessed, "I know. Sniffles, but I had trained so hard for this, Sniffles, and I thought I had a chance." I continued to offer words of encouragement. "I can imagine how tough this must be for you. But sometimes, even when we give it everything we've got, things don't go our way. It's part of life's ups and downs. What's important is how you handle it and what you learn from this experience. Look at Bakugo. He has lost to me his whole life, but that didn't make him give up his dream. He struggled, and now he is one of the most powerful students. If I wasn't here, I bet he would win the whole thing. You should learn from Bakugo and not give up. Momo remained hesitant, her voice wavering as she said, "But that's Bakugo and I am me. We are different people." I reinforced my belief in her, saying, "Yes, you are you, but what I am saying is that you shouldn't give up on yourself. Your quirk is amazing, and if you had made a gun and hit the nerves, you could apprehend many criminals without any fight. That's something no hero has done, and none will ever be able to do so." Momo's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as she realized her potential. She smiled through her tears and said, "That's right, Izuku, I could do that. I can hit the pressure points and immobilize them." I held her closer and said, "I just want you to know that whatever you do, I will always support you no matter what." Just then, a voice echoed through the school's speaker system, announcing, "The winner is Kirishima from Class 1A. "I think it's time to go back," I suggested, and Momo agreed, "Yes, your fight must be coming." Together, we made our way back to the main event, with a newfound understanding and determination to face the challenges ahead. P.S. I know this scene may not have been executed perfectly, but I've put a lot of thought into it. I even considered scrapping it altogether. However, it's crucial because, while Momo didn't suffer as severely as in the anime, this is her first defeat. Moreover, due to the fact that she didn't make many friends, because of Izuku, there was no one else to comfort her. Therefore, it only makes sense for Izuku to step in because she is his only friend. By the way, he does care about Bakugo, but they don't really talk much. So, of course, he would notice Momo's distress and make the effort to console her. Zero comment. Chapter 20. The Unforeseen Battle. Now I step out onto the field, just having comforted Momo after her defeat, although I didn't help much. I couldn't help but wish that my match was second, not first. But we can't change the past, can we? I let out a sigh as I prepare for the battle ahead. I hear Midnight's voice announce the start of the third round of the battle. Now, onto the third round of the battle. We have the undefeated number 1 who got first in all the rounds, Izuku Midoriya, versus the new generation of hero, the brother of Ingenium, Tenya Iida, she says. I look at Iida as he gives me a polite nod and says, "Let's have a fair battle, Midoriya." I nod in agreement and reply, "Okay." After a brief moment, Midnight announces, "Now, fight." I watch as Iida comes at me with immense speed. I can't help but think that this is a tough matchup for him. His whole quirk is about speed, but what can he do when he faces an unmovable wall like me? As I predicted, he charges towards me and attempts to kick me, but just like in the hero versus villain battle, he ends up hitting himself. I look at him, and he's on guard, ready for any attack. I consider letting him hit me repeatedly since I can take it, but that wouldn't be fair to Iida. So, I decide it's time to get moving. I stop thinking and let my body act on instinct. Iida remained on guard, ready for Midoriya's next move. As he anticipated, Midoriya changed his mass and propelled himself forward. Midoriya launched himself towards Iida, altering his mass to become lighter as he hurtled across the arena. As he neared Iida, Midoriya once again adjusted his mass, attempting to punch Iida out of bounds. However, Iida, drawing from his experience with overwhelming speed, knew that individuals with exceptional speed could only move in straight lines. Attempting to change direction could result in injuries, such as a broken ankle. Swiftly, Iida sidestepped Midoriya's incoming attack, maneuvering to the other side of the arena. Iida attempted to catch Midoriya off guard once more, delivering a blow. This time, his attack had a different approach. He struck the back of Midoriya's knee, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Iida tried to kick Midoriya while he was down. However, Midoriya evaded the kick by turning intangible, causing Iida's leg to pass through him. Iida, now on one leg with immense force behind him, was rapidly approaching the arena boundary. Fortunately for Iida, his one leg anchored him in place, turning him from facing the boundary to facing the arena. But luck soon abandoned him as Midoriya's hand emerged and pushed him beyond the boundary. Midnight declared, "Izuku Midoriya is the victor." Midoriya glanced at Iida, extending his hand. "It was quite a challenging matchup for you, Iida. My quirk effectively counters yours, but you still gave it your best." Iida accepted the handshake, his expression reflecting a mix of respect and gratitude. "Thank you, Midoriya. You're right, it was indeed a tough match for me. However, I acknowledge your hard work and strength in getting here. Congratulations on your well-deserved victory." With those words, the two of them exited the arena, acknowledging the battle's outcome and showing respect for each other's efforts. Iida walked back to the UA High School locker room, his head held high but his heart heavy. The cheers of the crowd still echoed in his ears, a reminder of the battle he had just lost. His opponent had been formidable, and Iida couldn't deny that he had given it his all, but in the end he had fallen short. His brows furrowing in disappointment. "I should have been stronger." As he removed his hero costume and changed into his regular clothes, Iida couldn't shake the feeling of defeat. The sports festival meant everything to him. It was a chance to prove himself, to show that he was worthy of being a hero, and to honor the ideals he held dear. What went wrong? He mused, running his fingers through his disheveled hair. Was it my strategy? My speed? Or perhaps my judgment? The analytical side of Iida's mind took over as he replayed the match in his head, analyzing every move, every decision. He knew he needed to learn from this defeat, to identify his weaknesses and work tirelessly to overcome them. "I can't let this setback define me," he told himself firmly. "I will become stronger. I will train harder. I will rise above this." As he left the locker room, Iida was greeted by the smiling faces of his friends, Uraraka and other of Class 1A. Their support meant the world to him, and he was grateful for their unwavering encouragement. "Hey, Iida," Uraraka said, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "You gave it your all out there. You'll bounce back stronger than ever." Iida nodded, a determined gleam in his eyes. He knew his friends were right. This defeat was just a stepping stone on his path to becoming the hero he aspired to be. With renewed determination, he walked alongside his friends, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Yes, he thought, "I will become the hero I was meant to be." But just as he was about to take a step forward, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Iida's brows furrowed in curiosity as he retrieved his phone. It was an incoming call, and the name flashing on the screen sent a shiver down his spine. Unknown caller. With his heart pounding in his chest, Iida retreated from his battle stance and answered the call. His voice was cautious as he spoke, "Hello." A deep, solemn voice on the other end of the line responded, "Is this Tenya Iida?" Iida's curiosity turned to suspicion. "Who's asking?" The voice continued, "My name is Detective Nakamura. I'm with the Mizudafu City Police Department. I have some urgent information that concerns your family." Iida's heart skipped a beat. "Family? What could be so urgent?" "Go on," he replied, his voice trembling. Detective Nakamura cleared his throat before delivering the news that would change Iida's world forever. "I'm sorry to inform you that your older brother, Tensei Iida, who works as a pro-hero, has been attacked by someone with a quirk. They call him the Hero Killer." Iida's legs felt weak, and he sank to the ground, phone still pressed to his ear. The Hero Killer? His brother, a pro-hero, had been targeted by this merciless villain. "Tensei," Iida whispered, his voice barely audible. Detective Nakamura's voice remained steady. "Your brother is in stable condition, but his injuries are severe. He's currently receiving medical treatment. We thought it was important to inform you as soon as possible." Iida's eyes welled with tears, and he clenched his phone tightly. "Thank you for letting me know. I need to see him." Detective Nakamura provided Iida with the hospital details and assured him that they were doing everything they could to apprehend the Hero Killer. The call ended, and Iida sat there for a moment, absorbing the gravity of the news. The Hero Killer was out there, and his brother's life had been forever changed by the encounter. He took a deep breath, wiping away his tears, and stood up. Resolute and focused, Iida knew that his path as a hero had taken on a new significance. He would honor his family's legacy, protect the innocent, and bring justice to those who needed it most, all while carrying the weight of his brother's sacrifice. As Iida walked away from the arena, lost in his thoughts and determination, Uraraka watched from a distance. Her concern for him was evident in her eyes, but she chose to remain silent, allowing him the space he needed to process the news and prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 21: Crisis in the Shadows. The Battle of Heroes. The arena was electric with anticipation as Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya, their eyes locked in a fierce rivalry, prepared to face off. The crowd knew they were about to witness an epic battle between two of UA High's most talented students. Bakugo's palms crackled with explosive energy as he clenched his fists. The referee raised a hand, signaling the start of the match. As Bakugo lunged forward, detonating explosions beneath his feet to close the distance, Midoriya activated his quirk, his body becoming denser and more massive. Bakugo's fiery blast struck Midoriya with tremendous impact, but he stood firm, absorbing the explosive force. Midoriya spoke through gritted teeth, "You've gotten stronger, Katsuki." Bakugo scowled, "Don't think you can just tank my attacks, Izuku." The exchange continued as Bakugo focused his explosive energy. But suddenly Bakugo, with a smirk, launches into the air, his hand erupting in flames as he executed the meteoric descent. He spiraled downward, creating a comet-like effect. Midoriya, with his unyielding form, found himself unprepared for Bakugo's sudden assault. Despite his mastery over mass manipulation, he couldn't react swiftly enough to alter his weight and withstand Bakugo's explosive onslaught. The resounding impact of Bakugo's landing echoed throughout the arena, propelling Midoriya through the air and causing him to skid uncontrollably along the ground. As Midoriya struggled to regain his footing, Bakugo landed with a determined look in his eyes. He shouted, "You can't just bulk up and expect to win, Izuku." Midoriya, his unwavering resolve propelling him upright, displayed a unique blend of determination and exhaustion in his expression. As he gathered his thoughts, he couldn't help but reflect, "He has certainly grown stronger, and he's pinpointed my weakness with my slow reaction speed. But I want to see just how far he can take this challenge, even though I should put an end to it before my skin sustains any more damage." While the intense match continued, Bakugo's explosive attacks dazzled in the daylight, creating a spectacular display that had the audience at the edge of their seats. Izuku remained acutely aware of the need to maintain his concentration, even in the face of Bakugo's unrelenting onslaught of explosions. Bakugo leaped into the air, creating a blinding trail of fiery sparks. He aimed a powerful impact grenade directly at Izuku. Thinking quickly, Izuku increased his mass, becoming denser and more resistant to the explosion's impact. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves through the arena, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Izuku seized the opportunity, charging forward with strength in his arm. He swung a heavy punch, but Bakugo managed to dodge with his remarkable agility. Bakugo retaliated with a point-blank explosion, sending Izuku staggering backward. Gritting his teeth, Izuku focused his attention on harnessing his power. He knew he couldn't afford to exert too much force and risk the dire consequences. Sensing Izuku's struggle, Bakugo opted for a tactical shift. He unleashed a rapid barrage of explosion, each detonation producing blinding flashes of light that temporarily disoriented Izuku, leaving him in a momentary state of vulnerability. Izuku stumbled, his vision blurred, but he refused to succumb to the disorientation. He relied on his remaining senses, listening carefully to locate Bakugo. Just as Bakugo charged forward with an explosion at his back, Izuku swiftly sidestepped and seized Bakugo's outstretched arm, harnessing his increased mass to anchor Bakugo firmly to the ground. Bakugo fought fiercely to break free, but Izuku's grip remained unyielding. Bakugo's frustration intensified as he strained to escape Izuku's grasp. In a surge of fiery determination, he unleashed his signature move, the Inferno Cyclone. With a deafening explosion, Bakugo sent a swirling vortex of flames roaring from his palms. The Inferno Cyclone spun around them, forming a searing wall of fire that loomed menacingly, threatening to engulf Izuku. Izuku held on, his mass still increased, but the scorching heat from the Inferno Cyclone began to wear him down. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, refusing to give in. The audience watched in awe as the battle reached an unprecedented level of intensity. Bakugo, relentless as ever, used the distraction of the Inferno Cyclone to his advantage. He aimed a powerful explosive dash at Izuku, who managed to dodge at the last moment. The explosion sent shockwaves through the fiery cyclone, intensifying the blaze and making it even more challenging for Izuku to maintain his grip. Just when it seemed like Bakugo had the upper hand, Izuku made a daring move, paying no heed to the toll it took on his skin. He utilized his increased mass to anchor himself firmly to the ground, preventing the explosive cyclone from pushing him any further. Sensing an opportunity amidst the chaos, he surged forward with a burst of strength, breaking free from Bakugo's explosion. He attempted to seize Bakugo's arm, but Bakugo quickly countered. Drawing inspiration from the fiery battle around them, Bakugo executed a maneuver of his own, one he dubbed the Blazing Fist Uppercut. As Midoriya reached for him, Bakugo's right fist ignited with a massive explosive power. He aimed his fiery uppercut at Izuku, the explosion creating a shockwave that rocked the arena. The sheer force of the blow sent Midoriya soaring into the air. The crowd watched in sheer amazement as Midoriya, caught off guard, fought to regain his composure while suspended in midair. His thoughts raced. This is the largest explosion I've seen Bakugo make, and he was nearing his limit. He could sense that Bakugo's next attack was going to be the last one of this battle. Bakugo, however, wasn't finished. He propelled himself skyward, his body enveloped in a scorching aura of explosive energy. Bakugo channeled the intense heat and energy of the blazing fist uppercut into his arm, transforming it into a scorching weapon of unparalleled power. As he soared through the air, propelled by controlled explosions from his palms, his unrelenting gaze locked onto Midoriya's vulnerable form. The arena fell into a hushed silence, everyone realizing that this moment could define the outcome of the battle. With unwavering determination, Bakugo executed his signature move, Rising Inferno. Flames erupted from his entire body as he ascended toward Midoriya. Spiraling like a fiery cyclone, he surrounded himself with a controlled storm of explosions. Midoriya, still suspended and unable to maneuver freely, wore a smirk on his face as Bakugo closed the distance. Rapidly increasing his mass, he prepared for what was to come. The sheer power and intensity of Bakugo's Rising Inferno were indeed overwhelming. Bakugo's voice reverberated through the arena, a blend of rivalry and determination in every word. This is the end, Izuku. At the pinnacle of his ascent, Bakugo unleashed a final, devastating explosion. The shockwave rippled through the air, creating a fiery vortex that engulfed him. It was a force that demanded respect, a testament to his unwavering pursuit of victory. With precision and impeccable timing, Bakugo directed the explosive force toward Midoriya's suspended form. The impact was colossal, sending shockwaves reverberating throughout the arena. Dust and debris filled the air as spectators watched in awe. As the dust gradually settled, the arena fell silent once more. Midoriya, battered but not broken, had employed his quirk's mass manipulation to shield himself from the full brunt of Bakugo's attack. He hung in the air, bruised and battered, but his determination remained resolute. Bakugo landed on the ground, his breaths heavy, his fiery aura slowly subsiding. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, recognizing the incredible power and unwavering resolve displayed by these young heroes. Izuku approached Bakugo, a wry smile on his face. That was a testament to your power, Katsuki. You've left bruises and burns all across my skin. He chuckled softly, his smirk widening, and you're the only one who's managed to damage me to this extent. Not even the Nomu could do that. Bakugo heaved a defeated sigh, his shoulders slumping. How much damage I do doesn't matter in the end, does it? All my life, I couldn't defeat you. I tried my hardest, pushed myself to the limit, but I still couldn't. Izuku looked at Bakugo, his gaze filled with understanding and encouragement. To tell you the truth, I consider you a true threat among all the people in Class 1, heck, even the entire school. He paused for a moment, then added with a determined tone, Oh, and your last attack? It inspired me. So I'm going to try something similar, okay? Stay safe. With unwavering determination burning in his eyes, Midoriya activated his quirk. The body underwent a remarkable transformation, growing denser with each passing second. The crowd watched in astonishment as he increased his mass to a level he deemed sufficient. Then, in a sudden burst of power, Midoriya propelled himself into the sky, leaving behind a trail of sonic booms in his wake. His augmented mass, making it smaller, allowed him to reach an astonishing altitude. From that vantage point, he peered down at the arena, now appearing as a mere speck in the distance. In a bold and audacious move, Midoriya skillfully reduced his mass further, allowing him to hover momentarily in the air. From this elevated position, he watched as the arena and the crowd below shrank further into the distance. With unwavering resolve, he took a deep breath and increased his mass once more, pushing his power to the absolute limit. Midoriya descended like a meteor, hurtling toward the arena ground at a velocity beyond imagination. The sheer force of his descent sent shockwaves rippling through the stadium, causing the very ground to tremble in anticipation of the impending impact. As he drew nearer to the arena, Midoriya focused his power with pinpoint accuracy, targeting a specific spot on the ground below. With an earth-shattering crash, he made contact, and the arena erupted in a cataclysmic display of devastation. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the arena from view as the crowd watched in awe and disbelief. Amidst the chaos, Bakugo was pushed beyond the boundaries of the arena, unable to withstand the tremendous force of Midoriya's attack. P.S. The hero acted to save the people? The once proud battleground had been reduced to ruins. Emerging from the depths of the crater, Midoriya climbed out, his body battered but his indomitable spirit unwavering. His presence commanded the attention of everyone present. Midnight, the announcer, stepped forward, her voice resonating throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have just witnessed is nothing short of extraordinary. A new force has emerged, a level of power that defies imagination. I present to you, Izuku Midoriya, the victor of this incredible battle. Izuku Midoriya had just concluded a grueling battle against Bakugo in the sports festival, though he hadn't exerted himself fully. However, something surprising occurred. As he walked through the bustling hallways, his steps grew increasingly labored, and he could feel his body freezing up. He hadn't utilized his quirk to its fullest potential during the battle, but even the moderate use had taken a toll on him. The physical strain was beginning to manifest, and he could no longer move freely. Frustration and pain contorted Izuku's face as he clenched his fists. He realized he couldn't continue walking. His muscles rebelled, and his limbs felt as though they were encased in ice. Each step became a battle, and he was losing. As he pondered his situation, he softly murmured to himself, "Ever since I came to you, I've been using my quirk more frequently, changing my mass on the fly, shifting between light and heavy. It's been a crucial part of my hero training. But maybe I've been pushing it too far." He closed his eyes, analyzing the situation. My body wasn't able to adapt to the constant changes in mass. That's why it froze up like that. It became too tense, too strained to keep up. Izuku sighed, acknowledging his own role in the predicament. I need to be more mindful of my limits, even in high-pressure situations like the sports festival. Pushing my mass too hard to any extreme could have serious consequences on my body. As Momo Yaoyorozu approached Izuku, she noticed his distress and rushed to his side. "Izuku, what's going on? Are you hurt?" Izuku managed to gasp out an explanation between strained breaths, describing how overusing and rapidly changing a fundamental aspect of his existence had caused his body to react poorly to this moderate strain. Momo's eyes widened with concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. "We need to find help. Let's get you to the infirmary." However, Izuku calmly responded, "This will go away after a few hours. It's just my body being tense and unresponsive because it wasn't able to adapt. I just have to take better care of myself, even in the midst of all this hero training." With Momo's assistance, Izuku stood up, waiting for his body to fully recover. In that moment, he made a silent promise to himself. He would learn from this experience and become a better hero, one who not only protected others but also took care of his own well-being. As he lay there, his body slowly recovering, Izuku couldn't help but feel frustrated at his own limitations. This experience served as a stark reminder that even when he held back, the physical strain of his quirk could still catch up with him, and he needed to be more cautious in the future, a lesson that humbled his prideful but not arrogant personality. Really so? After a few hours, All Might's booming voice filled the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to honor the remarkable performance of these young heroes in our arena today. He raised the third-place medal and continued, in third place, demonstrating exceptional skill and determination, we have the shadowy and enigmatic Tokoyami. Tokoyami stepped forward, a sense of pride in his eyes despite his reserved demeanor. All Might placed the medal around his neck, and Tokoyami nodded respectfully, acknowledging the honor. "All right, Tokoyami," All Might exclaimed. "Your mastery over Dark Shadow is truly impressive." Turning to the second-place medal, All Might continued, in second place, showing incredible power and tenacity, we have the explosive Bakugo. Bakugo, his usual fiery spirit slightly tempered by his recent defeat, accepted the medal from All Might. He spoke with maturity, "I'll learn from this and come back stronger next time." All Might nodded, his respect evident. "That's the spirit, Bakugo. Your determination will take you far." Finally, All Might raised the first-place medal, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, and turned his gaze toward Midoriya. And in first place, the undisputed champion of today's battle, the indomitable Izuku Midoriya. Izuku approached All Might, his pride and self-assuredness radiating from him as the symbol of peace placed the medal around his neck. "Thank you, All Might," he said, his voice filled with confidence. All Might leaned down, his voice filled with pride. "You've come a long way, young Midoriya, and your growth as a hero is truly remarkable." Izuku met All Might's gaze, a hint of playful aloofness in his eyes. "I'm just getting started," he replied with a smile, embodying the spirit of a hero ready for new challenges. All Might grinned, patting Izuku's shoulder. "I have no doubt you'll continue to shine, my boy. Now, let's celebrate your victory and the incredible potential of all our young heroes." The crowd erupted in cheers as All Might, Tokoyami, Bakugo, and Midoriya stood united in their pursuit of heroism. Izuku had spent a delightful afternoon with Momo Yaoyorozu, exploring the city's park and discussing their recent internship experiences. It was a rare moment of respite for the young heroes in training, free from the constant rigors of their training. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Izuku realized he had lost track of time. He glanced at his watch and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's much later than I thought. I need to get home." Momo nodded with a warm smile. "Of course, Izuku. It was a pleasure spending time with you today. We should do this again sometime." "Definitely," Izuku replied, genuinely appreciative of the company. With a final wave, he dashed off towards home, eager to share the excitement of the sports festival with his mother and show her the medal he had won. However, when he arrived home, he was met with an eerie silence. His mother, Inko Midoriya, was nowhere to be seen. Panic welled up inside him as he searched the apartment, his heart pounding. Izuku couldn't help but think about the sports festival. "You know, I wanted to show my mom the medal I won at the festival. She'd be so proud." He sighed, hoping she would return soon. However, as minutes turned into hours, concern gnawed at him. Where could his mother be, and why had she left without a word? And finally, his gaze fell upon a mysterious note placed prominently on the kitchen table. He picked it up and read the message. "If you ever want to see your mother again, listen carefully. She's in our custody, safe for now, but her fate depends on you. Come to Hosu, alone at midnight. You'll find her unharmed if you follow our instructions to the letter. Do not involve the authorities or any heroes, or your mother's life will be in grave danger. Remember, you have until midnight. If you're late or attempt any tricks, the consequences will be dire. Come alone, and come quietly if you want her to be released unharmed. Sincerely, the one who holds your mother's fate. P.S. Here are some of the moves Bakugo used. Blazing Fist Uppercut. Bakugo coats his fist with an explosive sheen and delivers a powerful uppercut. The resulting explosion propels his opponent into the air, leaving them vulnerable for a follow-up attack. Inferno Cyclone. Bakugo surrounds himself with a rotating cyclone of controlled explosions. As he charges at his opponents, they find it nearly impossible to defend against the constant barrage of explosive shocks and shrapnel. Meteoric Descent. Bakugo leaps high into the sky, saturating himself with explosive sweat. As he descends, he spirals downward, creating a comet-like effect. Upon impact, he releases a point-blank explosion, creating a fiery crater and devastating his target. Rising Inferno. Bakugo leaps into the air and surrounds himself with a spiral of controlled explosions. As he descends, he can rain down a continuous barrage of explosive attacks on his opponents, making it challenging for them to escape the onslaught. Some weakness of Izuku. Muscle fatigue. When he changes his mass, his muscles might experience strain and fatigue, especially if he makes rapid or extreme changes. Physical stress. The stress on his joints and skeletal structure could lead to discomfort or even injury, especially if he frequently uses his power. Recovery time. After using his power extensively, Izuku may need significant recovery time to allow his body to heal and reset, making him vulnerable during these PRDS. Some will go away after his body adapts. P.S. I have left a sentence that will be a plot point. Try to find it and comment. Creator's thoughts. Earthly reader. It's a long one. Now only one more is remaining. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 22, Twists of Fate. A few days before UA Sport Festival. In the dimly lit chamber, Shigaraki paced with a controlled restlessness. His gloved hands, usually a symbol of his destructive nature, were surprisingly still. At the head of the room, cloaked in shadows, the enigmatic figure known as All for One observed his protégé's demeanor with the air of a revered mentor. Sensei, Shigaraki began, his voice carrying a hint of deference, but with a touch of his characteristic man-child-like petulance, I can't help but, think about the USJ thing that happened a while back. It's, kinda crazy how this one kid messed up our super awesome plans. All for One responded with his characteristic calm and wisdom. Patience, Tamura, he counseled, his voice a soothing presence. Setbacks are a part of life, even for us. Please, tell me what went down. The frustration that once dominated Shigaraki's voice now had a more petulant undertone. Yeah, so, we made this Nomu thingy to take on All Might, right? But then, out of nowhere, this white-haired kid showed up and totally wrecked our party. Not cool. All for One nodded thoughtfully from the shadows. You speak of the boy with the remarkable mass-changing quirk, young Izuku Midoriya, do you not? Shigaraki nodded, his demeanor still respectful but with his signature man-child vibe. Yeah, sensei, that's the dude. It's like he had some kind of cheat code or something, totally ruining our fun. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced All for One's lips. Resourcefulness is an interesting trait, he commented. And it's clear that young Midoriya's got it. Shigaraki couldn't help but nod in agreement, although his tone still carried a hint of his usual childlike petulance. Yeah, he's resourceful, I guess. But he's still a major pain in the neck, All for One leaned in, his voice dripping with malevolence as he spoke about Izuku's connections. According to my sources, he's tightly bound to Momo, Bakugo's family, and even his own mother. These connections make him a persistent thorn in our side. A sinister gleam flickered in All for One's concealed eyes as he continued, but remember, Tamura, attachments can also be exploited to our advantage. We'll find a way to use them against him. Shigaraki's respect for his mentor was still evident, even with his man-child-like demeanor. Your wisdom, sensei, gives me some comfort, I guess. We'll team up and make sure this kid doesn't mess with our totally awesome plans. In the dim chamber, the two villains shared a bond founded on respect and a hint of man-child-like frustration from Shigaraki. As they continued to discuss the USJ incident and plot their next move, their determination remained unwavering, a resolve to deal with the annoyance that was Izuku Midoriya and make sure their evil schemes went off without a hitch. In the depths of their clandestine lair, All for one sat in conversation with the doctor, the mastermind behind many of their most advanced Quirk experiments. The room was filled with eerie equipment and humming machinery, casting an otherworldly glow on their faces as they spoke. Doctor, All for one began, his voice a low rumble. Tell me more about this young boy, Izuku. I've heard intriguing information about his quirk. All for one nodded regally, granting his subordinate permission to continue. The doctor leaned forward, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Ah yes, Izuku Midoriya. His quirk is nothing short of astonishing. It defies conventional physics and our understanding of the quirk phenomenon itself. All for one's interest was piqued. Go on. The doctor continued, his words charged with enthusiasm. Izuku possesses a quirk that allows him to manipulate his own mass at will. He can change the weight of his own body, becoming as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain with a mere thought. All for one leaned back, contemplating the implications. That's quite the power, Doctor. But what sets it apart from other quirks? The doctor's voice took on an almost reverent tone. It's the precision, Mstr. Izuku Midoriya has honed his ability to an extraordinary degree. He can adjust his mass selectively, defying the laws of physics. For example, he can make himself light as air to leap incredible distances, and then instantly increase his mass to strike with tremendous force. It's as if he's mastered the very essence of his own body. All for one's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Indeed, it is quite intriguing. But how has he managed to mstr such a formidable power? The doctor leaned in closer, offering his hypothesis in a hypnotic tone. I believe Izuku possesses an unmatched determination. He must have invested countless hours into training and meticulously refining his control over his quirk. This dedication has likely led to a profound comprehension of the intricacies of his own biology, granting him the extraordinary ability to manipulate his mass at a cellular level. It's as though he has ascended to the status of a true emser over his very existence. Although none of it is true, All for one couldn't help but smile beneath his mask. It seems young Izuku Midoriya is a true anomaly. A quirk that challenges the limits of his own body, and a will to match it. He may prove to be a valuable addition to our arsenal, Doctor. The doctor nodded, his excitement unabated. Indeed, Mstr. With the power and potential of Izuku's quirk, there's no telling what he can achieve. He possesses a unique mastery over his own physicality that sets him apart from any other quirk user we've encountered. As the conversation continued, All for one and the doctor delved deeper into the mysteries of Izuku Midoriya's unique quirk, their sinister plans beginning to take shape around this newfound source of power that defied the very laws of physics. It was a bright morning at UA High, and Class 1A was abuzz with excitement as their teacher, Aizawa-sensei, began the day's lessons. Among the students, Izuku Midoriya sat quietly, his thoughts consumed by the secret he was carrying. Momo Yaoyorozu, his close friend and seatmate, noticed the change in his behavior. During the morning lectures, she couldn't help but steal concerned glances at him. Izuku seemed distant, lost in thought, and his responses were brief and distant when she attempted to engage him. As the day progressed, Momo couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply troubling Izuku. During their lunch break, she decided to address the issue more directly. She approached him in the cafeteria where he sat, staring at his untouched bento. Izuku, Momo began softly, is everything okay? You've been quiet all day, and I can tell something's bothering you. Izuku hesitated, his eyes darting around as he searched for an excuse. Oh Momo, it's just, I had a rough night, you know? Didn't get much sleep and I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Momo furrowed her brow, concerned. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe you should see recovery girl. Izuku quickly shook his head. No, it's not that bad really. Just need some rest. Momo accepted his explanation, though not without lingering concern. All right, Izuku. But if you ever need to talk or if there's anything I can do to help, don't hesitate to ask. Izuku managed a small smile, grateful for her understanding. Thanks, Momo. I appreciate it. Throughout the day, Izuku continued to offer vague excuses for his behavior. When asked about his lack of participation in class discussions or his distant demeanor, he blamed it on fatigue, stress, or a lingering headache. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, Momo approached Izuku once more. "Izuku, I hope you start feeling better soon. Remember, you can always rely on your friends." Izuku nodded, his gratitude evident. "I know, Momo. Thanks for being there." As the school day neared its end, Izuku and Momo made their way to the room where they would choose their hero agencies for their upcoming internships. Izuku still carried the weight of his secret, determined to keep it hidden even from Momo. Inside the room, a large board displayed the various agencies available for internship placements. The students gathered around, each contemplating their choices carefully. Momo scanned the list with a sense of determination, her eyes landing on the names of some prestigious and well-known agencies. Izuku, on the other hand, approached the board hesitantly. He couldn't afford to choose an agency too far from location, not with his mother's safety at stake. His finger hovered over several options before settling on a local agency with a strong record of community service. Momo noticed his choice and approached him with a gentle smile. "Izuku, it looks like you've made your decision. That's great. Which agency did you choose?" Izuku hesitated for a moment before responding, his tone carefully chosen. "I decided to go with a local agency. I believe they do important work in our community, and I want to contribute to that." Momo nodded, impressed by his dedication to community service. "That's a noble choice, Izuku. I'm sure you'll make a big impact there." Izuku offered a small smile in return, relieved that his excuse had been accepted. "Thanks, Momo. What about you? Did you make your choice?" Momo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she replied, "Yes, I did. I've decided to intern at Edge Shoot. They have a reputation for innovation and heroics, and I want to challenge myself and learn from the best." Izuku nodded, genuinely happy for his friend's determination. "That's fantastic, Momo. I have no doubt you'll excel there." As they submitted their choices, the weight of their decisions lingered in the air. Izuku had chosen a local agency to stay close to home and protect his family, while Momo had opted for a prestigious agency to push her limits and grow as a hero. They left the room together, their paths diverging but their friendship unwavering. Izuku knew that his secret would continue to be a heavy burden, but he was willing to bear it to keep his mother safe. Momo, on the other hand, was determined to forge her own path and make the most of her internship at Edge Shoot. At the start of the internship, the bustling city of Tokyo stretched beneath her as Yaoyorozu Momo stood at the entrance of Edge Shot's hero agency. Her heart raced with anticipation. This was her chance to prove herself to a top pro hero, to learn from one of the best in the business. As the elevator carried her to the top floor, she couldn't help but tremble with excitement. The doors slid open, revealing her destination, but before she could step out, something unexpected happened. Kunai blades whizzed through the air, aimed directly at her face. Reacting on instinct, Yaoyorozu swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles. One of the kunai embedded itself into the elevator wall. She scanned the room to find a cloaked figure charging toward her, katana gleaming ominously. In a whirlwind of movements, she rolled to evade the first swing of the assailant's katana. The cloaked figure, undeterred, continued the attack relentlessly. Yaoyorozu danced on the edge of danger, barely dodging each lethal strike. Desperation filled her as she realized she had run out of room to maneuver. In a last-ditch effort, she summoned a shield, a creation born of her quirk, just in time to block a vicious kick from her adversary. The impact sent her sprawling to the ground. Backed against the wall, her mind raced, panic threatening to consume her. What could she do? What could she create to turn the tide? Before she could answer her own questions, the cloaked figure pinned her to the ground, a cold blade hovering millimeters from her face. "It seems you have more to learn than I thought," a voice echoed beneath the cloak. Yaoyorozu opened her eyes, her heart pounding as the figure removed the hood to reveal the pro-hero Edge Shot. He sheathed his katana and offered her a hand. "Alright, come on. Let's have some tea." Yaoyorozu was left standing, dazed and bewildered, as Edge Shot walked away, seemingly unfazed by the intense encounter. She couldn't shake the feeling that her first impression had been less than ideal. In a room with classic Japanese-style decor, Yaoyorozu sat across from Edge Shot, who poured tea for both of them. She couldn't help but wonder why he had attacked her so suddenly and violently. "Now, I'm sure you're wondering why I attacked you," Edge Shot began, his voice calm. "Well, it actually relates to why I decided to recruit you." "But I didn't perform well at all," Yaoyorozu admitted, still perplexed. "Exactly," Edge Shot replied. "What I saw out there was a girl with mountains of amazing potential. Although she picked herself back up after being pushed down, she cracked under pressure. I attacked you to see how you would react in a sudden crisis situation." Yaoyorozu listened intently, her curiosity growing. "Clearly, it didn't pan out too well," Edge Shot continued. "But that's why I'm here. I want to help you." Yaoyorozu couldn't hide her surprise. "You want to help me?" "I am a pro-hero after all," Edge Shot said with a hint of a smile. "It's kind of what I do. From your grades, I can tell you're a smart girl. Tell me, do you know what a shinobi is?" Yaoyorozu nodded. "Yes, you are a ninja." "Correct," Edge Shot acknowledged. "But a shinobi is much more than someone who can hide in the shadows and wield a sword, although that is quite impressive." With a swift motion, Edge Shot pulled a small kunai from his belt and tossed it above his head. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened, but she watched in amazement as the blade narrowly missed him, falling to the floor with precision. "A shinobi is mentally disciplined," Edge Shot explained. "No matter the stakes, the pressure, or the foe, a shinobi never panics. If they panic, they have already lost. They must keep a level head at all times, even at death's door. That is your first lesson for the day." It was time for the next lesson, and Headshot was impressed. Yaoyorozu stood against the wall, an outline of shurikens surrounding her. She seemed a bit scared, but the flinching had reduced significantly from an hour ago. After about 5 shurikens, she appeared to get the hang of it. "Good," Headshot acknowledged. Momo eased herself off the wall, being careful not to touch the blades. She walked to the center of the room and faced Edge Shot. "Change into your hero costume. We need to work on your quick thinking in combat," Edge Shot instructed. "Yes, sir," Momo replied. He watched as Momo went to her briefcase, pulling out her hero attire, a highly revealing unitard, a belt, boots, and not much else. "'Kay, never mind," Edge Shot sighed. "I don't want to end up with false accusations like Tentaclaw did last year. I'll just put on some workout gear or something." Yaoyorozu left the room with her suitcases and returned wearing a green sports tank top, black joggers, and white tennis shoes. "Much better. Now, bend your knees a bit but keep them firm, and keep your elbows up with your dimini hand near your face," Edge Shot instructed. Momo followed his directions. "Your quirk has a lot to do with the body, which means you've probably studied it. What do you know about pressure points?" "Not very much, Sensei," Momo replied. "All right then. The easiest pressure point to attack is the groin," Edge Shot explained. Momo chuckled. "I wonder how Midoriya is doing with his training," she said. Several hours later, in Tokyo, Momo's body was throbbing. Edge Shot believed it was essential to have all the pressure points tested on her to help her understand their locations. She couldn't deny it was helpful, but it was currently midnight, and they had been training for 9 hours straight. They had gone over multiple hand-to-hand exercises, from ninjutsu to weapons to stealth. It felt weird not being able to hear her own footsteps now. The last part of their training was defense against weapon attacks. Yaoyorozu caught Edge Shot's blade between her palms, pushing against him. "Good, very good," Edge Shot praised. "Now what's next?" Yaoyorozu faltered for a moment before suggesting, "A headbutt?" "No, hit the Dubai pressure points," Edge Shot corrected. The next thing Momo knew, she was on the ground, a hand to her throat. "You've improved your reaction time, but after that, you completely fell apart," Edge Shot observed. "We're done for the day. Go take a shower. Your room is down the hall and to the left. When you're done, come back here." Yaoyorozu bowed and replied, "Yes, Sensei." Momo walked to her room, feeling dejected. Every combat exercise, she would crash and burn after making her first move. Every plan she formulated in her head would be second-guessed, and she'd attempt to come up with a new one. That was my first chance to prove myself, and I messed it all up. I need to do better, she thought. During the week, she found her room, peeled off her sweat-soaked clothes, and hopped into the shower. As she entered the room, she saw Edge Shot dressed in a dark gray yukata. He still wore his mask. "Do you really like wearing that mask?" she asked. Edge Shot chuckled. "No reason in particular. By the way, does Midoriya have white hair and blue eyes?" "Yes," Yaoyorozu replied, confused. Edge Shot continued to chuckle as he left her with that enigmatic statement. Yaoyorozu absorbed the lesson, realizing the depth of what she had signed up for. Days turned into nights, and Yaoyorozu's training under Edge Shot continued. They covered hand-to-hand combat, ninjutsu, and pressure points. Each day brought new challenges, but Yaoyorozu was determined to improve. On one occasion, she found herself standing against the wall, surrounded by an array of shurikens. Edge Shot had instructed her to stay calm, to focus on herself, and to trust that she wouldn't get hit. With each shuriken that whizzed past her, she felt her fear slowly subside, replaced by newfound confidence. As the days passed, Yaoyorozu's progress was evident. She was becoming proficient in the techniques Edge Shot had been teaching her. But despite her improvement, she still felt the weight of her own expectations and the longing to prove herself. One evening, after an exhausting day of training, Yaoyorozu's frustration reached its peak. She called Izuku, her voice laced with anger and self-doubt. "Izuku," she began, "I messed up again today. I feel like I'm wasting Edge Shot's time. I want to be better, to prove myself." Izuku, on the other end of the call, listened patiently. "Momo," he said, "you are improving, but you're being too hard on yourself. Remember, you worked hard to get here, just like everyone else. You deserve this opportunity." Their conversation continued, with Momo venting her frustrations and Izuku providing a comforting presence. Momo shared her insecurities and Izuku talked to comfort her and hoping to give Momo a drive to overcome them. One evening, as Yaoyorozu stood in the training room, Edge Shot approached her with a thoughtful expression. "Yaoyorozu," he began, "what was it that you drew confidence from during your first lesson?" She blushed, recalling her inspiration. "My friend, Izuku." Edge Shot nodded approvingly. "Continue to draw from him. He seems to work for you. But remember, you can't rely on others for confidence forever. Someday, you'll need to find that strength within yourself." With that, they resumed their training with Yaoyorozu focusing on her growth, fueled by the lessons she had learned. And the support of her friend Izuku. The third day of their internships began. Headshot and Yaoyorozu sat in a private hero train cabin, quietly eating their lunch. They were en route to Hasu City, and the second day of the internship had been surprisingly productive for Yaoyorozu. Her combat skills had improved, but her quick thinking and confidence still lagged behind. Edge Shot had a unique way of training her. He would spring sudden ambushes at random times during the day, forcing her to think on her feet. Today was no different. Momo deftly caught the thrown chopsticks between her fingers, but Headshot wasn't done. He grabbed her wrist, pressing the chopsticks toward her neck like a knife. Momo's mind froze, unable to react. Headshot released her, stepping back with a nod. "Good reflexes, but a bad ending. You're overthinking things," he remarked. Momo sighed, her frustration evident. "I'm trying, but my brain keeps overanalyzing every possible problem or bad outcome. I can't make decisions quickly." "I think I know what you need," Headshot said, his voice thoughtful. "You need to be in a true pro-hero situation, where someone's life depends on your immediate action. In those moments, there's no time for doubt or analysis. You act to save someone without hesitation." Momo gazed out of the train's window, her thoughts wandering. Like Izuku. Maybe not as reckless as him, but... "Did I just hear you say that out loud?" Headshot interrupted with a knowing grin. Momo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to say it out loud." Headshot smirked. "Well, that's often how it goes with loved ones." Momo choked on her food. "Loved ones? Wait, you're making that connection?" Headshot raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Momo fumbled for words. "I mean, even if I did have feelings for Izuku, we've only known each other for a few months. Hero work is demanding, and I feel like I cause him too much trouble." Headshot leaned closer, his tone softer. Momo, you don't have to analyze everything so much. Sometimes, feelings just happen. And trust me, in this profession, bonds can form quickly. Izuku, I think he's the kind of guy who cares extremely about people who are close to him. It's not about the time you've known each other, but the impact you have on each other's lives. Momo sighed, looking out of the window again. I guess you're right. But I don't want to complicate things, especially with everything that's going on. Headshot nodded understandingly. I get it. Hero life can be tough. Just remember, when you're in the heat of the moment, those feelings might become your greatest strength. And it's okay to care, Momo. It's what makes you a hero. I want to say human. Momo sighed as she looked out of the window again, her heart in turmoil. She couldn't deny the warmth she felt when she thought of Izuku, but she wasn't sure if it was love or something else entirely. Momo couldn't help but think about Izuku and the undeniable connection they shared, one that had grown stronger with each passing day in their journey as pro-heroes. Are you sure? Headshot asked with a sly grin. It doesn't have to be hypothetical. Momo blushed deeper. No, it can't be like that. I can't allow it. Momo stood and bowed, thanking her sensei with a respectful nod. As she turned to leave, Sensei pulled out a small holographic pager, checking a notification that had just come in, and a subtle excitement filled the air. Good news, Sensei said with a grin. Our first patrol this week will be the day after tomorrow. Momo's curiosity was piqued. That's wonderful, but why specifically then, Sensei? Sensei leaned in closer, his voice lowered. You see, pro-hero endeavor can sometimes be a little rowdy after hours. I've known him for a long time, and I sometimes keep an eye on him. We'll be patrolling the same areas. Don't tell him that, by the way. So, we'll be going to Hasu City for patrol. Momo nodded, taking in the information. Okay then. Good night, Sensei. Just then, Momo's phone vibrated, drawing her attention away from whatever she was doing. She glanced down at her phone and saw that Izuku had messaged her. P.S. The part with Momo and Ed shoot is taken straight out of Collar What If? Creator's thoughts. Earthly reader. Now the next chapter is the 20K. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 23, Crossroads of Destiny, The Heavenly Demon Route. P.S. You should listen this with daylight, David Kushner, as I find Izuku's journey very similar to the lyrics of this song, and at the end, there is what I find similar, and when in the story. High above the city, Stain perched atop a building, gazing down at the bustling streets below. His crimson scarf billowed in the wind as he muttered to himself, his voice carrying an eerie determination. You guys haven't even noticed this warped society covered with hypocrisy and vanity. To all who are called heroes, I will make you notice. Down in the alley, Kurogiri had been tracking Stain for some time. With his own motives, he sought an audience with the infamous hero killer. He cautiously approached the rooftop where Stain sat, keeping his distance. Please stay calm, Kesuguri called out, his voice firm but respectful. We are of the same mind. I have been looking for you. I have heard of your notoriety and wanted to meet you. May I have a moment of your time? Stain's piercing red eyes locked onto Kesuguri as the latter spoke his name. In an instant, the hero killer, Stain, had his sword drawn and pointed directly at Kesuguri, his intent clear. His posture was that of a predator ready to strike. Kesuguri remained composed despite the sword aimed at him, fully aware of the danger he was in. He knew that this encounter could turn deadly if not handled with extreme care. Stain stood before Shigaraki, his eyes locked onto the young villain with an intensity that seemed to pierce through his very soul. The ruins of the UA attack were evident in the backdrop, a grim reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. Now I get it, Stain spoke, his voice dripping with disdain. His words carried the weight of his unwavering convictions, and his gaze bore into Shigaraki like a blade. You must be the ones who attacked UA. And you want to recruit me to build up your little group. Shigaraki, his hands still covered by his eerie mask, grinned beneath it, though it was a grin tinged with a hint of arrogance. Yeah, he replied casually, the nonchalance in his voice contrasting sharply with Stain's seriousness. It'll be great, you've got so much experience. Stain's gaze remained unyielding, his eyes locked onto Shigaraki's as if trying to discern the true nature of the man before him. "And what's your mission?" he demanded, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency, as if he could hardly wait to hear the answer. For a moment, Shigaraki's tone grew darker, a shadow falling over his face. "For now, I really just want to kill All Might," he confessed with a chilling nonchalance. "I like to destroy anything that pisses me off. Like this little brat here." He casually showed a picture of Izuku, his finger pointed menacingly at the image. Stain's expression hardened further, his brows furrowing deeply. "I was a fool to think you could offer me anything," he declared, his voice filled with a mix of disappointment and anger. As he spoke, he began to draw his sword, the blade gleaming ominously in the dim light of the hideout. "It turns out you're the type of person I hate most in this world." Kurogiri, the misty figure who had brought Stain to this encounter, spoke up, his voice tinged with a sense of regret. "The hero killer Stain. Tamura Shigaraki cares only about wanton violence, so we brought this man in to guide him. Perhaps we made a mistake." Within the shadows, the mastermind behind this operation, hidden from view, contemplated the situation with a profound sense of responsibility. "Mr. Should I step in?" Kurogiri inquired, his concern evident as he saw Stain draw his sword. The MSDR's voice was calm but filled with wisdom, as if carrying the weight of countless experiences. "Let it happen," the MSDR replied, the decision made after careful consideration. "It's possible this is the only way he'll learn anything. He needs to think about the ways he must grow. How he can mature. Only then will he reach his potential." The room crackled with tension as Stain brandished his sword, the sharp blade gleaming ominously in the dim light. His eyes remained locked onto Shigaraki, and there was no doubt that a violent clash was imminent. Shigaraki, unfazed by the hero killer's menacing stance, began to extend his fingers, ready to disintegrate anything in his path. "You're in my way," he hissed, his tone dripping with malice. "I'll make sure you regret ever crossing me." Before the situation could escalate further, Kurogiri stepped forward, his misty form coalescing into a more defined shape. "That's enough," he commanded, his voice carrying an otherworldly authority. "Violence won't solve anything here." Stain and Shigaraki both turned their attention to Kurogiri, momentarily distracted from their impending confrontation. Kurogiri spoke calmly, "Mr. Shigaraki, I understand your frustration, but we have other matters to attend to. Stain, your presence here is no longer required." With a wave of his hand, Kurogiri summoned a dark portal behind Stain. It swirled with a foreboding energy, ready to transport the hero killer away. Stain, though reluctant, understood the futility of a battle within the League of Villains hideout. He sheathed his sword, his prideful demeanor intact but begrudgingly compliant. "Very well," Stain conceded, his voice laced with a stern resolve. "But remember, I'm no lackey. I have my own code." Kurogiri nodded in agreement. "Understood. This chapter is closed for now." With that, Stain stepped into the portal, disappearing into the dark abyss, leaving behind the relieved but tense atmosphere in the hideout. Izuku arrived at Hero Agency Manual, a small and unassuming building tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. He had chosen this agency because it was the closest to the location mentioned in the mysterious letter he had received. The letter's unsettling message still lingered in his mind, but for now, he needed to focus on his internship. The agency's sign was weathered, and the exterior lacked the grandeur of the more famous hero agencies. Inside, the atmosphere was calm and collected. A few heroes in simple costumes conversed in hushed tones, and the receptionist greeted him with a warm but understated welcome. Izuku's mentor for this internship, Pro Hero Manual, was waiting for him near the entrance. Manuel's costume was functional, lacking the flashiness of some other heroes, but there was a sense of experience and dedication about him. "Hey there, you must be Midoriya," Manuel said with a friendly smile. "I'm Manuel. Welcome to our agency." Izuku returned the smile, suppressing the feeling of unease as the day of the meeting was coming near, but he hid it well. "Thank you," he said, choosing the words most appropriate for the situation, "Manuel-sensei." I'm eager to learn. As Izuku settled into his new internship at Hero Agency Manual, an unfamiliar sense began to take hold of him. The agency's serene and pragmatic atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the bustling hero agencies he had observed in the heart of the city. As he walked through the corridors, he noticed a familiar face. It was Tenya Iida, his classmate from UA High School. Iida was dressed in his hero costume, and his stern expression softened into surprise as he spotted Izuku. "Midoriya?" Iida exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter. "What are you doing here?" Izuku grinned, feeling a mix of surprise and relief at the sight of his friend. "Iida, I'm interning here at Hero Agency Manual. What about you?" Iida explained that he had been assigned to this agency for his internship as well, though he had not expected to run into a classmate. The two friends exchanged stories of their battle and what they did in the sports festival. Yet, as they delved deeper into their discussions, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that Iida was holding something back, something that seemed to mirror his own situation. It lingered in the unspoken pauses and the guarded expressions, creating an unspoken tension beneath the surface of their conversation. Izuku's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but wonder if Iida was grappling with a challenge similar to his own, something they both weren't yet ready to reveal. After finishing his day at Hero Agency Manual, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had been gnawing at him since he received the mysterious letter. The internship had gone well, but the letter's ominous message had continued to weigh on his mind. With the mention of the letter, he couldn't help but think about Iida, believing they might be in similar situations. So, he messaged Momo, thinking to discuss Iida's behavior. "Izuku, Momo, Iida is acting strange." Momo: "How so?" Izuku: "Like he's trying to hide things. When I asked why he was here and not at his own hero agency, he just kept making excuses." Momo: "I could ask the same of you. Why did you choose a less famous hero agency when you received offers from renowned ones?" Izuku: "As I mentioned before, I wanted to be closer to people and observe how they react to heroes and villains. Anyway, let's focus on Iida now." Momo: "Okay, but yes, I've heard concerns about Iida from Mina, who heard them from Uraraka." Izuku: "Since when did you start talking to Mina?" Momo: "You see, I'm not as isolated as you think, Mr. All-Powerful." Izuku: Okay. Just tell me what you know." Momo: "She reached out to me because she wanted tutoring to improve her grades." Izuku: "Okay, but why didn't you offer to tutor me?" Momo: "I assumed you'd do just fine, but if you want to join us, you're welcome." Izuku released a sigh, one he hadn't even realized he was holding. Whenever he talked to Momo, she had an uncanny ability to calm him and help him regain his focus. As he reflected on this, he couldn't help but let out a genuine smile, something he hadn't done since his mother was kidnapped. It struck him then that anything related to Momo always seemed to elicit a warm feeling deep within him. Momo: "I searched about Iida's family and found distressing news. Iida's big brother was attacked by the hero killer." Izuku: "What? When did this happen?" Momo: "It seems it occurred during our sports festival, which coincides with when concerns about Iida began." Izuku: "Where is the hero killer expected to strike next?" Momo: "According to his pattern. Beichino, it's Hosu. The hero killer is supposed to come to Hosu next." Izuku: "Well, we need to do something. What should we do?" Momo: "Izuku, you should follow Iida to make sure he doesn't get into trouble, and I'll come there too." Izuku: "I have a patrol for tomorrow so I can't follow him," Izuku said, although in reality he had taken the day off. Momo: "Okay, then put a tracker on Iida and have it send his location to us." Izuku: "Alright." The next day night, as he left the agency, he resolved to follow the letter's enigmatic instructions and head towards the specified location, which happened to be atop a towering building. But before embarking on this mysterious journey, he discreetly attached a tracker to Iida. This elevated spot was perched on the rooftop of a skyscraper, far removed from the bustling neighborhood of the hero agency. Upon reaching the designated rooftop, Izuku found himself under the open sky, with the sun beginning its descent, casting long shadows that whispered secrets across the cityscape. He surveyed his surroundings, his senses finely tuned, yet there was no trace of anyone else in sight. The moon's eerie glow bathed the towering skyscrapers in an otherworldly light as Izuku stood resolute, facing the menacing figures of the League of Villains. Just moments ago, these sinister individuals had materialized through a portal, led by the grinning Shigaraki. Accompanying them were 3 menacing Nomu, their monstrous forms casting eerie shadows on the city's walls. Inko, Izuku's beloved mother, was bound to a chair, her face etched with fear yet showing a glimmer of relief at the sight of her son. Shigaraki took a deliberate step forward, his hand reaching out towards Izuku. Well, if it isn't the hero wannabe. You must be wondering what we want, huh? Izuku clenched his fists, his prideful demeanor concealing the fear he harbored for his mother's safety. Cut to the chase, Shigaraki. What do you want? Shigaraki chuckled darkly. Oh, it's simple. We want you to come with us. Your power could be a real game changer, a cheat code for the League. Izuku felt almost dumbfounded as he listened to the villain's audacious proposal. A villain was asking a hero corps student, someone who had actively thwarted their plans, to join their ranks. It was a bizarre request, and Izuku would have laughed if the situation weren't so dire. Nevertheless, he maintained his prideful demeanor, his fists clenched even tighter. I won't join you, Shigaraki, no matter what you do. The wind howled around them, and the distant sounds of the city below faded into the background, leaving behind an overwhelming tension in the air that Shigaraki's voice remained cold and calculated as he pressed on. You're making a big mistake, kid. You do know that your mother is still in our hands, and with a mere touch from any of the Nomus, she can be killed. You understand that, don't you? Izuku, upon hearing the mention of Inko's possible death, felt a surge of emotions wash over him. For the past 6 days, he had been plagued by stress, contemplating all the grim possibilities, most of which ended with his mother's demise. He had also been grappling with the question of why they had taken his mom. Now, knowing that the kidnappers were associated with the League of Villains and realizing that it was because he had thwarted their plans, something inside him snapped. In an instant he acted. He harnessed his mass-changing power, driving his fingers into the concrete floor, and with a mighty effort he hurled a massive chunk of cement towards Shigaraki. As the concrete hurtled towards Shigaraki, he extended his hand, making contact with the material and causing it to rapidly decay. However, despite his power, some pieces managed to land on his face, causing him to bleed. Shigaraki, visibly irritated by this, turned to the Nomu and commanded, "Kill him." Without hesitation, the Nomu obeyed their leader's orders. They lunged at Izuku with terrifying speed and ferocity, closing in on him as he prepared to defend himself against this formidable threat. Hosu City's skyline served as the backdrop for the impending battle, the city's bustle oblivious to the chaos unfolding high above. Izuku Midoriya stood alone on the rooftop, the Nomu closing in. Inferno Nomu ignited in a blaze of fire, as it bursting into flames. Arrow Nomu's wings roared with the sound of a powerful gust, and Boulder Nomu's massive form sent shockwaves through the rooftop. Without hesitation, Izuku activated his mass-changing quirk, his body surging with power. With a determined expression, he launched himself into action. Inferno Nomu, searing hot and relentless, lunged with fiery fists. Izuku, agile and focused, dodged with precision, avoiding the scorching strikes. Arrow Nomu swooped down, sending gales of wind slicing through the air. Izuku countered with swift movements, narrowly avoiding the aerial onslaught. Boulder Nomu, a juggernaut of raw strength, pounded the rooftop with colossal fists. Izuku danced through the tremors, narrowly evading the destructive force. Each Nomu brought its own unique power to the fight, but Izuku's training had prepared him well. He adapted to their relentless attacks, weaving through fire, wind, and rock. Izuku's heart pounded with concoin and excitement as he faced off against the relentless trio of Nomu. The rooftop trembled under the immense power unleashed in their clash. The city's skyline provided a stark contrast to the brutal battle unfolding high above. The Inferno Nomu, its body engulfed in searing flames, lunged again, aiming to incinerate Izuku with a fiery punch. Swift as a bolt of lightning, Izuku changed his mass midair instead of dodging, opting to tank the attack head-on. He absorbed the fiery punch, his altered mass effectively minimizing the physical impact. However, the intense heat from the fire attack seared his skin, causing him to wince in pain. Izuku made a mental note to dodge this particular Nomu's attacks in the future. Despite the burning sensation on his skin, he retaliated with a flurry of devastating kicks, each strike landing with precision on the Inferno Nomu's burning form. His calculated strikes aimed to weaken the formidable opponent and turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Arrow Nomu, the MSTR of the skies, soared overhead, unleashing sonic blasts that shattered the air. Izuku's instincts kicked in as he swiftly dodged the shockwaves. As the Arrow Nomu prepared for a second attack, Izuku made a bold move. He increased his mass to a greater extent, allowing him to grab hold of the Inferno Nomu and with tremendous force, heaved it directly at the Arrow Nomu. The two Nomu collided in a chaotic clash, crashing into the next building with a deafening impact, momentarily halting their attacks and creating an opportunity for Izuku to regroup. Boulder Nomu, the juggernaut of the trio, pounded the rooftop relentlessly, sending chunks of concrete hurtling through the air. Izuku couldn't help but think that the villain had made a miscalculation bringing this particular Nomu into the fray. Izuku's strength exceeded that of any rock, and he decided to prove it. With determination in his eyes, he braced himself and, once again, chose to absorb the Nomu's powerful attacks as he closed in on Boulder Nomu. With both the Nomu and Izuku now within striking range, the monstrous creation unleashed a colossal punch, an attack that could have easily reduced a building to rubble. Izuku, recognizing the similarity between the Nomu's power and his own, acted swiftly. He targeted the joints that powered the force behind the punch and, with a burst of strength, shattered the mechanism, Nomu's joint, neutralizing the attack. With Boulder Nomu temporarily incapacitated, Izuku seized the opportunity. He grabbed the stunned Nomu and, with a mighty effort, hurled it towards the Arrow Nomu, which had just brought the Inferno Nomu back from another building. The impact sent both Nomu spiraling into another building. Inferno Nomu, singed and furious, unleashed a relentless torrent of fireballs that seared through the night sky. Izuku's body moved with incredible agility as he expertly dodged the fiery projectiles. He knew he needed to end this battle soon. The strain of repeatedly altering his mass had begun to take a toll on his body. With a burst of speed, Izuku closed the gap between himself and the Inferno Nomu. Determination welled up within him as he thought, "I've gone from heavy to heavier to the extreme. I can already feel the stress of my very existence affecting my body." He channeled that determination into a series of rapid punches, each strike landing with precision on the Nomu. Finally, with one last powerful punch, he struck the Nomu with such force that its arm was sent flying on impact, rendering the formidable creature incapacitated. The battle was turning in Izuku's favor as he continued to fight to protect his beloved mother. As fate would have it, just as the Boulder Nomu landed, it seemed to have decided that it had caused enough destruction. With a swift motion, it slammed its hand on the building's floor, utilizing its quirks to create a seismic shockwave. The entire cityscape started to crumble, collapsing upon itself in a cataclysmic display of destruction. Amid this chaos, Shigaraki's cold voice pierced through the turmoil, ordering, "Destroy the city." He then left the building, disappearing into the portal. Izuku's attention was torn between the two Nomu falling faster and the one Nomu flying away. However, all of that became inconsequential as he watched his mother plummeting. Desperation flooded him as he attempted to reach her, but in this instant, having altered his mass to the extreme heaviness, he was falling even faster. Any attempt to collide with or leap from debris would only lead to destruction. Conversely, going light wouldn't provide him with enough force to change his course. As Izuku crashed to the ground, debris falling around him, he staggered to his feet and began jumping and running through the wreckage, desperately searching for his mother. With each passing moment, hope dwindled, but it was reignited when he noticed blood on the ground ahead, next to a pile of debris. Izuku hurriedly cleared the debris, uncovering his mother's crushed body. Overwhelmed with grief, he cried, wept, and yelled, but there was no one around. The Nomu had left in the wake of havoc they had wrought. Izuku's thoughts tormented him as he cradled his mother's lifeless form. He pondered the irony of possessing the most powerful quirk yet being unable to save his own family with it. If only he had Iida's speed, he could have caught her. If he had Momo's quirk, he could have created a rope or net to catch her. Even Bakugo's quirk would have allowed him to blast himself into the air and save her. The weight of his supposed power bore down on him, leaving him questioning what he had been so proud of. In his grief, Izuku continued to cry amidst the broken and battered city until he finally gathered the strength to pick up his mother and, with a heavy heart, disappeared from the devastated city. Izuku had emerged from the devastated city, his mother's lifeless body cradled in his arms. The night sky loomed above, dark and indifferent to his pain. He knew he would have to find a place to lay her to rest soon, but for now he clung to a shred of hope, unable to fully accept what had happened. In the quiet of the night, as the city's destruction loomed behind him, Izuku whispered to himself, "This can't be real. It's all a nightmare. She'll wake up any moment now, and we'll go back home." He held his mother's cold, still form close, as if his love and desperation could breathe life back into her. The denial was a comforting shield against the harsh reality, against the crushing weight of grief that threatened to consume him. He thought of all the times they had laughed together, of her comforting embrace, and of the unwavering love she had shown him. It couldn't end like this, not in the midst of chaos and destruction. But as he looked at her pale face, the truth began to seep in. The denial was a fragile barrier, and the painful reality was slowly breaking through. His tears fell, mingling with the dirt and dust on his cheeks, as he tried to hold onto the fleeting hope that this was all a terrible mistake. "I won't let them get away with this, Mom," he whispered, his voice wavering. "I'll make them pay for what they've done." As the denial faded, a simmering anger began to take its place, a deep, burning rage at the injustice of it all. He knew he couldn't stay in this state forever, but for now, it was a small refuge in the face of overwhelming grief. A day had elapsed since the chaos that engulfed Hosu, and at last, Izuku had discovered a picturesque mountain to lay his mother to rest. The burden of his profound loss pressed heavily upon him, and as he knelt beside the rudimentary grave, he couldn't suppress the return of the initial denial that had gripped him. "I can't believe she's gone," he murmured, his voice barely audible as he clung to the hope that this was all just a terrible mistake. But the silence around him offered no solace, and the realization that his mother was truly gone began to sink in. With a heavy heart, he started to cover her with earth, tears streaming down his cheeks. As he worked, he remembered her warmth, her laughter, and the unwavering support she had given him throughout his life. It all felt like a distant memory now, a cruel contrast to the emptiness he felt. Once he had finished burying her, a rush of emotions overwhelmed him. Anger surged within him, a searing rage at the villains who had torn his world apart. He couldn't contain it any longer. With a sudden, almost uncontrollable burst of energy, Izuku jumped away from the grave, his body propelled by a surge of frustration and anger. He landed a few meters away and then, without warning, he began to pummel the ground with his fists. Each blow was a release of his pent-up fury, a physical manifestation of the anger that had been burning inside him. The earth beneath him quaked and trembled with each strike, as if responding to the storm of emotions that raged within him. As he continued to unleash his rage on the ground, the very earth seemed to resonate with his anger, and the shockwaves from his blows rippled outwards, causing an earthquake that sent tremors across the landscape. Unbeknownst to Izuku, buildings swayed and some even collapsed as people rushed out into the streets, confused and terrified by the sudden quake. News reports flooded in, and helicopters captured footage of the affected areas. As the dust settled and the earthquake subsided, a team of experts was dispatched to investigate the epicenter of the seismic activity. They arrived at the location, only to find a massive crater, an enormous void in the ground. They gazed in awe at the massive crater and the devastation it had caused. But as they examined the site further, they stumbled upon the grave that Izuku had dug for his mother. Carefully, they uncovered it, and to their surprise, they found an inscription on a makeshift marker that read, "Here lies the greatest mother, Midoriya." The experts were struck by the profound sadness of the message and the depth of person's love for his mother. It was a poignant reminder that amidst the chaos and destruction, there were stories of love and loss, of individuals who had been deeply affected by the events that had unfolded. Unaware of the true cause, they marveled at the sight and speculated about natural phenomena. But for Izuku, the crater was a manifestation of his anger, a symbol of the devastation that had been unleashed upon his life. Days had passed since Izuku had laid his mother to rest in a makeshift grave, and the anger that had festered within him now blazed like an unquenchable fire. Standing before the humble grave marker, with the night sky as his solemn witness, the destruction that scarred the city behind him served as a stark reminder of the malevolence that had stolen her from him. Even the ground, which he had angrily pounded in his grief, yielded to his rage, but it did nothing to ease the fire burning within him. With fists clenched and determination etched into his gaze, Izuku's voice was a whispered oath to the silent night. They've awoken something they shouldn't have. You said that you can destroy anything? Well, let's see how this heavenly demon destroys you. His words reverberated with resolute purpose, a vow not only made to honor his mother but to fortify the indomitable spirit that burned within him. The League of Villains had unwittingly unleashed a relentless entity within him, one that would go to any lengths to bring them to justice. And with that, Izuku departed, leaving the world to gradually realize the presence of the heavenly demon he had become. In a dimly lit alleyway, the shadows swallowed everything in sight. A small group of criminals, 5 in total, had cornered an innocent person, their faces masked by malice as they demanded valuables. Fear gripped the victim's heart as they fumbled to comply. Little did they know, a vengeful force was about to descend upon them. Izuku Midoriya stood in the darkness, cloaked in an aura of determination. His green eyes glinted with resolve, his newfound power pulsing within him. His form remained unchanged, but his mass had increased dramatically. He knew the consequences of using this incredible strength too recklessly, but these villains had crossed a line, and he couldn't stand idly by. With a burst of power, Izuku lunged forward, his presence startling the criminals. You all can know me as the Heavenly Demon, he declared, his voice ringing with righteous fury. The thugs turned to face this mysterious assailant. One of them tried to throw a punch, but before he could even complete the motion, Izuku's fist met his midsection with incredible force. Bones cracked, and the villain crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. The other criminals hesitated, fear now clouding their eyes. Izuku moved like a whirlwind of justice, a blur of green and power. He dodged a swing from a second criminal, and with a swift kick, incapacitated him, leaving the man gasping for breath. 2 more attackers rushed him, but Izuku's reflexes were honed, and his strength unmatched. He caught one by the wrist and twisted, forcing him to drop his weapon with a cry of pain. A single strike to the chest sent the 4th villain sprawling to the ground. The leader of the gang, a smug and menacing figure, was the last to remain standing. Seeing his comrades defeated, he tried to make a run for it, but Izuku was quicker. With a swift, precise blow, he immobilized the villain, rendering him incapable of escape. Breathing heavily, Izuku gathered up the fallen criminals, their bones broken but lives spared, and carried them to the nearby police station. As the officers began to interrogate them about their identities and their crimes, one of the thugs spoke up, trembling. The man who brought us here. He called himself the Heavenly Demon, the criminal stammered, his voice filled with dread. He said LOV should be prepared. The police exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of this enigmatic vigilante. Principal Nizu sat in his office, watching the news report on the large screen in front of him. The anchor's voice narrated the latest developments in the city's unfolding mystery. In a startling discovery, the tomb of Inko Midoriya, the late mother of UA student Izuku Midoriya, has been found near the epicenter of the recent devastating earthquake that shook Mizudafu. Authorities are now investigating the potential connection between this tragedy, earthquake, and the emergence of the enigmatic vigilante known as the Heavenly Demon. Nizu's sharp mind immediately began making connections. He had the file on the Heavenly Demon open on his desk, containing information gathered since the vigilante's first appearance. His beady eyes darted back and forth between the news report and the file as he pieced together the puzzle. As the investigation into the earthquake continues, the anchor continued, Experts are looking into unusual seismic activity that coincided with the emergence of the heavenly demon. Could there be a link between this vigilante's actions and the natural disaster? And what role, if any, does Izuku Midoriya play in this complex web of events? Principal Nizu's whiskers twitched as he contemplated the implications. The proximity of Inko Midoriya's tomb to the earthquake's epicenter was too significant to ignore. He knew that Izuku had left his internship under mysterious circumstances, and now it seemed that these events were interconnected in some way. With a determined resolve, Nizu began cross-referencing the information he had on the heavenly demon with the details of the earthquake and Inko Midoriya's death. He couldn't help but feel a deep concern for Izuku, who had always shown great promise as a hero. As the news report concluded, Principal Nizu closed the file and took a deep breath. It was time for him to take action, investigate further, and ensure that the young hero in training, Izuku Midoriya, was safe and not entangled in something far more dangerous and darker than anyone had imagined. Principal Nizu had to suppress the news of Inko Midoriya's death as much as possible to protect both the reputation of UA High School and the safety of its students, but he knew that some media already knew this, and he needed to release a press conference about the safety of UA and their family soon. In his office, Principal Nizu was on a secure line with Aizawa and All Might, who were deeply concerned about the recent developments. Nizu leaned forward, his expression grave. "I have reason to believe that Izuku Midoriya may be the vigilante known as the Heavenly Demon," Nizu began, his voice low but resolute. "Considering the tragic loss of his mother, Inko Midoriya, I estimate the likelihood of this being true at around 90%. Aizawa, his usual stern demeanor accentuated by the gravity of the situation, nodded. "Given the circumstances, it's a reasonable assumption. We've all noticed the connections, especially with the earthquake and Inko Midoriya's death. We can't ignore this any longer." All Might, looking worried, chimed in. "We have to be careful about how we approach this. If Izuku is indeed the heavenly demon, he must have his reasons. We need to understand them before we take any action." Nizu agreed, his sharp mind already working on a plan. "I suggest that we keep a close watch on Izuku's activities without making it obvious. Meanwhile, I've already increased security measures at the school, and I'm coordinating with local heroes to enhance their presence near the homes of our students' families. We need to protect them from any potential threats." Aizawa added, "I'll keep an eye on the students in 1A and 1B, especially those close to Izuku. If there's any sign of danger, we'll act swiftly." All Might's fist clenched with determination, his expression unwavering. "I comprehend the necessity for caution," he began, his voice filled with conviction, "but we cannot simply forsake Izuku. We must discover a means to connect with him, to help him realize that becoming the heavenly demon and pursuing the path of a vigilante is misguided." Nizu nodded. "Agreed. For now, we tread carefully, but we don't lose sight of the fact that Izuku is one of our students, and we're here to guide and protect him. The truth will surface eventually, and we need to be prepared to face it." Izuku's absence from school for an entire week had raised alarm bells in Momo Yaoyorozu's mind. She knew that her close friend, with whom she had shared countless hours and, if she were honest with herself, someone she had developed deeper feelings for over time, had been noticeably absent, and concern for his well-being had gnawed at her. As she sat in her spacious room, her focus on her studies kept waning. The recent news broadcast about the aftermath of the Hosu attack had brought back vivid memories of the time when Izuku could have been part of that harrowing incident. Her worry for him intensified as she thought about the dangers he might face as a hero in training. Just as she tried to regain her concentration, a breaking news alert flashed on her television screen. The headline was jarring: "Tragic death of Inko Midoriya, mother of promising hero student." Momo's heart sank, and her eyes widened in shock as she processed the grim news. The report provided intricate details about the tragic end of Inko Midoriya's life, which had occurred perilously close to the epicenter of a recent earthquake. This natural catastrophe had struck Mizudafu with an unforeseen and overwhelming force. Momo's thoughts raced as she absorbed this distressing information, and her concern for Izuku intensified to a new level. It was impossible for her to fathom the emotional turmoil he must be enduring. Momo was acutely aware of the profound, loving connection that existed between Izuku and his mother. The news of her sudden and untimely passing was nothing short of a devastating blow to him. It seemed highly likely that this tragedy was the primary reason for Izuku's absence from school during such a tumultuous and trying time. The Hosu attack, Izuku's unexplained absence, and now this heartbreaking tragedy weighed heavily on her mind. She knew that she needed to reach out to him, to offer her support, and to let him know that she and their friends were there for him. Determined to find out where Izuku was and to offer her support, Momo reached for her phone and began typing a message. "Izuku, I just heard about your mother. I'm so sorry for your loss. Please, whenever you're ready, let us know where you are. We're here for you, no matter what. Your friends care about you deeply, and we want to support you in any way we can." Momo hit send, her heart heavy with worry for her friend who had been absent for far too long during this challenging time. She hoped that her message would reach him and that he would know that they were all waiting to offer their unwavering support. Katsuki Bakugo sat in the living room of his family's apartment, a serious expression on his face. His concern for Izuku Midoriya had grown significantly during the past week. Izuku's unexplained absence from school had sparked an unusual worry in him, one he hadn't experienced before. Katsuki's parents, who were in the room with him, could sense his unease. His mother spoke gently, "Katsuki, you've been preoccupied lately. Is there something on your mind?" Katsuki hesitated for a moment, then decided to share his concerns with his parents. Yeah, there's something. Izuku hasn't been at school for a whole week now, and it's not like him to skip out without saying anything. I've got a bad feeling about this." His father nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "You've known Izuku for a long time, and you two have been through a lot together. If something's not right, it's only natural for you to worry." Katsuki's parents knew about Izuku's close friendship with their son and the complex history between them. They also knew that Katsuki had matured over the years and valued his friendships deeply. Just as they discussed Izuku's absence, a breaking news alert appeared on the television screen. The headline was shocking: "Tragic death of Inko Midoriya, mother of promising hero student." Katsuki's eyes widened as he read the report, and his concerns deepened even further. The connection between Izuku's absence, the Hosu attack, and now the news of his mother's sudden death weighed heavily on his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, and he feared that Izuku might be going through an incredibly difficult time. Determined to find out what had happened to his friend and offer his support, Katsuki reached for his phone and sent a message to the group chat they shared with their friends. "Hey, has anyone heard from Izuku recently? He's been MIA, and I just saw some messed up news about his mom. I'm getting worried." Katsuki's message was succinct, yet it carried the weight of urgency that the situation demanded. He was keenly aware that, despite their tumultuous history, a deep-seated concern for Izuku resided within him. He understood that Izuku had a tendency to confront such trials alone, but this time, he couldn't bear the thought of letting him face it in solitude. The press conference at UA High School was a somber affair. The school's faculty, including Principal Nizu, gathered before a sea of reporters, their questions and cameras ready. The atmosphere was tense, given recent events, including a villain attack and the tragic death of a parent of one of the students. Principal Nizu, standing at the podium, adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat before addressing the reporters. His voice was measured, conveying a sense of authority and reassurance. "Ladies and gentlemen of the press, thank you for joining us today," Nizu began. "We are deeply saddened by the recent incidents that have taken place in our city. Our thoughts and condolences go out to the families affected by these tragic events, including the loss of a parent of one of our students." The reporters' questions came fast and fierce, reflecting the public's concern about the safety of the students at UA High School. One reporter asked, "How can you assure the parents of your students that their children are safe within the school premises?" Nizu nodded, understanding the gravity of the question. "We take the safety and well-being of our students very seriously. In response to recent events, we have increased security measures on campus. Our dedicated staff, along with local heroes, are working tirelessly to ensure a safe environment for our students." Principal Nizu, the second reporter began, her voice filled with concern. "We've learned that Inko Midoriya, the mother of one of your students, Izuku Midoriya, was tragically killed recently. We've also noted that her tombstone was found near the center of the earthquake. Can you confirm if Izuku Midoriya is related to the vigilante known as the Heavenly Demon? It seems there may be a connection, as the Heavenly Demon's name has become synonymous with fear in recent days." Principal Nizu took a moment to compose himself, recognizing the gravity of the question. He then responded carefully, "I can confirm that Inko Midoriya, a loving mother and a valued member of our school community, tragically lost her life. However, as for any potential connection between her death and the Heavenly Demon, we are actively cooperating with law enforcement in their investigations. At this time, it is premature to draw conclusions. Our focus remains on supporting our students during this difficult PRD and ensuring their safety." The reporter pressed further, "But with the circumstances surrounding Inko Midoriya's death and the emergence of the Heavenly Demon, isn't it a cause for concern? What measures are you taking to ensure the safety of your students, particularly Izuku Midoriya?" Nizu nodded, acknowledging the concern. "We take this matter very seriously. As I mentioned earlier, we have increased security measures both on campus and in areas near our students' families. We are working closely with local heroes to enhance their presence in those areas as well. Our top priority is the welfare and education of our students." A third reporter inquired, "How do you plan to alleviate the fears of parents who are anxious about the possibility of villains targeting UA students?" Principal Nizu responded with empathy, "We fully comprehend these concerns, and we are deeply invested in addressing them. Please be assured that, as mentioned previously, we are collaborating closely with law enforcement agencies and local heroes to bolster security, not only within our campus but also in the neighborhoods where our students' families reside. Our unwavering commitment is to ensure a safe and secure learning environment." The press conference continued with more questions and answers, with Nizu and the UA staff addressing the reporters' concerns as transparently and reassuringly as possible. They knew that maintaining trust and confidence in the school was crucial during these challenging times, especially with the shadow of villainy looming over their students' lives. A few months later, in the dimly lit underbelly of the city, where shadows cast their secrets and despair loomed like a shroud, the legend of the Heavenly Demon was born. It was a name whispered with both dread and awe, a figure who emerged from the depths of darkness to wreak havoc upon those who preyed on the innocent. The Heavenly Demon had risen to infamy swiftly, becoming the most feared vigilante in the city. His modus operandi was brutal and efficient, and he was known for one thing above all else: his ruthlessness. It was rumored that when the Heavenly Demon faced villains, the atmosphere became charged with tension, and the very earth quivered in fear. His sheer power was unrivaled, for he possessed an extraordinary gift, the capacity for incredible might despite his diminutive stature. This meant that he could shatter bones and bodies with horrifying ease, rendering his adversaries incapacitated and broken. As the Heavenly Demon fought, his enemies would scream in agony, their bones cracking like thunder in the night. He was relentless, showing no mercy to those who dared to oppose him. His attacks were precise and calculated, each strike designed to incapacitate but not kill. It was a fine line he walked, one that showcased his power and control. In the background of this grim narrative, the Heavenly Demon, none other than Izuku Midoriya, was engaged in a fierce battle. His eyes burned with determination as he faced a group of villains who had terrorized the city for far too long. They had underestimated him, as many before them had, believing they could defeat this vigilante. But Izuku, now fully embracing his power and the consequences it brought, moved with a grace and power that defied description. His fists struck with precision, shattering bones and leaving his adversaries writhing in pain. His demeanor was different from the boy he once was, for the weight of his mother's death and the world's injustices had forged him into something new. As the battle raged on, the Heavenly Demon's fame continued to grow. News of his actions spread like wildfire, and the criminal underworld cowered in his presence. He had become the city's dark savior, a force to be reckoned with, and the name, Heavenly Demon, struck fear into the hearts of villains everywhere. In the end, the Heavenly Demon was a symbol of both hope and fear, a paradoxical figure who walked the line between hero and vigilante. His actions were a testament to the consequences of a world filled with corruption and darkness, and his name would forever be etched in the annals of vigilante history. 2 months after the Hosu attack, Izuku sat on the edge of Momo's luxurious bed, his thoughts a tumultuous storm in his mind. He had been wrestling with his emotions for days, and tonight, it all reached a breaking point. The room he found himself in was Momo's private haven, a place he had rarely visited before, and it felt like a sanctuary of calm amidst the chaos in his heart. The soft glow of moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a tranquil ambience over the room. The walls were adorned with elegant artwork, and the scent of a gentle lavender fragrance hung in the air. Izuku's fingers anxiously toyed with the hem of his shirt as he waited, contemplating whether he should have come here. Just as he was lost in thought, the door to the room quietly swung open. Momo, dressed in her elegant nightwear, entered with a book in her hand, a look of surprise washing over her face as she saw Izuku sitting there. Her room had always been a private retreat, a place where she could relax and unwind. Izuku! Momo's voice carried a mixture of surprise and concern as she quickly closed the door behind her. What are you doing here? And Izuku, where have you been? We've all been so worried about you. Izuku's tone remained serious as he interrupted. Momo, I need your help. There's a chilling legend that's been haunting the underworld and the world of villains, a person who can steal quirks. I believe they're the puppeteer behind the League of Villains and those monstrous Nomu. I need your connections, your intelligence to help me track them down. Momo's concern deepened, her voice filled with empathy. Izuku, your mother has just been pronounced dead, and you're diving headfirst into this legend. You need to take a step back, Izuku. Izuku slowly rose from the bed, his steps heavy with the burden of grief and guilt. He walked to the window, the moonlight casting long shadows across his face. In that moment, his facade cracked, revealing the brokenness that lay beneath. His voice quivered as he continued, I'm not doing this for justice, Momo. I'm doing it for vengeance. I can't rest until I find the responsible one and make them pay for what they took from me. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he looked up at the starry sky, his resolve giving way to the overwhelming pain within him. Momo, do you know why my mother was taken from me? It's my fault. If only I hadn't unleashed my quirk, if I had just kept control, she would still be here, alive. The tears streamed down his face, mingling with the shadows cast by the moonlight, as he laid bare the crushing guilt that burdened his soul. Momo's eyes widened as she listened to his confession. She could see the pain etched into his face, and her heart ached for him. Izuku, what do you mean? He continued, his voice breaking as he poured out his guilt and sorrow. You remember when the Nomu first appeared in the USJ, right? When it first punched me, my first thought was, I can finally fully use my quirk. I finally don't need to hold back. Not just to save others, but for myself. But where did that lead me? With my mom dead. Momo's concern deepened as she absorbed his words. She wanted to understand, to offer him some solace. Izuku, you couldn't have known. But he interrupted, his voice filled with self-blame. You know, when I was little, I was using my quirk and I punched a tree. But when I suddenly decided to increase my mass and hit the tree broke. And the kid who was further back, a few meters away, ended up having his leg broken. At that time, the look he gave me. At that moment, I realized that my power is dangerous. Since then, I started to hold back, not using much of my quirk at all, just the bare minimum. And I should have done the same in the USJ incident, waited for all might instead of trying to unleash my quirk. Momo's heart went out to him, and she could see the weight of past events bearing down on him. She gently probed, Izuku, is there more to this? Why did you start using your power so cautiously? Izuku hesitated, his eyes clouded with memories. It's not just that tree incident. There was another time, when I was in elementary school. A kid with a strength quirk came to challenge me to a fight. I didn't want to, but he kept taunting me, saying that I was scared. So, I agreed, thinking I could control my quirk. But I lost control again, and I ended up injuring him badly. Momo listened with a mix of sympathy and understanding. Izuku, these were accidents. You can't blame yourself for not fully understanding your quirk as a child. Izuku still looked up, tears falling down his cheeks as he continued, when my mom was kidnapped, I didn't tell anyone. I thought since I have this incredible power, I alone am enough. He let out a broken laugh, his voice trembling with regret. Oh, how foolish I was. And to make matters even worse, when I found out that the League of Villains were the kidnappers, I was excited to fight the Nomu. I guess in my head, I thought I would defeat the Nomu and save my mom. Momo spoke with incredible sincerity as she approached Izuku, her voice filled with compassion. None of that was your fault, Izuku. It's just that after years of suppressing your quirk, you were finally happy to use it fully, even just once. It's not your fault. She gently placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, trying to offer him some solace in the midst of his overwhelming guilt and grief. But instead of listening to Momo, Izuku laughed bitterly as the tears streaming down his cheeks seemed to thicken. He began to speak in a broken, desperate tone, as if he were worn down and fed up with the world and himself. When you first saw All Might, I'm sure you thought of how amazing a hero he is. But not me. When I saw All Might for the first time, my first thought was, how did he not end up killing the villains he takes down? After Izuku said that, all he did was look up and seem to crumble within himself, whether it was due to his regrets about not suppressing his longing to fight or his failure to save his mom. Momo listened in stunned silence, her heart aching for her friend. She couldn't begin to fathom the guilt and self-blame he carried. The weight of his words hung heavily in the room. She gently placed her arms around Izuku, embracing him with warmth and understanding. Izuku, we all have moments we regret, she whispered softly, but those moments don't define who you are now. You've grown so much and your power can be a force for good. Please, let us help you carry this burden. She continued, her voice filled with compassion. We all have doubts and fears about our quirks, but it's how we use them that truly matters. You've shown incredible restraint and responsibility with your power. You can't blame yourself for things you couldn't control. We're here for you and together, we'll face whatever challenges come our way. Momo's embrace was warm and comforting, a symbol of the support and solidarity she offered to her broken-hearted friend. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he finally let out the emotions he had been holding in for so long. Momo remained by his side, offering comfort and understanding, determined to help her friend through this difficult moment. Izuku's emotional breakdown had transformed their conversation into a heart-wrenching exchange, where the weight of his past regrets and the pain of his recent loss were laid bare for Momo to witness. It was a moment of vulnerability that bound them closer together, a testament to the strength of their friendship in the face of adversity. P.S. If you all are wondering, the previous scene, Heavenly Demon, happens after this scene. The dimly lit room was filled with a hushed tension. Momo Yaoyorozu sat at a sleek computer terminal, her fingers flying across the keyboard as lines of code scrolled down the screen. Momo Yaoyorozu sat at her desk in the quiet confines of the room, surrounded by the soft hum of the computer equipment she had meticulously set up. Her fingers danced over the keyboard with practiced precision, her quirk allowing her to manipulate the digital world with unparalleled finesse. The room was dimly lit, and the soft glow of multiple screens illuminated her determined expression. P.S. If you are wondering how Momo got out of UA, Izuku came to Momo's dome and then grabbed her, went to the top of the dome building, increased his mass, swung Momo with incredible force which sent her flying in the high sky, and then Izuku decreased his mass as the rope between him and Momo made him fly alone with her, and then when he was in the same height as her, in the sky, he grabbed her and he increased his mass and made a safe landings. On the screen before her, a real-time map of the city sprawled, filled with data points, surveillance feeds, and reports of recent Nomu sightings. Momo had been meticulous in her research, cross-referencing information from various sources. It was her duty to handle the surface and digital aspects of their mission, ensuring they had every advantage possible in their pursuit of the elusive All-for-One. A secure communication channel was open on one of her screens, a lifeline that connected her to Izuku Midoriya, her vigilant partner in this dangerous endeavor. She had to be careful, cautious, and discreet. Their mission was paramount, but the world outside the UA Dome was fraught with danger. Momo's fingers flew across the keyboard as she processed the latest data. The reports indicated an unusual concentration of Nomu sightings in a specific district of the city. It was a chilling pattern that hinted at something sinister, something that required their attention. Momo quickly typed a message to Izuku. Izuku, I've narrowed down the reports of Nomu sightings to a particular district within the city. If we're going to find any leads on All for One, that's where you should start. Within moments, a response appeared on her screen. Got it, Momo? I'll check out the underworld connections I have in that area. They might have some inside information. Momo nodded to herself, her determination unwavering. She continued to work diligently, scanning the information pouring in from various sources. Her advanced analytical skills allowed her to process vast amounts of data quickly, and she was careful to maintain her digital trail. No one could know the true nature of her activities, especially not her parents or the school authorities. Time ticked away, and Momo's focus remained steadfast. She coordinated with Izuku, providing him with real-time updates on potential hideouts, suspicious activities, and any data that might aid in their quest. Their communication remained encrypted and hidden from prying eyes, a testament to her prowess in digital security. As the hours passed, Momo couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled in the pit of her stomach. All for One was a legendary figure, and the League of Villains had proven to be a formidable force. They were stepping into dangerous territory, and the stakes were higher than ever. But she also knew that if anyone could face this threat head-on, it was Izuku Midoriya. Then, another message blinked on her screen. It was Izuku. I've made some contacts, Momo. They confirmed that the district has become a hotbed for criminal activity lately. There are whispers of powerful villains lurking in the shadows. Momo's heart skipped a beat. This was a breakthrough. Thank you, Izuku. I've pinpointed a few locations that might be worth investigating. But we need to be cautious. All for One is said to have multiple quirks at his disposal, and the League won't be far behind. Izuku's response was resolute. We'll find them, Momo. We have to. The room in which Momo was staying was a haven of digital prowess. Multiple screens displayed a myriad of data feeds, surveillance footage, and encrypted channels. She used her quirk to create detailed maps of the district they were investigating, marking potential hideouts and areas of interest. As she worked tirelessly, Momo couldn't help but reflect on how they had come to this point. It all started with the tragic event that had changed Izuku's life forever. His mother, a casualty during a fierce battle with the League of Villains, had been taken from him in the blink of an eye. It was a devastating loss that left Izuku shattered and filled with an unquenchable longing for vengeance. The catalyst for their mission had been this heartbreaking loss, driving Izuku to become a vigilante in pursuit of vengeance. This newfound purpose had transformed him from a once promising young hero into a relentless force against his enemy. And yet, even as they faced the darkness of their mission, Momo couldn't help but worry for Izuku. His once proud but not arrogant personality had been replaced by a determined, almost grim resolve. The weight of his mother's death and the constant battles against the League of Villains had taken a toll on him. One night, in a moment of vulnerability, Izuku had a breakdown in front of Momo. Tears streamed down his face as he confessed the pain he felt, both from his mother's loss and the responsibility he now carried. It was a poignant moment that brought them closer together, as Momo's concern for Izuku deepened, knowing the immense burden he bore. Their bond grew stronger, united by their shared mission and their support for each other in the face of unimaginable challenges. Momo had been discreetly following the news and gathering information since they embarked on this mission. She had used her family connections sparingly, careful not to arouse any suspicion. Her parents, both influential pro-heroes, had no inkling of her involvement in this covert operation. To them, she was just their diligent daughter, a student at UA with a bright future. But Momo knew that sometimes, the hero world required more than just following the rules. It demanded sacrifice, stealth, and the willingness to venture into the shadows to protect society. She had embraced this mission wholeheartedly, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. As Izuku ventured into the district that held the secrets they sought, Momo couldn't help but worry for his safety. The underworld was a treacherous place, teeming with criminal activity and hidden dangers. She monitored his movements through the surveillance feeds she had set up, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Hours turned into an anxious wait, and Momo's mind raced with possibilities. What if Izuku encountered the League of Villains? What if All for One was truly watching from the shadows, aware of their pursuit? She couldn't afford to let fear cloud her judgment. She had to be prepared for any eventuality. Finally, a message from Izuku broke the tension. Momo, I've made contact with some individuals who have ties to the underworld. They've confirmed that the district is crawling with criminal activity. There are whispers of a powerful villain, but no one dares to speak his name. Momo read the message with a mixture of relief and anticipation. They were on the right track. Thank you, Izuku. Stay cautious and gather as much information as you can. I'll continue monitoring the feeds and cross-referencing data for any leads. Izuku's response was swift. Understood, Momo. I'll be careful. We'll get through this together. Momo watched as Izuku continued his investigations, her heart filled with a sense of pride and determination. They were vigilantes, operating outside the boundaries of the law, but they were driven by a shared purpose to protect society from the looming threat of All for One and the League of Villains. As the night wore on, Momo maintained her vigil, her screens displaying a city shrouded in darkness. She couldn't afford to rest, not when the safety of countless lives hung in the balance. Her role in this mission was clear: to handle the digital world, to gather information, and to support Izuku in his pursuit of the vengeance. Outside, Izuku navigated the labyrinthine streets of the district, relying on his underworld connections to guide him. He wore a mask to conceal his identity, moving with the stealth and agility of a seasoned vigilante. Every alleyway, every corner, held secrets waiting to be uncovered. Momo's secure communication channel remained open, and she watched with bated breath as Izuku delved deeper into the heart of the underworld. She knew the risks he faced, not just from the villains but also from the emotional toll that this mission had taken on him. That Momo's thoughts drifted to a painful memory, one that had shaken Izuku to his core. It was the night when he had received the devastating news of his mother's death at the hands of the League of Villains. She had seen him that night, his emotional breakdown, the guilt that consumed him. She had been there for him, offering a shoulder to cry on, words of comfort, and the reassurance that he wasn't alone in this fight. Momo understood the weight of his guilt, how he blamed himself for not holding back, for using the full potential of his quirk, which had ultimately led to his mother's demise. It was a burden he carried with him, and Momo couldn't help but worry about the toll it was taking on his emotional well-being. He was driven by a deep longing for vengeance, a thirst for justice that sometimes pushed him to the brink. Momo knew that her role extended beyond being his digital support. She was his confidant, the one who understood the pain he carried, and the one who reminded him that he was fighting not just for vengeance but also for the safety of countless others. As she continued to monitor the digital landscape of the city, Momo's fingers tapped out a message to Izuku. Izuku, please remember to take care of yourself out there. Your mother would want you to stay safe. The response from Izuku was filled with a mix of determination and gratitude. I will, Momo. And thank you for always being there for me. Momo nodded to herself, knowing that their partnership was built on trust and unwavering support. She was committed to helping Izuku achieve his goal, to bring justice to those who had caused him so much pain. Outside in the city's darkened streets, Izuku pressed on, driven by a longing to uncover the truth and avenge his mother's death. He knew that Momo was watching over him, providing support from within the UA Dome. As the night wore on, the city's shadows seemed to grow darker, but Momo and Izuku remained resolute. They were vigilantes on a mission, fighting against the darkness that threatened their world. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, and in doing so, they would honor the memory of Izuku's mother and work to ensure that no one else would suffer the same fate at the hands of All for One and the League of Villains. The hours stretched into a tense and quiet night, with Momo tirelessly monitoring her screens, ready to assist Izuku in his quest for justice. The digital world was her domain, and she used it to support the vigilante who had become more than just a partner. He was family. High in the heart of the city, Izuku moved silently, his determination unwavering. He knew that every step he took brought him closer to the truth, closer to the confrontation with the legend known as All for One. As the city's lights flickered in the distance, Momo's screens continued to glow with data, and Izuku pressed on into the night, carrying with him the weight of his past and the hope of a brighter future. Together, they were an unstoppable force, a beacon of justice in a world threatened by darkness. As she continued her vigil, Momo's attention was drawn to a message that appeared on her screen. It was a notification from UA, and her heart skipped a beat. Tomorrow, there was going to be a school field trip. Momo knew that this news might cause concern for Izuku, who was always cautious about balancing her responsibilities as a student with her commitment to their vigilant activities. Taking a deep breath, Momo sent a message to Izuku through their secure communication channel. Izuku, there's something you should know. There's a school field trip scheduled for tomorrow. Within moments, Izuku's response appeared on her screen, his worry evident in his words. A field trip? Momo, are you sure with all the villain attacks that are happening? UA was already attacked once. It can happen again, especially during these times. Momo understood Izuku's attachment to her and the importance of her presence in his life. She replied, Izuku, I understand your concerns, and I feel the same way. However, I have a solution. I've created a tracking device that will send my location to you at all times. That way, you can keep a virtual connection to me even during the field trip. Izuku's apprehension began to ease as he considered Momo's solution. A tracking device? That would give me some peace of mind. Thank you, Momo. Your support means the world to me. Momo smiled, knowing how much their bond meant to both of them. You're welcome, Izuku. We're in this together, and I'll always be there for you, even when we're physically apart. Just don't focus on the field trip, and I'll make sure I stay connected with you. With the assurance of the tracking device, Izuku could feel safe with Momo attending the school field trip without feeling completely separated from her. Their emotional connection remained intact, providing him with the strength and support he needed to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the night continued, Momo resumed her digital vigil, her screens filled with data and surveillance feeds. Tomorrow would bring a new challenge, but with their unbreakable bond and the tracking device, Momo and Izuku were ready to navigate the day ahead, whether it was in the world of heroes or the world of students. In a sterile, well-lit hospital room, the atmosphere was heavy with tension and concern. Izuku, who had been missing for months, and now Momo was injured, while Todoroki was taken away by the League of Villains. Izuku's classmates from UA had gathered at the hospital, their faces etched with anxiety and despair. As they sat in the room, their faces etched with a mix of relief and apprehension, a sudden hush fell over the group as the door slowly creaked open. There he stood, unmistakably Izuku Midoriya, albeit with a look of weariness that none of them had ever seen before. His presence sent shockwaves through the room, and gasps filled the air. Uraraka, Iida, and the others stared at Izuku, their expressions a complex blend of emotions. They had all been worried sick about him, wondering where he had vanished to and what had become of him during his absence. But now, with him standing there before them, they didn't know what to say. Bakugo, on the other hand, was the first to react. He shot up from his seat, his eyes blazing with a mixture of anger, frustration, and relief. For years, he had been Izuku's rival, and he had struggled with the complicated feelings that came with that rivalry. Losing to Izuku time and time again had been a bitter pill to swallow, but it had also pushed him to grow and change. BSD, Bakugo hissed, taking a step toward Izuku. You disappeared without a DMN word. You think you can just waltz back in here like nothing happened? But Izuku didn't respond to Bakugo's outburst. Instead, he glanced around the room, his eyes searching for someone specific. His voice, when he finally spoke, was filled with a deep concern that overrode any other emotion. Where's Momo? Is she okay? The room fell silent once more, as everyone realized the singular focus of Izuku's concern. It was as if everything else faded into the background, and all that mattered to him in that moment was the well-being of Momo Yaoyorozu. Tokoyami, who had been sitting nearby, finally found his voice. She's in the next ward, he said quietly. She's been recovering here for a while. Without another word to Bakugo or anyone else, Izuku turned and walked out of the room, heading in the direction of Momo's ward. His friends watched him go, still in shock from his sudden reappearance and the clear urgency in his actions. Bakugo clenched his fists, torn between anger and confusion. He had been ready to confront Izuku, to demand answers and perhaps even a fight, but now he was left standing there, wondering what had changed in the time Izuku had been gone. As for Izuku, his heart raced with worry for Momo. The moment of uncertainty had taken a toll on him. When he saw Momo's location was in a hospital, he was determined to make sure she was all right. In that moment, nothing else mattered but finding her and ensuring her safety, even if it meant ignoring the confrontations and questions of his friends. In the dimly lit hospital room, Momo lay in her bed, her condition stable but clearly in pain from her injuries. The hushed murmurs of nurses and the distant beeping of machines filled the room. Izuku, his face etched with worry, cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. He had been frantically searching for her, fearing the worst, and now seeing her in this state, he couldn't contain his concern. "Izuku," Momo whispered weakly as she noticed him. Her eyes, though weary, held a warm and reassuring gaze. "I knew you'd come." Izuku rushed to her side, his voice quivering with relief and concern. "Momo, are you all right? I was so worried." As he began to express his concerns about her going on the field trip, Izuku's voice quivered with a mix of regret and anxiety. "I knew that you shouldn't have gone on the field trip. My fears came true. He has been attacked again, and I should have gone with you." However, before he could continue with his self-blame, Momo interrupted him by wrapping her arms around him in a comforting. Momo managed a faint smile, despite the pain. "I'll be okay, Izuku. I knew you'd find me. But there's something important I need to tell you." She glanced around to ensure they were alone and then reached under her pillow, retrieving a small tracking device. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized what it was. "A tracker?" Momo nodded weakly. "I planted this on one of the Nomu during the League of Villains attack. I thought it might help you locate them." Izuku was overwhelmed by her selflessness. "Momo, you risked your life for my selfish goal." Momo gently placed her hand on his cheek, her touch soothing. "Izuku, we're friends, and that's what friends do. Besides, you're not selfish. You're determined, and that's something I admire." Touched by her words, Izuku lowered his head. "Thank you, Momo." Before he could leave the ward, Momo's expression grew more serious. "Izuku, there's something else you need to know. I also gave a locator to the heroes. They might be planning a possible raid on the League of Villains. There's a chance something big might happen soon." Izuku's eyes widened once more, realizing the gravity of the situation. "A raid? You've been busy, Momo." She managed a weak chuckle. "I had to do what I could. Just promise me you'll be careful, okay?" Izuku nodded firmly. "I will, Momo. I'll protect everyone, including you." As he left the ward with renewed determination, he knew that he had not only a friend but a reliable ally in Momo, someone who shared his vision of making the world a safer place. Inside the League of Villains hideout, Tamura, along with the Vanguard Action Squad and Todoroki, have been watching the broadcast of UA's public apology. Tamura understands why society is criticizing UA for its failure, and that is because the current hero society is not just. Spinner agrees that the current hero society isn't just, since the modern heroes are only doing their job for compensation and not out of selflessness. Tamura explains that the League of Villains are fighting for a just society and intends to win this battle. Inside the dimly lit hideout of the League of Villains, Tamura stood before Todoroki, his voice laced with purpose as he addressed the captive hero. "We've brought you here for a reason, Todoroki. We believe your past holds the key to exposing the injustices of the hero society." Bound to a chair, Todoroki's countenance remained stoic, betraying none of the fear or uncertainty that might have plagued a lesser soul. "What does my past have to do with your cause?" Todoroki inquired, his voice steady and composed. Dabi, one of the League's members, took a step closer to Todoroki, his eyes smoldering with a dark intensity as he spoke. "Todoroki, your story, the abuse you suffered at the hands of your father, can be a powerful weapon against this corrupt system. We want to expose the truth, to show the world the dark side of heroes." Todoroki's dual-colored eyes remained focused, unwavering in the face of temptation. "I won't be a pawn in your game, Dabi," he declared with unwavering resolve. "My lifelong aspiration has always been to become a hero on my own terms, and nothing will waver that conviction." However, a nagging thought crept in, the idea that by becoming a villain, he could bring about Endeavor's downfall. Yet, he envisioned a different kind of revenge, one where he emerged as the hero without his name being tethered to Endeavor. A plan where, if he claimed responsibility for his actions, no one would pay heed, rendering him inconsequential. The thought of their despair, unaware of his true role, struck him as oddly amusing. Nevertheless, the longing to be a hero persisted, not just for himself but also in alignment with the desires of his brother, sister, and mother. Their collective hope fueled his inner turmoil and complexity of purpose. Tamura, the enigmatic leader of the League of Villains, nodded in understanding, acknowledging the unwavering spirit before him. "I respect your determination, Todoroki," he conceded. "But remember, we're not just villains. We're fighting for a just society, even if our methods differ." But then Tamura asks help from his that he can't convince Todoroki to join the group, but suddenly Todoroki says, "So, Tamura," Todoroki began, his voice laced with both curiosity and defiance, "you're not the true leader, are you? Who is your emissary, and what are you truly after?" Tamura's eyes darkened, his patience waning as Todoroki's probing questions pushed the boundaries of their uneasy alliance. "I won't divulge everything to you," Tamura responded tersely. "But know this, we are fighting for a world free from the tyranny of heroes." Todoroki's resolve remained unwavering, and he could feel the tension in the room escalate. He contemplated unleashing his formidable powers, but the presence of Kurogiri, whose warp quirk posed a significant obstacle, gave him pause. As Todoroki mulled over a potential escape plan, the room was suddenly plunged into an unexpected and bewildering turn of events. A knock echoed through the hideout, breaking the uneasy silence. Someone from outside called out, "Kamino's Pizza Doi Guy here." The statement hung in the air, a perplexing intrusion that left the League of Villains and their captive hero thoroughly confused. Tamura's brow furrowed with suspicion as he exchanged puzzled glances with his comrades. A pizza delivery at this critical juncture was an anomaly they hadn't anticipated. The unexpected visitor's presence added an enigmatic layer to an already complex situation. In the midst of the chaos that had engulfed the League of Villains hideout, Izuku Midoriya found himself observing the unfolding events. He stood there, a silent observer. Suddenly, the symbol of peace, all might, burst through the hideout's wall, a powerful entrance that sent shockwaves through the League of Villains. Tamura Shigaraki, their leader, tried to command Kurogiri to create escape portals, but before he could, Kamui Woods swung into action. With his lacquered chain prison, he managed to immobilize all the villains at once, effectively preventing Kurogiri from executing his quirk. Dabi, the fiery villain, prepared to unleash his flames to free his comrades from Kamui Woods' restraints, but he didn't get the chance. Gran Torino, a veteran hero, swooped in with incredible speed, delivering a swift kick to Dabi's head, rendering him unconscious and stopping his quirk in its tracks. The trio of heroes All Might, Kamui Woods, and Gran Torino had successfully restrained the League of Villains. Mr. Compress, one of the villains, suddenly realized that UA's press conference had been nothing more than a diversion to catch them off guard. The heroes had played their cards well. Edgeshot, the hero who had masqueraded as a pizza delivery guy, used his foldabody quirk to slip through the door and unlock it, granting entry to the waiting police force. He informed everyone that the police and other pro-heroes had encircled the perimeter outside, effectively sealing any potential escape routes. Endeavor, the fiery hero, questioned All Might's decision to lead the raid from the inside, while he remained outside with the police. Naomasa, a police officer, calmly explained that Endeavor's vantage point allowed him to apprehend any fleeing villains, given his wider field of view. Endeavor begrudgingly accepted Naomasa's reasoning. As the dust settled, All Might noticed a familiar face among the onlookers. It was Shoto Todoroki, a student from UA High School. All Might approached him and offered an apology for involving him in such a dangerous situation. Todoroki admitted to his fear, his icy and fiery sides reflecting the turmoil within him. Tamura Shigaraki, undeterred by their current predicament, reminded the heroes that they were not outnumbered and ordered Kurogyari to summon the Nomus. However, to everyone's surprise, Kurogyari's quirk failed him. The Nomus were nowhere to be found. All Might revealed that the other hideout raid team had already infiltrated and captured the Noma factory. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, Izuku had watched from a distance as the police and various heroes had surrounded the hideout. The lady, with her gigantification quirk, had transformed into a colossal figure, her feet anchored into the back of a pickup truck. With immense force, she had smashed through the side of the warehouse, creating an entry point for the heroes. Joined by heroes like Best Jeanist and Gang Orca, they stormed the Noma factory with precision and control, quickly subduing the monstrous creations with their quirks. Tiger, another hero, had been on a mission to rescue Ragdoll. Within the ominous confines of the League of Villains hideout, a chilling confrontation unfurled. All Might, his towering presence a beacon of hope for the world, declared that the game was over for Tamura and his sinister league. But Tamura, defiant and unyielding, vehemently refuted the symbol of peace. He saw this moment not as an end but as the genesis of the League of Villains, a force determined to extinguish the very society that All Might had fought to create. In a desperate bid for escape, Tamura barked orders to his loyal ally, Kurogyari, to conjure portals. However, before their escape plan could take flight, a blur of speed disrupted their intentions. Edgeshot, his body seemingly fluid as he phased through matter, pierced through Kurogyari's form from the inside, rendering him unconscious. Gran Torino, a grizzled hero with years of experience, demanded that the villains stand down. He proceeded to unveil the identities of each member of the League, save for the enigmatic Dabi. The police had worked tirelessly to uncover the truth behind these villains. But it wasn't mere curiosity that drove Gran Torino. He sought the location of the elusive All for One, the mastermind behind this web of chaos. Tamura, typically defiant, lapsed into silence, his mind wandering back to the haunting specters of his past. Suddenly, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded. A mysterious black liquid materialized out of thin air, an eerie substance that defied comprehension. From within this enigmatic abyss emerged the grotesque figures of Nomus, horrific entities that sent shivers down the spines of both League members and pro-heroes alike. The heroes were left bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Gran Torino turned to Edgeshot, questioning whether his actions had truly incapacitated Kurogyari. Edgeshot, his voice tinged with uncertainty, assured him that this sinister liquid was beyond Kurogyari's capabilities. Nomus continued to pour forth from the ever-expanding pool of darkness. All Might, with his unwavering determination, commanded Kamui Woods to block the villain's path, but chaos reigned. A surreal horror unfolded as the black liquid erupted from Todoroki's mouth, rapidly encasing him in its malevolent grip. All Might, his frustration palpable, desperately reached out to save the young hero, but Todoroki was whisked away before he could intervene. Kamui Woods, recognizing the dire situation, called upon Endeavor for reinforcements. Outside, the battle raged on as the relentless Nomus launched an assault on both heroes and the valiant police force. Bullets from law enforcement pierced the air, while Endeavor, with his blazing inferno, held the monstrous creatures at bay. Naomasa attempted to contact Best Jeanist regarding the ongoing crisis, but his calls remained unanswered. Tamura, his realization dawning like a storm on the horizon, knew that these nightmarish developments were the machinations of the elusive teacher, all for one that in a different corner of this complex web of events. Just 2 minutes before the chaos within the League of Villains hideout, Best Jeanist and his team had successfully infiltrated the warehouse where the Nomus were being created and held. The mission had unfolded with an unsettling ease, prompting a disgruntled comment from Empty Lady. She questioned whether they should have accompanied All Might into the heart of the confrontation. Best Jeanist, a man of unwavering resolve, reminded her of the critical nature of their assignment. He then ordered the police to prepare the Iron Maidens, a grim indication of their intent. Amid the eerie silence within the warehouse, Tiger attempted to reach out to Ragdoll, a fellow hero who had fallen silent and unresponsive. Her vacant gaze spoke volumes of the ordeal she had endured. Beyond the confines of the warehouse, in the inky darkness, a lone figure emerged before the pro-heroes. This enigmatic presence acknowledged Tiger with an apology, revealing that Ragdoll had fallen into a comatose state due to a stolen quirk. It was a chilling revelation. Theft of her quirk, Search, had left her incapacitated. To this mysterious figure, it seemed like a pragmatic acquisition of power. Best Jeanist, his instincts sharp as ever, wasted no time. He utilized his fiber entar quirk to ensnare the intruder, a move met with questioning glances from his comrades. He explained that they could ill afford to grant the villains any openings in their defenses, but fate took a malevolent turn as the shadowy figure shattered Best Jeanist's restraints with terrifying ease. A shockwave surged forth, a cataclysmic force that razed the warehouse to the ground, reducing it to rubble and causing widespread destruction in its wake. The mysterious individual seethed with anger at the pro-heroes for meddling in the affairs of his apprentice, Tamura Shigaraki, who had begun to think and lead independently. His hope was that they would cease to interfere with Tamura's newfound path. Amidst the chaos and devastation, Izuku Midoriya stood witness to these events, his heart heavy with realization. The man orchestrating this catastrophic turn of events was none other than the infamous All for One, a legendary figure whose shadow had loomed large over their quest, a figure that Izuku and Momo had tirelessly sought to unmask. Amidst the chaotic battleground that was the League of Villains' hideout, the heroes valiantly grappled with the grotesque Nomus. But as the battle raged on, an ominous turn of events unfolded. Tamura and his allies found themselves ensnared within the sinister embrace of the mysterious black liquid, a force beyond their comprehension. All Might and Gran Torino, undeterred by the bizarre circumstances, made a desperate attempt to intervene. They lunged toward the trapped League members, seeking to halt their escape. However, the enigmatic power at play had other plans. In an instant, the League of Villains was wrenched from the hideout, vanishing into the void. Their adversaries watched in frustration as their quarry slipped through their fingers like ephemeral shadows. Kamui Woods, grappling with a sense of failure over his inability to restrain the League, couldn't help but mull over his perceived shortcomings. Edgeshot, a voice of reason in the midst of turmoil, consoled him. He explained that this newfound warping quirk possessed the chilling ability to target specific individuals, rendering traditional countermeasures futile. In the face of such an extraordinary power, Kamui Woods bore no responsibility for their escape. Meanwhile, within the crumbling edifice of the hideout, multiple Nomus descended upon All Might, their grotesque forms attempting to immobilize the symbol of peace. Unyielding in his resolve, All Might summoned his boundless strength. With a mighty twirl, he executed the Oklahoma Smash, unleashing a devastating shockwave that sent the monstrous creatures hurtling through the crumbling building, clearing his path. Outside the hideout, a different battle raged on. Naomesa, alongside Endeavor and the stalwart police force, confronted the relentless tide of Nomus. Their coordinated efforts had granted them the upper hand, a testament to their unwavering determination. Endeavor, the fiery hero, confirmed to All Might that the situation was firmly under control. With a steely resolve, he urged his comrade to pursue the League of Villains without hesitation. In the heart of this tumultuous confrontation, a sudden and startling development occurred. Todoroki materialized from the inky black liquid, his presence drawing the gaze of Izuku, who watched with bated breath. All for One, the shadowy mastermind behind this sinister plot, offered a solemn apology to Todoroki, his eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions. Tamura and his companions emerged from the same mysterious substance, their forms taking shape before the very eyes of their mentor. All for One, in his wisdom, saw that Tamura had faltered once more. Yet, rather than anger or disappointment, a strange sense of understanding and encouragement radiated from him. He implored Tamura to persevere, to continue trying, for he still valued the Vanguard Action Squad and Todoroki as important assets. All for One urged Tamura to make as many attempts as necessary, for every action was driven by a singular purpose. For Tamura's sake, that in the midst of this tense exchange, All Might, the embodiment of unwavering justice, materialized above All for One, his determination etched across his formidable visage. With blinding speed, he launched an attack, declaring his intent to reclaim everything that had been taken from him. All for One, ever perceptive, detected his arrival and moved to block All Might's assault. A profound clash of titans unfolded, their combined might creating a shockwave that sent Todoroki, Tamura, and the Vanguard Action Squad tumbling backward. Creator's thoughts. Earthly Reader. Web novel. They did allow me to post a 20k chapter, so I needed to split it into TWP. Zero comment. Chapter 24, Crossroads of Destiny, the Heavenly Demon Route. In the wake of this confrontation, both All for One and All Might exchanged barbed criticisms, accusing each other of having grown weaker over the years. Todoroki, his eyes trained on the battle before him, noted with a sense of realization that All for One had thwarted All Might's attack with sheer raw strength, a testament to his terrifying power. In that moment, the true leader of the League of Villains became unmistakably clear to him. With unwavering resolve, All Might vowed to save Todoroki and rectify the mistakes of the past, ensuring that All for One and the League of Villains faced justice this time. He rushed forward, determination fueling his every step. But All for One, a cunning strategist, countered with a colossal blast wave that sent the symbol of peace hurtling through the air with devastating force. The attack not only struck All Might but also razed several buildings in its path. All for One, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, mused to himself about the potential of his quirk blend, a deadly combination of air cannon and spring-like limbs, one he intended to enhance further with additional power-up type quirks. Todoroki, his concern growing, received assurance from All for One that his fiery and icy assault was insufficient to kill him. All for One issued orders to Tamura, directing him to escape alongside Todoroki. Black tendrils extended from his fingers, embedding themselves into the unconscious form of Kurogiri. Magna, bewildered and protesting, questioned All for One's actions, wondering why he didn't use the black liquid for their escape. All for One offered a chilling explanation, assuring her that his warping quirk wouldn't aid the League of Villains in this dire moment. With grim determination, All for One employed forced quirk activation to activate Kurogiri's warp gate. He commanded the League of Villains to make their escape through the portal. Yet, even as they moved to depart, All Might re-emerged onto the battlefield, a resolute force that refused to allow his arch-nemesis to evade justice. With unstoppable resolve, he charged at All for One. Before disappearing into the fray, All for One left Tamura with a parting message. The potential for growth remained, even in the darkest of times. Amidst the tumultuous aerial battle, All for One exhibited effortless mastery of his air walk, gracefully ascending into the heavens. High above the ground, he clashed with All Might once more, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated through the very earth beneath them as the titanic battle raged on. Mr. Compress, ever the strategist, applied his quirk to the unconscious Dabi. He leaned in close to Tamura, his voice a whispering shadow, suggesting that they seize this moment of chaos to effect their escape. The League of Villains, recognizing the gravity of the situation, initiated an impromptu strategy session, their eyes settling on Todoroki as a potential captive. Meanwhile, Todoroki himself steeled his resolve, readying himself for the imminent showdown. In the midst of this chaotic clash of wills, a lone figure observed from a vantage point atop a nearby building, concealed and vigilant. It was Izuku, whose ingenious devices crafted by Momo afforded him the ability to discreetly eavesdrop on every word and action, granting him a secret well of information. Himiko, twice, and Mr. Compress moved in on Todoroki, but his icy prowess repelled their advances with an elegant display of power. All Might, ever the protector, sought to intervene on Todoroki's behalf. Yet, the sinister tendrils of All for One swept in, diverting All Might's attention and separating him from Todoroki. Izuku, aware of the dire circumstances, understood that rescuing Todoroki appeared increasingly elusive, with the Vanguard Action Squad now outnumbering him. Far below, Bakugo initiated his daring plan. With Tenya at his side and Ijiro serving as their shield, they burst through the wall with explosive power. Uraraka's quirk rendered them weightless, and with Bakugo's explosive propulsion, they ascended into the sky above the tumultuous battle below, All for One, ever vigilant, aimed to thwart their escape, but as Bakugo had foreseen, All Might intervened, landing a mighty punch that disrupted the sequence of events. With the battlefield now clear and high above the ground, Ichiro called out to his friend, offering his hand. Todoroki, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a torrent of flames and used his feet to propel himself through the air, reaching out to Bakugo, Tenya, and Ichiro. With a determined grip, Todoroki grabbed Ichiro's hand, a victorious smile gracing his face. Their daring escape complete, the group moved swiftly to put distance between themselves and the battleground. Tamura, the remaining Vanguard Action Squad members, and All Might stood dumbfounded, surprised by the unexpected intervention of Bakugo, Ichiro, Tenya, and Todoroki, refusing to allow Todoroki to slip through their grasp. Magna, Spinner, and Mr. Compress hatched a plan to recapture him. Magna magnetized Mr. Compress, and Spinner launched him toward Izuku's group. But in a dramatic twist, Empty Lady intervened with her Titan Cliff Quirk, intercepting Mr. Compress and causing a collision that prevented him from reaching the students. The unexpected heroics of Empty Lady left Bakugo and Todoroki in awe as she urged them to escape before succumbing to unconsciousness. Magna and Spinner, determined to recapture their prize, prepared to launch twice into the sky. However, Gran Torino arrived on the scene, his swift and decisive actions incapacitating them all. All the while, All Might stood surprised but ultimately pleased by the intervention of Bakugo and his fellow students. With their arrival, he could now engage All for One without restraint. Bakugo, Ichiro, Tenya, and Todoroki wasted no time in making their escape from the tumultuous battlefield, their retreat marked by a renewed sense of determination. As they fled, Gran Torino prepared to confront Tamura and Himiko. With the scales now tipping in favor of the heroes, All for One realized that victory had slipped from his grasp. Todoroki's rescue and the incapacitation of most of the Vanguard Action Squad left him with no recourse. Determined to safeguard Tamura and his allies, he employed Kenji's magnetism quirk to magnetize all the male villains. In an instant, Tamura and the Vanguard Action Squad were forcefully pulled into Himiko, creating a chaotic whirlwind that propelled them all toward the waiting warp gate. But before they could go through the portal, a shadow appeared and took all the villains away, jumping and crushing the ground, leaving a shockwave behind. P.S. If you're wondering, Izuku took them and made them sleep using a sleeping gas bomb created from Momo. He has placed each member in a cell with protective measures taken. In the midst of the chaotic battle, All for One's malevolent gaze fell upon a shadowy figure with distinctive white hair. Yet, his attention couldn't linger, for All Might, the symbol of peace, charged at him with an unwavering determination. As their clash seemed imminent, All for One swiftly activated his warping quirk, and in a cruel twist of fate, Gran Torino materialized in front of him, unwittingly becoming a human shield. The elderly hero, Gran Torino, bore the brunt of All Might's devastating attack, a selfless act that left All Might in remorse. But All for One, the mastermind of darkness, was not one to pass up an opportunity. He harnessed the force of All Might's punch with his impact recoil quirk and unleashed it back towards the hero. Tamura's Simi, shrouded in sinister intent, claimed to have intervened only to save his protégé, though it appeared to be an endeavor doomed to failure. Nevertheless, he declared his intent to remain and face his arch-nemesis, All Might, head-on. In the depths of his hatred, All for One recounted how All Might had dismantled his comrades of old, while he himself had descended into the abyss. The hero had risen as the paragon of peace, a stark contrast to his own dark path. All for One readied himself, preparing to unleash a devastating blast wave meant to engulf both Gran Torino and All Might. But All Might, unwavering in his resolve, acted swiftly. He pulled Gran Torino to safety and unleashed his Detroit Smash, countering All for One's destructive onslaught, albeit at the cost of sustaining injuries. Aware that All Might was still holding back, concerned for the citizens caught in the crossfire, the hero ceased the villain's taunts. He declared his unforgiving stance towards All for One, condemning his ruthless manipulation of people as mere pawns to further his own dark ambitions. With a surge of determination, All Might rushed All for One, seizing his left arm while flinging Gran Torino to safety. All for One, caught off guard, found himself unable to employ his warping quirk in time. In a swift and powerful motion, All Might drove the villain's head into the ground, shattering his menacing mask. Yet, the battle was far from over, as All Might's time in his formidable form was ebbing away. To his astonishment, All for One remained conscious, revealing a chilling connection between them. The villain scoffed at All Might's righteous anger, recalling that he had heard similar sentiments before from none other than the previous One for All successor, Nana Shimura. In the heat of the battlefield, with his face partially reverting to its true form, All Might's fury surged. All for One's taunts about Nana Shimura's supposed weakness and disgraceful end ignited an inferno within the hero's heart. With fierce determination, All Might readied himself to strike at All for One. Yet, the villain, ever cunning, employed his air cannon, unleashing a devastating blast that sent the symbol of peace hurtling into the sky. As All Might soared perilously close to crashing into a media helicopter, it was the timely intervention of Gran Torino that prevented disaster. The elderly hero swooped in, rescuing All Might and gently landing him on the safety of the ground. Gran Torino imparted sage advice to his protégé, cautioning him not to succumb to All for One's provocations and reminding him of the need to strike only when the villain's guard faltered. High above in the expansive sky, the rhythmic hum of news helicopters filled the air. These airborne sentinels of information captured every moment of the titanic struggle below. Across the nation, from bustling cities to quiet towns, people from all walks of life were riveted to their screens. Among them were the stalwart members of UA staff, including Aizawa, Nizu, and Sekijiro, each bearing a solemn expression as they watched the unfolding clash of titans. Alongside them stood UA students, the next generation of heroes and heroines. Achiko, Fumikage, Minoru, Yuga, and countless others were united in their shared concern for All Might's perilous battle. Their faces mirrored the gravity of the situation, their hearts heavy with anxiety as the broadcast transmitted the dire scene. A collective sense of dismay swept through the viewers. All Might, the symbol of peace, was in the throes of an intense struggle. Yet, the question lingered in the minds of many: what could the heroes do in the face of such a cataclysmic clash? In the midst of this aerial spectacle, All for One's malevolent voice pierced the airwaves. He spoke of a twisted inner conflict, torn between delivering the final blow to the hero society his protégé had strived to dismantle, all in the hope of reclaiming Tamura. His words carried an eerie resonance, a chilling reminder of the depths to which this villain would stoop. All for One's declaration grew darker still as he revealed the seething hatred he harbored for All Might. In his eyes, the hero had become the embodiment of destruction, laying waste to everything the villain had meticulously constructed over the span of his dark reign. The longing for All Might's demise gnawed at him, a hunger for a death steeped in torment and suffering that I end this moment. The sky bore witness to a battle not only of raw power and quirks but also of ideology and vengeance. The nation held its collective breath, unsure of the outcome, yet acutely aware that the destiny of hero society hung in the balance. Amid the raging battle in the skies, All for One prepared to unleash another devastating air cannon, a malevolent force that threatened to consume everything in its path. Torino, with the instincts of a seasoned hero, foresaw the impending assault and urgently advised All Might to evade and retaliate. The elderly hero swiftly maneuvered out of harm's way, leaving All for One's ominous words hanging in the air. Yet, those words carried a weight that went beyond mere threats. They bore the specter of innocent lives, a stark reminder that the cost of heroism was often paid in the currency of sacrifice. All Might's sharp senses detected the plight of an innocent civilian, trapped beneath a heap of rubble, vulnerable to All for One's merciless onslaught. In a heartbeat, he made a choice that defined heroism. He threw himself in the path of the monstrous air cannon, shielding the civilian from the impending cataclysm. The blast wave surged forward, a tempest of destructive force. All Might bore the brunt of it, his weakened form absorbing the cataclysmic impact. In this selfless act, he safeguarded the innocent, but it came at the price of his remaining strength. As the dust settled, The symbol of peace was left utterly depleted, his once mighty form now completely reduced to its frail state. All for One reveled in the sight of the fallen hero, his twisted delight evident. Across the nation, viewers were gripped by shock and despair as they witnessed the transformation of their indomitable symbol into a mere shadow of his former self. Even Mirio, a paragon of optimism, felt the weight of the moment as All Might's secret vulnerability was laid bare. The villain's taunts echoed in the air, his mockery cutting deep. Yet, All Might's spirit remained unbroken. The hero cared not for the rotting husk that was now exposed to the world. His resolve remained unwavering. The mantle of the symbol of peace was not something All for One could steal, for it transcended physical form. In a final attempt to shatter All Might's spirit, All for One unveiled a chilling truth: Tamura Shigaraki was the grandson of Nana Shimura, All Might's mentor. The revelation struck like a thunderbolt, causing All Might to reel in disbelief. But All for One, with a venomous grin, insisted it was the undeniable truth. The memory of Nana Shimura, the mentor who had taught him about the strength of a smile, flooded All Might's mind, but it was now tainted by the darkness of her grandson's actions. All Might's once indomitable spirit wavered under the weight of All for One's sarcasm, his resolve teetering on the brink. The villain reveled in the hero's despair as the nation watched, helpless witnesses to the hero's inner turmoil. Yet, in the midst of this despair, a voice of hope emerged. The innocent civilian All Might had saved earlier, emboldened by his heroism, encouraged him to rise above. The collective will of the nation, their unwavering faith in All Might's victory, began to manifest as cheers and rallying cries. From all corners of the country, those who watched refused to accept defeat for their symbol of hope, regardless of his true form. They rallied behind him, exhorting him to persevere. Even Izuku and Katsuki, whose destinies were forever intertwined with All Might's, added their voices to the chorus of encouragement. The resounding support of the innocent and the unwavering faith of the nation breathed new life into All Might's battered spirit. With renewed determination, he focused the remnants of One for All into his right arm, causing it to transform into its hero form. A smile graced his lips as he faced All for One, declaring that heroes had countless things to protect, and it was this unwavering resolve that fueled their strength. In the depths of his struggle, as he activated One for All throughout his right side, echoes of Nana Shimura's wisdom reverberated in All Might's mind. He remembered the fateful encounter with Nana during his youth, where he had expressed his longing to become a beacon of hope for the people. Nana had found him intriguing, setting the course for his journey as a hero. With Nana's words as his guiding light, All Might summoned the power of One for All, coursing through the right side of his body. Gran Torino watched in astonishment as All Might defied the odds, still standing and ready to face the ultimate challenge. Yet, the toll of enduring All for One's relentless onslaught was undeniable, leaving concerns about his body and Quirk in its wake. In the charged atmosphere of the battlefield, All for One, the embodiment of malevolence, calculated his next move. He knew that wounded heroes were often the most fearsome adversaries, and he couldn't help but reminisce about their previous battle. A haunting memory from that encounter still clung to him, an image of All Might's unwavering determination during the hero's final, devastating strike. With a serene levitation, All for One positioned himself above All Might, readying his formidable blast wave attack. The air crackled with anticipation as the moment of reckoning drew near. Yet, just as the tension reached its zenith, flames erupted from the heavens, striking out at the formidable villain. All for One, unsure of his powers, effortlessly deflected the fiery onslaught with a single swipe of his blast wave attack. The assailant behind this fiery assault was none other than Endeavor, the scorching hero, accompanied by Edge Shot, a master of stealth. Endeavor was left agog by the sight of All Might's pitiable condition. The hero, who had devoted the majority of his life to surpassing the symbol of peace, had now borne witness to his idol's frailty. In his desperation to bridge the unbridgeable gap, Endeavor had taken drastic measures, marrying Rei and fathering a child in the hope of creating an heir who could finally achieve his unattainable goal. The fervor in his eyes ignited, and he demanded that the #1 hero display the reason he had earned that title. All for One, annoyed by Endeavor's intervention, prepared to unleash his wrath, but Edgeshot's agility and quirk came into play. The hero launched a lightning-fast assault, yet All for One's uncanny reflexes allowed him to evade the strike with ease. As the battle raged on, Kamui Woods entered the fray, rescuing the wounded MT Lady, Best Jeanist, and Gang Orca. His commendation for MT Lady's bravery echoed through the chaos. Tiger, too, rallied, regaining his strength and employing his quirk to free a trapped civilian. He turned his attention to All Might, offering words of encouragement. Tiger reminded the hero that they were shouldering some of his burden, urging him to defeat All for One. He emphasized that, regardless of his appearance, All Might remained everyone's #1 hero. Tiger's heartfelt encouragement stirred something deep within Gran Torino's memory. He recalled a conversation with his dear friend, Nana Shimura, from years gone by. She had explained to him Toshinori's belief that crime persisted because people lacked a symbol of justice and peace in whom to place their faith. Now, Toshinori had become that very pillar of hope. The realization resonated within Gran Torino as he watched the heroic struggle unfold. Amid the relentless resistance of the heroes, All for One unleashed his might, blowing Edgeshot and Endeavor aside. With a chilling resolve, he activated his ultimate quirk combination, an amalgamation of numerous deadly quirks that transformed his right arm into a grotesque appendage bristling with lethal screws and hardened minerals. All for One revealed that his previous attacks had been mere preludes, meant to erode All Might's strength, not to end his life. His intention was now clear. He aimed to crush the symbol of peace with this devastating final blow. Within the heart of this tumultuous clash, as All Might and All for One charged towards their inevitable collision, a new player emerged. A fighter descended from the heavens with thunderous force, causing the very ground to tremble and fracture. A seismic shockwave rippled outward, reaching both All Might and All for One, interrupting their impending confrontation in a cataclysmic upheaval of earth and power. All for One and All Might exchanged astonished glances as they laid eyes on the new arrival. Their shock was impossible to conceal. It was Izuku Midoriya. All for One's mind raced back to the conversation he had with the doctor about Izuku's quirk. At the time, he couldn't quite grasp how extraordinary it was, but witnessing this astounding display of power before him, All for One couldn't help but concede that it was indeed an incredible quirk. However, before he could dwell further on this revelation, he was abruptly snapped out of his thoughts. Izuku started to speak, his voice steady and firm. "You know, All for One, I thought that when I met you I would feel immense anger. After all, you are the cause of her death. But here, I don't feel anything. It's empty." His words hung in the air, a strange stillness enveloping the room. Then, unexpectedly, Izuku began to laugh, the sound echoing with madness. But deep down, he understood why he didn't feel any emotion in that moment. He knew the truth. The cause of his mother's death wasn't solely All for One. It was his own battle lust, the overwhelming longing to unleash his quirk, that had driven him to this point. And that's why he didn't feel much emotion at seeing All for One, the realization weighing heavily on his heart. Seeing Izuku's maddened laughter, All Might appeared worried. He knew he needed to help Izuku regain his composure. "Izuku, it's not your fault for your mother," All Might began to say, but he was interrupted by Izuku himself. "You don't need to say that, All Might," Izuku said, his voice filled with sadness. His smile was bittersweet, as if tears were just beneath the surface. All Might could see the heavy burden of self-blame in Izuku's eyes. "If only I didn't lose control, but anyway." Izuku trailed off, then turned his attention to All Might. "You look miserable, All Might." All Might couldn't help but grunt in response. He was torn between concern for Izuku and the responsibility of safeguarding his power. Izuku continued, his tone resolute. "So, I will take care of him for you, so you can rest easy and let go of your quirk." All Might hesitated, unsure of Izuku's plan, but knowing he couldn't maintain his current state for long. He stored his power, ready to intervene if needed, and placed his hope in Izuku for the time being. Then, Izuku dropped another bombshell. "Oh, All Might, I will not be returning to you after this. I'm going to withdraw." He paused for a moment, contemplating his decision before adding, "All Might, this society will crumble without you as the symbol of peace. I might not become the next symbol, but I will be something that can help keep this society intact, whether it's as a symbol of fear or something else." All Might tensed up upon hearing this, but before he could respond, Izuku turned his attention to All for One, assuming a bold stance. Battle stance. Before the battle erupted, Izuku posed a question to All for One, his voice laced with a curious intensity. "All for One, do you know what defines our existence?" Before All for One could respond, Izuku continued, his words flowing with an almost philosophical weight. "Time, space, and mass." There was a brief pause before Izuku pressed on, his gaze unwavering. "And what happens when a being that can control the fundamental elements of existence goes out of control?" A hushed tension hung in the air as Izuku completed his thought. "A heavenly demon is born." But just as Izuku concluded his statement, All for One launched his attack, extending his finger in a deadly strike. In a split-second reaction, Izuku dodged, narrowly avoiding the dangerous attack. The attack where his finger extends out, that attack, I don't know what that is called, so I just put that there. Izuku sprang into action, his voice filled with determination as he leaped toward All for One. "Can you withstand the force of a mountain?" he challenged. As he uttered those words, Izuku increased his mass, transforming into a formidable force, and went for a powerful punch. Simultaneously, All for One unleashed his ultimate attack, the same attack intended to defeat All Might. Their arms collided with a thunderous impact, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Izuku was pushed back, but All for One's arm was visibly damaged. Izuku's surprise turned into resolve as he glanced at a nearby helicopter, then turned back to All for One. "Time to end this," he declared. With a surge of power, Izuku increased his mass to the level of Mount Everest, the highest peak on Earth. He launched himself off the ground, shattering it beneath him, and reappeared in front of All for One. His punch struck with incredible force, shattering All for One's arm. As All for One attempted to retreat and use his healing quirk, Izuku once again appeared before him, striking his shoulder, causing it to separate. All for One grimaced in pain and attempted to play mind games, questioning Izuku's heroism. But Izuku remained resolute. "Who says I want to be a hero?" he retorted. "I am the heavenly demon." With another forceful kick off the ground, Izuku closed in on All for One, and as he neared his enemy, he executed a precise strike to the neck, swiftly ending the villain's life. All Might stood there, stunned and speechless, witnessing his student accomplish what he never could. But before he could voice his concerns, Izuku turned to him, addressing the moral dilemma at hand. "All Might, villains like him won't be held in Tartarus, so it's safe to eliminate him here," Izuku explained firmly. He then dropped another bombshell, leaving All Might in disbelief. "I won't be a hero, All Might. I gave up that dream months ago." Izuku paused briefly and concluded, "This is goodbye, All Might," before leaping away, leaving All Might standing there, utterly stunned and grappling with the consequences of his student's choices. As Bakugo watched the dramatic showdown unfold before his eyes, he couldn't help but be transported back to his younger days when he and Izuku had clashed relentlessly, each driven by the burning ambition to become the #1 hero. Those fierce battles, the determination, the rivalry, they were all vivid memories etched into his mind. But now, as he witnessed Izuku's shocking decision to retire and his brutal defeat of a villain, a complex whirlwind of emotions swept over Bakugo. He found himself laughing, almost uncontrollably, as tears streamed down his face. It was a bitter laughter, one born of disbelief and irony. Bakugo knew that with Izuku effectively stepping out of the hero scene, the path to becoming the #1 hero had suddenly become more attainable for him. The realization that he now had a chance at achieving his long-cherished dream was both exhilarating and surreal. But intertwined with his laughter was a profound sense of sorrow and loss. Tears welled up in Bakugo's eyes as he grappled with the poignant truth that his childhood friend, who had once shared the same dream, was no longer able to pursue it. He cried for the friendship they had, the battles they had fought, and the dreams they had once shared. Amidst this internal struggle, Bakugo looked at his friends, his voice trembling with a mix of conflicting emotions. "I finally have a chance at number one," he said, his tone laced with sadness. "But at what cost?" His friends gazed back at him, their own emotions mirroring the complex feelings that swirled within Bakugo. The realization had dawned upon them all. The landscape of hero society had shifted dramatically, and with it, the hopes and dreams of those who had once aspired to be heroes. As the days turned to weeks, the weeks to months, and the months to years, a noticeable shift occurred in society. The civilian population had gradually adapted to life without their symbol of peace. More and more heroes were moved into the field to fill the void left by All Might's retirement. The world appeared as peaceful as ever a hero society will be. However, in the hidden world of villains and the underworld, a new figure had risen, a symbol of terror. This enigmatic persona was known to all but feared by everyone. Whenever a crime occurred near his presence, the criminals or villains involved would mysteriously vanish, only to reappear in front of the nearest police station with their hands and arms broken, incapacitated. This enforcer was none other than the Heavenly Demon. His name sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to utter it. When he made his presence known, the crime rate in that area plummeted to zero. Even when he departed, he left a significant number of criminals and villains apprehended, though this time, they were relatively intact. The question of how he acquired information about hideouts, organized crime deals, and ongoing criminal activities remained a mystery to the general public. But those in the know understood that it was Momo Yaoyorozu, formerly the hero Creati, who was also known as Izuku Midoriya's wife, that provided him with these crucial details. Despite being considered the highest-rated villain, primarily due to his act of eliminating All for One, the law-abiding society didn't perceive him as such, but the law is the law. And yet, no hero ever managed to capture or confront him. In fact, there were instances when the Heavenly Demon appeared to rescue heroes, specifically those from Class 1A, leaving the hero community and the public in a state of perplexity, admiration, and fear. The legacy of Izuku Midoriya, once the aspiring symbol of peace, had evolved into something altogether different, enigmatic, and awe-inspiring. A symbol of terror. Peace. If you are wondering to whom did All Might pass on All for One to its Mirio. And as I promised romance, you will get it as I have something planned and this story is not finished. I had to do it this way as it felt more natural, but I have more planned, so stay tuned even though this part is finished. Creator's thoughts. Earthly reader. Telling myself I won't go there. Oh, but I know that I won't care. Izuku not controlling his battlist. Trying to wash away all the blood I've spilt. This lust is a burden that we both share. Two sinners can't atone from a lone prayer. Souls tied, intertwined by our pride and guilt. Izuku as the Heavenly Demon with help of Momo. There's darkness in the distance. From the way that I've been living. But I know I can't resist it. When Izuku became the Heavenly Demon, he used his power freely. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight. From the daylight, running, from the daylight. From the daylight, running, from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Izuku needing to hide from Sasori. Telling myself it's the last time. Can you spare any mercy that you might find? If I'm down on my knees again? Izuku on the night of the Hosu attack. Deep down, way down, Lord, I try. Try to follow your light, but it's night time. Please, don't leave me in the end. There's darkness in the distance. Izuku in front of his mother's grave. I'm begging for forgiveness, but I know I might resist it. Izuku breaking down in front of Momo. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight. From the daylight, running, from the daylight. From the daylight, running, from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight. From the daylight, running, from the daylight. from the daylight, runnin', from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Izuku as the heavenly demon needing to hide from Sasori. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 25, Bonds of Solace. Izuku crashed to the ground amidst the debris, struggling to his feet as dust and wreckage surrounded him. His heart pounded in his chest as he looked around in desperation. He needed to find his mother, to ensure her safety. His eyes darted in every direction, scanning the chaos that had enveloped the city. Then, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. Izuku! It was Momo's voice, filled with concern and urgency. He turned to see Momo rushing toward him through the rubble, her eyes wide with worry. Momo reached him, breathless but determined. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice gentle yet resolute. Izuku, are you okay? What happened? Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes as he tried to speak, his voice trembling. I need to find my mom, Momo. She's out here somewhere, and I don't know if she's... His words caught in his throat as he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Momo understood the gravity of the situation. She nodded, her expression filled with empathy. I'll help you, Izuku. We'll find her together. The two of them began searching through the rubble, calling out Inko's name as they moved debris aside. Their hands were covered in dust and dirt, but they didn't stop. The minutes felt like hours as they scoured the area, hope dwindling with each passing moment. Then, amidst the twisted metal and concrete, they found her. Inko lay lifeless, her body battered by the devastation that had engulfed the city. Izuku's heart shattered as he fell to his knees beside her, tears streaming down his face. Momo knelt beside him, offering comfort and support. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her voice soft and soothing. Izuku, I'm so sorry. Her eyes glistened with tears, mirroring his grief. Izuku could hardly speak through his sobs, but Momo understood. Together, they sat there, mourning the loss of someone dear to them both. Momo's presence was a source of solace for Izuku in that dark moment. She helped him settle amidst his cries, a silent understanding passing between them. The gray sky hung low over the cemetery, mirroring the heavy hearts of those who had gathered to bid their final farewell to Inko Midoriya. A gentle drizzle fell, casting a melancholic atmosphere on the scene. Among the mourners stood Izuku Midoriya, his white hair dampened by the rain, and his face etched with a mixture of sadness and pride. Momo Yaoyorozu stood beside him, holding an elegant black umbrella, its canopy providing a small shelter from the rain. She gazed at Izuku, her eyes full of understanding and support. Nearby, the Bakugo family was also present. Katsuki Bakugo, his usual fiery demeanor, subdued, stood next to his parents, Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. Mitsuki clung to her husband's arm, tears hidden behind dark sunglasses, while Masaru solemnly watched the proceedings. As the priest concluded his eulogy, Izuku stepped forward, his shoes squelching in the mud. He cleared his throat, his voice unwavering but filled with emotion. I can't express how grateful I am to all of you for being here today, Izuku began, his gaze sweeping over the assembled mourners. My mom, Inko Midoriya, was a remarkable woman. She taught me strength, not just in the face of adversity, but also the strength to hold onto one's principles. Momo discreetly handed him a handkerchief as his eyes glistened with tears. Izuku continued, his voice carrying the weight of his words. She always told me that power should be used responsibly, with pride, but never arrogance. And that's the kind of hero I strive to be. Katsuki, who had been silent until now, spoke up, his voice gruff but sincere. Inko Midoriya was a great mother, but she cared about Izuku more than anyone else. He glanced at Izuku, his gaze softening. I'll make sure he lives up to her ideals, whether he likes it or not. Mitsuki Bakugo wiped her tears away and nodded, her voice trembling. She was like a second mother to Katsuki. We'll be there for him too. The rain continued to fall as the mourners paid their respects. Inko Midoriya's legacy lived on in the hearts of those who knew her, and her son, Izuku, carried her teachings forward, determined to be the hero she had always believed he could be. Weeks passed since the devastating events that had unfolded in Hosu City. Izuku Midoriya's world had been shattered, and the weight of grief pressed upon his shoulders like a relentless burden. He couldn't escape the memory of that fateful night when he lost his mother, Inko Midoriya, amidst the chaos wrought by the League of Villains. His heart ached with each passing day. In UA High School, life continued for the young heroes in training, but for Izuku, it felt like he was living in a different reality. He attended classes and went through the motions, but his heart wasn't in it. His friends and classmates noticed the change in him, the heaviness in his eyes, and the absence of his usual determination. One afternoon, as the students gathered in the common area after classes, Momo Yaoyorozu approached Izuku. Her heart ached for him, and she wanted to help him through this difficult time. She knew that grief was a complex journey, and she was determined to be there for him. "Izuku," Momo began gently, "can we talk for a moment?" Izuku looked up, his expression distant but acknowledging her presence. He nodded, and they found a quiet corner where they could speak privately. Momo took a deep breath. "Izuku, I know you're going through an incredibly tough time. Losing your mom was. It's unimaginable. I want you to know that I'm here for you, and I want to help in any way I can." Izuku's eyes welled up with tears, and he struggled to find his voice. "Momo, I appreciate your support, but I don't know how to deal with this. With losing her." Momo huged Izuku's and said, "It's okay not to know, Izuku. Grief is a journey, and it's different for everyone. There are stages you might go through, and it's important to allow yourself to feel whatever you're feeling." As days turned into weeks, Momo continued to be a steadfast presence in Izuku's life. She noticed the stages of grief playing out in him, sometimes in subtle ways, and sometimes in more overt expressions of emotion. In the beginning, Izuku often found himself in moments of denial. He'd catch himself expecting to see his mother in the kitchen or hear her voice calling him from the other room. He'd reach for his phone to call her, only to remember that she was gone. One evening, Momo found him sitting in his room, surrounded by photographs of his mother and the two of them together. He was wearing one of her old sweaters, clutching it as if it could bring her back. "It's okay, Izuku," Momo whispered as she sat down beside him. "We all have moments when we can't accept the reality of loss." Izuku nodded, tears streaming down his face as he clung to the sweater. "I just miss her so much, Momo." As the days passed, anger began to surface in Izuku. He was angry at the villains who had taken his mother away, angry at himself for not being able to save her, and angry at the world for being so unjust. One afternoon, during a training session, Izuku's anger erupted. He unleashed his quirk with a ferocity that startled his classmates. They watched in awe and concern as he pummeled a training dummy with all his might, subsonic waves emanating from his punches. Momo approached him afterward, her voice gentle but firm. "Izuku, it's okay to be angry. But don't let it consume you. Use that anger to become stronger, to protect those you care about." Izuku met her gaze, his anger subsiding as he nodded in understanding. These moments of grief and anger were a part of his journey, and Momo's support helped him navigate them while still holding on to his pride and determination. As Izuku's grief evolved, he found himself making silent bargains with fate. He'd think about what he could have done differently that night, replaying the events in his mind, searching for a way to change the outcome. One evening, Momo found Izuku talking to himself. "If I had just been faster, or stronger, or smarter, maybe I could have saved her." Momo listened attentively, her heart aching for him. She hugs Izuku as she says, "Izuku, it's natural to have these thoughts, but you can't change the past. What you can do is honor your mother's memory by becoming the best hero you can be." Izuku nodded, the weight of his guilt still heavy, but Momo's words providing a glimmer of hope. The depression hit Izuku hard. He's spending more time alone, and often struggling to find the motivation to attend classes or engage in hero training. Momo never left his side, offering a comforting presence without pushing him. She'd sit with him in silence, hold his hand, or simply listen when he needed to talk. One rainy night, they sat together by the window, watching the raindrops trace intricate patterns on the glass. Izuku finally broke the silence. With tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he looked up at the starry sky, his resolve giving way to the overwhelming pain within him. Momo, do you know why my mother was taken from me? It's my fault. If only I hadn't unleashed my quirk, if I had just kept control, she would still be here, alive. The tears streamed down his face, mingling with the shadows cast by the moonlight, as he laid bare the crushing guilt that burdened his soul. Momo's eyes widened as she listened to his confession. She could see the pain etched into his face, and her heart ached for him. Izuku, what do you mean? He continued, his voice breaking as he poured out his guilt and sorrow. You remember when the Nomu first appeared in the USJ, right? When it first punched me, my first thought was, I can finally fully use my quirk. I finally don't need to hold back. Not just to save others, but for myself. But where did that lead me? With my mom dead. Momo's concern deepened as she absorbed his words. She wanted to understand, to offer him some solace. Izuku, you couldn't have known. But he interrupted, his voice filled with self-blame. You know, when I was little, I was using my quirk and I punched a tree. But when I suddenly decided to increase my mass and hit the tree broke. And the kid who was further back, a few meters away, ended up having his leg broken. At that time, the look he gave me. At that moment, I realized that my power is dangerous. Since then, I started to hold back, not using much of my quirk at all, just the bare minimum. And I should have done the same in the USJ incident, waited for all might instead of trying to unleash my quirk. Momo's heart went out to him, and she could see the weight of past events bearing down on him. She gently probed, Izuku, is there more to this? Why did you start using your powers so cautiously? Izuku hesitated, his eyes clouded with memories. It's not just that tree incident. There was another time, when I was in elementary school. A kid with a strength quirk came to challenge me to a fight. I didn't want to, but he kept taunting me, saying that I was scared. So, I agreed, thinking I could control my quirk. But I lost control again, and I ended up injuring him badly. Momo listened with a mix of sympathy and understanding. Izuku, these were accidents. You can't blame yourself for not fully understanding your quirk as a child. Izuku still looked up, tears falling down his cheeks as he continued, when my mom was kidnapped, I didn't tell anyone. I thought since I have this incredible power, I alone am enough. He let out a broken laugh, his voice trembling with regret. Oh, how foolish I was. And to make matters even worse, when I found out that the League of Villains were the kidnappers, I was excited to fight the Nomu. I guess in my head, I thought I would defeat the Nomu and save my mom. Momo spoke with incredible sincerity as she approached Izuku, her voice filled with compassion. None of that was your fault, Izuku. It's just that after years of suppressing your quirk, you were finally happy to use it fully, even just once. It's not your fault. She gently placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, trying to offer him some solace in the midst of his overwhelming guilt and grief. But instead of listening to Momo, Izuku laughed bitterly as the tears streaming down his cheeks seemed to thicken. He began to speak in a broken, desperate tone, as if he were worn down and fed up with the world and himself. When you first saw All Might, I'm sure you thought of how amazing a hero he is. But not me. When I saw All Might for the first time, my first thought was, how did he not end up killing the villains he takes down? After Izuku said that, all he did was look up and seem to crumble within himself, whether it was due to his regrets about not suppressing his longing to fight or his failure to save his mom. Momo listened in stunned silence, her heart aching for her friend. She couldn't begin to fathom the guilt and self-blame he carried. The weight of his words hung heavily in the room. She gently placed her arms around Izuku, embracing him with warmth and understanding. Izuku, we all have moments we regret, she whispered softly, but those moments don't define who you are now. You've grown so much and your power can be a force for good. Please, let us help you carry this burden. She continued, her voice filled with compassion. We all have doubts and fears about our quirks, but it's how we use them that truly matters. You've shown incredible restraint and responsibility with your power. You can't blame yourself for things you couldn't control. We're here for you and together, we'll face whatever challenges come our way. Momo's embrace was warm and comforting, a symbol of the support and solidarity she offered to her broken-hearted friend. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he finally let out the emotions he had been holding in for so long. Momo remained by his side, offering comfort and understanding, determined to help her friend through this difficult moment. Izuku's emotional breakdown had transformed their conversation into a heart-wrenching exchange, where the weight of his past regrets and the pain of his recent loss were laid bare for Momo to witness. It was a moment of vulnerability that bound them closer together, a testament to the strength of their friendship in the face of adversity. Momo squeezed his hand gently. "Izuku, it's okay to feel this way. But remember, there are people who care about you, who want to see you find happiness again." Over time, as Izuku continued to grieve with Momo's unwavering support, he began to find moments of acceptance. He accepted that his mother was gone, and he couldn't change that. He accepted that he needed to continue living and striving toward his goals. But in this process of healing, something deeper was taking root within him. One sunny day, they were sitting on the school rooftop, a place they had found solace in together. Izuku looked out at the city below and took a deep breath. "Momo, I think I'm starting to accept what happened. I'll never stop missing her, but I know I have to keep moving forward." He turned to Momo, his eyes searching hers for reassurance. Momo smiled warmly at him, but she could sense a change in him, a growing emotional connection between them. She had become more than just a friend. She had become a lifeline for Izuku in his darkest moments. "Izuku," she said gently, "I'm proud of you for your strength and resilience. Remember, you're not alone in this journey." As the days turned into months, Izuku's grief didn't vanish completely, but he found himself leaning on Momo more and more. She became his confidant, the one person he could turn to when the weight of his emotions became too much to bear alone. He found comfort in her presence, and her unwavering support became a source of solace in his life. Their bond deepened, and Izuku began to rely on Momo not just for emotional support but also for guidance and companionship. He cherished their moments together, whether it was studying, training, or simply sharing quiet moments on the rooftop. In Momo, he found not just a friend, but someone who understood the depth of his pain and was willing to walk beside him on his journey of healing. As they faced the challenges of hero training and life together, it became increasingly clear that Momo held a special place in Izuku's heart. She had become his anchor, the one person who could help him navigate the turbulent sea of his emotions. Their emotional connection had grown into a profound and unspoken understanding, a testament to the power of their friendship and Izuku's growing emotional dependence on Momo as he learned to live with his grief. Once Izuku reached the school grounds, Iida wasted no time pressuring all the classmates to hurry to class. They engaged in a brief conversation by their lockers, while Izuku and Momo engaged in a friendly chat as they made their way to class. Inside, their fellow students discussed the day's plans and the looming homework assignments. The classroom fell silent as Shota Aizawa, now fully recovered from his injuries, walked in without his bandages. He announced that their homeroom class would focus on hero informatics, which initially sent shivers of panic through many students, fearing an impending test. However, their anxiety quickly turned to excitement when Shota revealed the real purpose of the day's lesson, choosing their hero code names. As Aizawa emphasized the importance of their hero names, Midnight made her entrance and informed the class that she would have the final say on their chosen monikers. She distributed canvases for them to write on and instructed the students to present their choices. Most of the class was too nervous to go first, but Yuga Oyama bravely stepped forward. He declared, "I cannot stop twinkling," as his hero name. While some of his peers found it odd, Midnight simply shortened it to "Can't Stop Twinkling" and moved on. Next, Mina Ishido attempted to choose Alien Queen as her moniker, but Midnight disapproved, cautioning against drawing comparisons to the villain from the movie franchise. This caused some anxiety among the class. However, Tsuyu Azui lightened the mood by choosing the title Rainy Season Hero, Froppy. The class responded with cheerful approval, relieved to hear a more conventional name. Eijiro Kirishima followed and revealed his chosen hero name, Sturdy Hero, Red Riot, inspired by his idol, Crimson Riot. This stirred memories in Izuku, who remembered his childhood days when he playfully chose hero names inspired by All Might. However, he realized that such playful names no longer suited his path, given the rigorous training ahead. Kyoka noticed Denki Kaminari struggling with his choice and suggested jamming way. Denki liked it until Kyoka admitted it was a playful jab, prompting her to reveal her own selection, hearing hero, earphone jack. The class continued with their choices, Mizo Shoji as tentacle hero, tentacle, Hantasiro as tape hero, cellophane, Mashareo Ojiro as martial arts hero, tailman, Rikido Sato as sweets hero, sugarman, and Mina Ashido, who changed her name to simply Pinky. Midnight enthusiastically approved each name. Denki Kaminari chose stun gun hero, charge bolt. Toru Hagakure became stealth hero, invisible girl. Momo Yaoyorozu selected everything hero, Kriati, and Shoto Todoroki opted for simplicity with just his first name. Fumikage Tokoyami decided on jet black hero, Tsukuyami. Minoru Mineta went with fresh-picked hero, grape juice. Koji Koda silently chose petting hero, Anima, and Katsuki Bakugo proudly proclaimed his heroic identity as the explosive hero, Pyroguard. With unwavering confidence, Bakugo explained the meticulous thought behind his chosen name. He spoke of the fusion of pyro, fire, and guard, a name that symbolized his unwavering commitment to protecting others with his explosive abilities. Finally, Achiko Uraraka took her turn and revealed Uravity as her chosen name. This left only Tenya and Izuku to decide on their aliases. While Tenya pondered his choice, he remembered his brother's wish. Tensei Iida had informed him of his paralysis and passed on the name Ingenium to his younger brother. Tenya confidently adopted the name. Midnight called Izuku to the front next, and his classmates were taken aback by his choice. The dual named hero, Illogical Heaven/Heavenly Anomaly. Izuku explained that his quirk defied logic, and he aspired to create a safe haven for citizens, much like the one someone had created for him. He gestured towards Momo, and he is the heavenly anomaly for villains who are forced to contend with an illogical existence. The class nodded in understanding and approval as Izuku's unique hero name reflected his determination to protect and uplift others in his own unconventional way. P.S. Illogical heaven you know, but for heavenly anomaly it represents Izuku's rebuilding pride in himself. And all this happened in 1 month after the Hosu attack.